Noah Ward had been told 3 days ago that his future was worthless. Now, with the monster dragging itself over the crumpled body of his instructor, he found himself wishing the assessment had been wrong in a more useful way. His sword shook in his hand. Not because he was afraid. His right arm had stopped obeying him properly 10 minutes ago. The beginner gate had been cleared twice before students were allowed inside. The route was supposed to contain weak monsters, stable terrain, and enough academy supervision that the greatest danger was embarrassment. Then the passage behind them collapsed. Their instructor had ordered everyone toward the extraction point. Something enormous had come through the wall before they reached it. Noah still didn't know what it was. 4 thick limbs, black plates layered over its body, a head shaped like a blunt wedge. Claws that had torn through reinforced stone as if the wall were wet clay. Nothing that belonged in a beginner gate. Mia Lane stood 6 meters to Noah's left, with one arm hanging uselessly against her side. A pale barrier flickered in front of her. Behind it, another student lay unconscious. "Mia, I know." Her voice was tight. The barrier cracked. The monster pushed its head through the glowing surface. Mia staggered. Noah moved before he had a plan. He drove his shoulder into the injured student and rolled both of them away as the barrier shattered. A claw struck the ground where their heads had been. Stone exploded. Noah hit the floor hard enough to lose his breath. The monster turned. Mia tried to raise another barrier. Nothing formed. "Run," Noah said. She looked at the unconscious student. "So carry him. I can't carry both of you. I'm not asking you to." The monster took one step. Noah forced himself upright. His academy-issued sword was cheap steel reinforced for training gates. The edge had chipped during the first fight. There was a shallow bend near the middle. He had never noticed how pathetic it looked until he pointed it at something that could kill him with one swipe. Mia stared at him. "Noah, get him out. You can't stop that. I don't have to." He swallowed. "I just have to make it look at me." That was a lie. The extraction corridor was blocked. Ryan Cole had been separated from them when the passage collapsed. Their instructor was down. 2 other students had fled into the eastern branch and hadn't returned. Noah had nowhere useful to lure the monster. But Mia was still trying to pull the unconscious student away. That was enough. The creature lowered its head. Noah tightened his grip. 3 days ago, he had stood beneath an awakening crystal, while other students received talents that made instructors lean forward in their seats. Reinforced body, wind blade, kinetic shield, mana thread. Ryan had awakened a sword talent strong enough to place him immediately among the Academy's most promising combat candidates. Mia's barrier talent had scored well enough to earn her a tactical track recommendation. Then Noah had placed his hand on the crystal. The light had flickered. A translucent interface had appeared in front of him. "Future credit, borrow what you have not yet earned." That was all. No strength increase, no new skill, no enhanced senses. The Academy had repeated the test twice. The result had remained unchanged. Future credit could not demonstrate a measurable combat function, so Noah's potential assessment had fallen near the bottom of his year. A mysterious talent was only impressive if it actually did something. The monster charged. Noah raised the sword. The interface appeared, not because he called it, not because he understood how. It simply unfolded across his vision. Future credit available. He almost missed a step. The monster was 3 seconds away. Available future asset sword mastery source. Noah Ward future horizon. 10 years borrow duration. 60 seconds. Noah stared. The monster came closer. Mia shouted something. He didn't hear her. One thought drowned out everything else. 10 years, not another person's swordsmanship. His own. 10 years from now. A second prompt appeared. Borrow? Yes. No, Noah chose yes. The world did not slow. That was the first thing he understood. He did. Not physically. Something inside his perception rearranged itself. The sword in his hand stopped being an object he was desperately gripping and became a line connected to his shoulder. Hip, knees, feet, and breathing. He felt the flaw in his stance immediately. Too much weight forward. Elbow too rigid. Grip too tight. His eyes found the monster's forelimbs, not claws, levers. The layered armor around its shoulder overlapped when it extended. The narrow opening beneath the plate lasted less than half a second. Noah knew exactly when it would appear. The knowledge was so complete that for one insane instant, he forgot he had never seen the movement before. The monster swung. Noah stepped. His body failed. Pain tore through his thigh. He had tried to move at the speed his future instincts expected. His present muscles were not capable of producing it. He stumbled instead of gliding past the claw. The tips caught his coat and ripped fabric across his chest. Noah crashed onto one knee. The disconnect hit him harder than the pain. The disconnect hit him harder than the pain. He knew what to do. Perfectly. His body simply wasn't good enough to do it. The monster turned. Noah looked at his sword, then his hands, then the creature. Fine. He changed the problem. The future knowledge in his head contained hundreds of movements. Most were useless. His body couldn't accelerate quickly enough. His shoulder couldn't rotate far enough without tearing. His sword wouldn't survive several of the impacts his instincts considered routine. So Noah stopped trying to fight like the man he would become. He searched through that man's experience for movements an 18-year-old body could survive. The creature lunged. Noah retreated half a step, not 3, half. The claw passed his chest. He rotated his wrist instead of his shoulder. Steel slid between two armored plates. The sword entered less than 2 centimeters. The monster screamed. Noah was already moving, not fast, efficiently. There was an enormous difference. The monster turned right. Noah knew it would. Its injured shoulder caused a slight delay when pivoting left. He moved toward the damaged side. Another slash. A shallow cut. The creature swung backward without looking. Future Noah knew the motion. Present Noah's body reacted too slowly. The monster's forearm struck him across the ribs. Noah flew. He hit a stone pillar and tasted blood. 36 seconds remaining. That knowledge appeared without him asking. He forced himself up. Mia had stopped dragging the injured student. She was watching him. Noah, your shoulder. He looked. His right arm hung lower than it should. He had partially dislocated it during the first failed movement. Future Noah could fight around that. Present Noah wanted to vomit. The monster charged again. Noah changed hands. His left-handed technique was terrible. Future Noah's wasn't. That did not make his left arm stronger, but it gave him the correct angle. He let the monster close. 1 step. 2, now. Noah moved sideways. His boot slipped. He turned the slip into a drop. The monster's claw passed over his head. He drove the sword upward into the gap beneath its jaw. The blade stopped, not deep enough. The monster slammed downward. Noah released the sword. The claw struck beside him. His weapon remained lodged beneath the creature's jaw. 22 seconds. Noah rolled away. His gaze moved over the chamber. Collapsed stone. Broken barrier fragments dissolving into light. Instructor. Mia. Creature. Sword. Wall. His future instincts found the sequence before his conscious mind did. Mia. She reacted immediately. What? Can you make one more barrier? For maybe 2 seconds. Good. That's not good. Put it behind its left foot. She stared at him. Behind? Not in front. Behind. Mia raised her functioning hand. Mana gathered. The creature tore Noah's sword from its jaw and threw it aside. Then it charged him. Noah waited. This part did not require future speed. Only future timing. Now. A thin barrier flashed into existence behind the creature's rear leg. Its foot struck the unexpected surface. The barrier shattered instantly. That was enough. The creature's stride shortened. Its armored body tilted. Noah ran toward it instead of away. Mia shouted his name. He slid beneath the falling head, grabbed the sword embedded in the rubble, and came up beside the creature's injured shoulder. 12 seconds. Future Noah knew 7 ways to kill it from there. Present Noah could physically perform one. He gripped the sword with both hands. His damaged shoulder screamed. The creature tried to rise. Noah thrust through the exposed seam under its foreleg. The blade bent. He pushed harder. Steel snapped. Half the sword vanished into the creature's chest. The monster froze. Noah twisted what remained of the blade. A shudder passed through the enormous body. Then it collapsed. The impact shook dust from the ceiling. 5 seconds. Noah stood over it, breathing hard. The world still looked different. Every line around him had meaning. Distance, balance, threat, potential motion. Mia's weight was shifted because her left ankle hurt. The unconscious student's breathing was shallow but stable. The instructor was alive. Noah could tell from the tiny movement beneath his coat. 3 seconds. Noah tried to hold on. 2. He memorized his grip. 1. Then the world became ordinary again. The broken sword suddenly felt wrong in his hand. His stance felt clumsy. The exact position of the monster's joints disappeared into vague memory. Noah's knees buckled. He caught himself against the dead creature. A new screen appeared. Loan complete, borrowed asset. Sword mastery source snapshot. Noah Ward, 10 years debt created sword mastery debt. 100% repayment condition. Develop genuine mastery, approaching the borrowed snapshot. Noah read the words twice. Then a second line appeared. Outstanding borrowed mastery remains separate from current ability. He gave a short, disbelieving laugh. Mia reached him just before he fell. What did you do? Noah tried to answer. His shoulder moved. Pain erased the sentence. The chamber went dark. When Noah woke, The first thing he noticed was the ceiling. White. Flat. No cracks. That was encouraging. The second thing he noticed was that his entire body hurt. That was less encouraging. You've been awake for 4 seconds. Mia's voice came from his right. You've already tried to sit up twice. Noah stopped trying for a third time. Hospital? Academy Medical Wing. How long? 11 hours. He turned to his head. Mia sat beside the bed with her injured arm secured across her chest. A thin brace ran from wrist to elbow. There was a shallow cut near her temple, but she otherwise looked considerably better than he felt. You okay? I'll be cleared in 2 days. The other student, concussion. Fine. Instructor, 3 broken ribs, fractured leg, bruised organs. Alive. Noah exhaled. Ryan, annoying. So fine. Unfortunately, Noah closed his eyes. The gate returned immediately. Not as memory, as sensation. The angle beneath the monster's shoulder. The pressure of the sword against his palm. The pressure of the sword against his palm. The exact instant the creature's balance had shifted, he opened his eyes. Still there. Not all of it. Most of the borrowed mastery was gone. But certain pieces remained sharp enough that he could almost feel them. Mia watched him. You went from barely passing sword fundamentals to fighting like someone who'd been doing it professionally for years. Noah said nothing. Then your body started tearing itself apart. He glanced at his shoulder. It had been fixed and immobilized. Mia continued. The doctor said your movement caused injuries before the monster hit you? Noah looked back at her. That obvious? To someone who watched you almost rip your own arm out? Yes. Before Noah could answer, the door opened. Ryan Cole entered carrying 2 bottles of water and the expression of someone who had been personally offended by the existence of visiting hours. His academy uniform was torn at one sleeve. A thin bandage crossed his forehead. He tossed a bottle toward Mia. She caught it with her good hand. He looked at Noah. You look terrible. Thanks. You fought better when you were unconscious. No, he didn't, Mia said. Ryan ignored her. Do you remember what you did? Noah hesitated. Some of it. Ryan pulled a chair around and sat backward on it. How much? Enough. That's not an answer. It wasn't supposed to be. Ryan stared at him. Noah had known Ryan for less than a month. That had been enough time to learn 2 things. Ryan was very good with a sword. Ryan considered uncertainty a personal insult. What was your talent again? Ryan asked. Noah's eyes narrowed. You were at the awakening. I remember the name. Future credit. Mia looked between them. Ryan continued. I also remember everyone laughing because nobody knew what it did. No one laughed. One instructor coughed very suspiciously. That was you. I wasn't an instructor. You were still suspicious. Mia almost smiled. Ryan leaned forward. You didn't fight like somebody who suddenly got stronger. Noah's amusement faded. Ryan tapped 2 fingers against the back of the chair. Your footwork was wrong at first. Noah went still. Then it changed. Your timing was better than your body. Your choices were better than your execution. Half the things you tried looked like your muscles couldn't keep up. Mia's gaze sharpened. Mia's gaze sharpened? Ryan said, I've fought people faster than me. Stronger than me, too. That's normal. His eyes stayed on Noah. I've never fought somebody whose technique was ahead of his own body. Noah looked at the window. The academy grounds stretched beyond it. Students moved between buildings, as if the world had not nearly ended underground 11 hours earlier. What happened? Mia asked. Noah considered lying. Then he remembered her barrier appearing exactly where he had asked for it. 2 seconds. No questions. He remembered Ryan somewhere beyond the collapsed corridor fighting his own way out. He chose a partial truth. My talent activated. Ryan's chair creaked as he shifted. And? It let me borrow something. What? Noah looked down at his immobilized shoulder. My own swordsmanship. Silence. Mia spoke first. From when? Noah looked at her. She had understood immediately. 10 years from now. Ryan sat very still. Then he laughed once. Not because it was funny, because he couldn't think of another response. Mia didn't laugh. What happened when it ended? I lost it. All of it? I don't know. Noah lifted his left hand. He curled his fingers as though around a sword. I remember pieces. Ryan's eyes followed the movement. Do it. My shoulder is tied to my chest. Left hand. Mia stared at him. He's in a hospital bed. Ryan pointed at Noah. He killed something. Our instructor couldn't stop using a broken training sword. I want to know why. Noah flexed his left wrist. The future grip surfaced. He adjusted his fingers. Ryan's expression changed. Not much. Enough. That's not how you held it before. Noah noticed it too. His old grip had placed too much tension through his thumb. This felt looser, more stable. He hadn't consciously remembered changing it. His hands simply disliked the old position now. A translucent notification appeared. Sword mastery debt? 99.9%. Noah stopped breathing. Ryan frowned. What? Nothing. Mia watched him. Noah closed his hand. The interface vanished. For the first time since waking, pain wasn't the thing occupying most of his attention. The number had changed. Barely. But it had changed. He had borrowed something from himself. And apparently, future credit intended to collect. The official investigation lasted 2 days. Noah spent most of the first in medical care and most of the second repeating the phrase, "I don't know." Why had the gate changed? He didn't know. Why had the dangerous creature appeared in a beginner route? He didn't know. Why had future credit activated only when he was about to die? He didn't know. Could he activate it again? That question made him pause. The investigators noticed. "So, you believe you can?" Noah sat across from 3 academy evaluators in a small room with blank walls. "My talent has an interface. Can you access it now?" "Yes." "Can we see it?" "No." "Can you reproduce the combat?" "Ability demonstrated in the gate?" "No." That answer seemed to disappoint them. One evaluator slid a tablet across the table. The recording was shaky. A surviving student's emergency camera had captured part of the fight from the ground. Noah watched himself step around the monster's claw. It looked far less impressive than it had felt. Then the footage showed the failed pivot that damaged his shoulder. One evaluator froze the image. "That movement is beyond the physical capacity demonstrated in your baseline testing." "I know." "Why did you attempt it?" "It felt correct." "Did future credit provide physical enhancement?" "No." "Reaction? Enhancement? I don't think so." "Perception?" Noah considered. "Maybe. Or experience. Those are different. I was busy trying not to die." The evaluator accepted that without complaint. They ran him through the awakening test again after the doctor cleared him for basic movement. Future credit remained unchanged. Borrow what you have not yet earned. No combat score. No measurable enhancement. No passive stat increase. Nothing the Academy's normal assessment equipment could evaluate. Noah placed his hand against the testing crystal for the 3rd time. The device remained frustratingly unimpressed. The evaluator checked the result. Potential classification unchanged. Noah pulled his hand away. "After what happened? Your talent demonstrated an emergency application. We don't yet understand its repeatability, cost, or long-term value. I killed something above beginner level. You also hospitalized yourself using it." Noah had no answer to that. Another evaluator entered carrying a new authorization sheet. This came from the National Assessment Office. Noah took it. At the bottom was a digital approval, Martin Voss. The name was familiar even to students. Voss had spent years helping standardize how awakened talents were evaluated, and how limited national training resources were distributed. Noah read the short directive. Continue observation. Maintain current classification pending reproducible evidence. Noah looked up. "That's it?" The evaluator nodded. Director Voss reviewed the incident. "He watched the footage? I assume his office did. And I'm still low potential. Potential assessment is not an award for one exceptional event." Noah handed the paper back. "What is it then?" "A prediction." The evaluator's answer came without hostility. "Based on what can currently be measured." Noah almost laughed. "A prediction. Of all the things to tell someone with future credit." He left the testing room with his shoulder still strapped and found Mia leaning against the opposite wall. "You waited? My assessment was 20 minutes ago. And you've been standing here for 20 minutes 7. That's still suspicious." She pushed away from the wall. "Changed? No. Your talent? My rating? Oh." She walked beside him. Noah glanced at her arm. "Yours? Still good enough for tactical track. Congratulations." "I didn't ask for congratulations." "What did you ask for?" "Nothing yet." They reached the stairwell. Mia slowed. "Are you angry?" Noah looked at her. "About the rating?" He thought about it. "No. That sounded convincing. I'm annoyed." "That's closer." He rested his good hand on the stair rail. "They saw what happened and still decided it doesn't count." Mia shook her head. "They decided they don't know how much it counts. Same result. Different reason." Noah looked at her. She continued down the stairs. "You're acting like the assessment is insulting you. It says I'm low potential. It said that before you found out your talent can borrow 10 years of skill. Why do you suddenly care?" Noah didn't answer immediately. Because 3 days ago, low potential had been a label. Now he had met the person who existed 10 years beyond that label. Only for 60 seconds. Only as skill. But he had felt him. Future Noah had been composed. Experienced. Not legendary. Not invincible, but definitely not worthless. I know I can become better than this, Noah said. Mia glanced back. Then become better. Simple. Annoyingly simple. She continued downstairs. Noah followed. The academy moved him back into the lowest combat training group as soon as his shoulder brace came off. There was no ceremony, no public reconsideration, no instructor dramatically announcing that everyone had misjudged him. He returned to the same line he had occupied before the gate incident. Ryan trained 3 fields away with the elite sword group. Mia spent mornings in combat practice and afternoons in tactical exercises. Noah received basic sword drills. The difference was that basic sword drills had become unbearable. Again, the instructor said. Noah stepped forward and cut. Wrong. Not according to the instructor. According to Noah, his heel landed too early. His grip tightened too much at impact. His shoulder rose. The cut ended several centimeters farther outward than it should. Before the gate, Noah would have considered it acceptable. Now, his entire body screamed that the movement was inefficient. Again, he cut. Wrong. Again. Wrong. Again. Closer. A faint memory surfaced. Not the visual image of future Noah. The sensation. Weight beginning through the rear foot, hip turning before shoulder. Sword following the body instead of dragging it. Noah tried. Pain tugged at his healing shoulder. He slowed down. The movement became almost embarrassingly gentle. But this time the wooden sword stopped exactly where he intended. A notification appeared. Sword mastery debt. 99.8%. Noah stared at the number. The instructor slapped the flat of a practice blade against his leg. Are you planning to admire that cut all afternoon? Noah reset. No. Then again. He trained until his shirt was soaked through. The debt didn't move again. That evening he tried repeating the same corrected cut 200 times. Nothing. The next morning he did another 200. Nothing. Noah began to suspect future credit had a sense of humor. By the 3rd day, he understood the problem. Repetition wasn't enough. He had been copying the final position without understanding why it worked. So Noah slowed down. He moved his feet first, then his hips, then his shoulders. He deliberately returned to his old movement and compared the strain. The mistake became obvious. His old cut forced his arm to compensate for poor body rotation. That was why his shoulder always tightened after long practice. He changed the sequence. The sword moved more cleanly. Sword mastery debt. 99.6%. Noah stared. That was more progress from one understood correction than from hundreds of copied repetitions. He lowered the sword. Future credit wasn't rewarding effort. It was measuring whether he had actually become closer to the person he borrowed from. Noah looked across the training hall. Rows of students repeated the academy's standard forms. For most of them, the instructor was the person showing them where to go. Noah had something stranger. For 60 seconds, he had stood at the destination. Now he had to build the road backward. That evening, he stayed after the hall cleared. He practiced the monster fight. Not the entire fight. That would have been ridiculous. He focused on one step, the half step backward that had let the claw pass his chest. Noah remembered the timing perfectly. He could not reproduce it. His body kept retreating too far. Instinct told him to create safety. Future Noah had understood exactly how little safety was necessary. Noah tried again. Half step. Too long. Again. Too slow. Again. White too far back. Again. You know that's ugly, right? Noah stopped. Ryan stood at the entrance. His practice sword rested across one shoulder. Noah looked around. I thought the elite group trained until 7. We do. What time is it? 7:30. Noah glanced at the wall clock. He had been there longer than he realized. Ryan walked onto the floor. Do the step again? No. Why? Because every time I do something interesting around you, you become unbearable. Ryan lowered his sword. Do it. Noah sighed. He reset. Ryan watched. Noah stepped back. No. I know. Again. Noah repeated it. Ryan shook his head. Your rear foot is trying to flee. That's because something was trying to tear my face off when I learned it. You didn't learn it. Noah frowned. Ryan pointed his practice sword at him. That's the problem. Noah's eyes narrowed. Ryan stepped forward. You're trying to recreate a movement from memory. Yes, but you don't know what it was responding to. I remember the monster. That's not what I mean. Ryan took Noah's position. Attack me. Noah stared. Your shoulder is fine enough to swing. Noah picked up a practice sword. He made a basic cut. Ryan moved half a step. The blade missed. It was the same distance Noah had been trying to reproduce. But Ryan's movement looked effortless. Again. Noah attacked. Ryan repeated it. Third time. Same. Fourth. Noah shortened his swing unexpectedly. Ryan's step changed. Smaller. Noah stopped. Ryan lowered the sword. The distance isn't the technique. Noah looked at his feet. The timing is. Partly. Ryan attacked without warning. Noah moved. Too far. Ryan's sword stopped near his chest. Again. Noah reset. Ryan cut. Noah retreated. Still too far. Again. The fifth time, Noah felt it. Not the future memory. Ryan's sword. The actual distance. The actual threat. He waited one fraction longer, then moved only enough. Ryan's blade stopped short of his uniform. Noah's weight remained forward, ready to counter. A notification appeared. Sword mastery debt. 99.2%. Noah smiled. Ryan's eyes sharpened. You saw something. No. Terrible liar. Ryan raised his sword again. No borrowing. I wasn't. Good. Ryan attacked. For the next 20 minutes, Noah lost every exchange. He enjoyed it more than any training session he'd had before awakening. Ryan was faster. More precise. His talent gave him advantages Noah didn't fully understand yet. But most of the difference came from something simpler. Ryan was actually better. Every mistake Noah made received immediate punishment. Every improvement survived half a second longer. When they stopped, Noah was sitting against the wall trying to regain his breath. Ryan remained standing, barely sweating. Noah looked up at him. I dislike you. Good. You could at least pretend that was difficult. It wasn't. Ryan tossed him a water bottle. Noah caught it. Ryan sat beside him. For a while, neither spoke. At some point during the week, Noah had explained the sword mastery debt to Ryan. He had regretted that almost immediately. Then Ryan said, how good was he? Noah knew exactly who he meant. Future me? Ryan nodded. Noah considered the question carefully. Better than you. Ryan looked offended. Noah continued, but not by as much as you'd like to think. Ryan smiled. 10 years? 10. Ryan rested his arms over his knees. Then he's not that impressive. Noah laughed. That was my thought too. No, it wasn't. No, it hadn't been. In the gate, future Noah had felt impossible. Now, after days of trying to reproduce fragments of that skill, something else had started to bother him. 10 years was a long time. The man he borrowed from had been good. Very good compared with Noah. But Ryan, at 18, was already closer to that level than Noah wanted to admit. Future Noah had not been some supreme swordsman. He had been the result of an ordinary future. The future predicted for someone with low potential. Ryan tilted his head. Does that disappoint you? Noah looked at him. Maybe. Good. Why is everything good to you? Because now you know where the ceiling is. Ryan stood. Noah frowned. What? The version you borrowed? Ryan picked up his practice sword. If he's only that good, catch him. He walked toward the exit. Noah called after him. You're making that sound easy. Ryan looked back. I didn't say easy. Then he left. Noah remained against the wall. The interface appeared when he thought about future credit. Sword mastery debt. 99.2% available future horizon. 1 year away. Iwa 3 years. Hoya 5 years. 10 years. He stared at the horizons. His first instinct was immediate. Borrow again? Something smaller this time. Maybe 1 year. Maybe only a few seconds. Study it. Use the afterimages. Repay faster. The logic was seductive. Noah dismissed the interface. Not because the idea was wrong. Because he understood too little. The first loan had nearly torn his shoulder apart. Until he knew what future credit was actually doing to him, using it for training felt like testing a blade by cutting his own hand. He stood. Ryan had left one training dummy in the center of the hall. Noah raised his sword. Half step. Cut. Reset. Again. The next week taught Noah something more frustrating than being weak. People now expected him not to be. The gate footage had circulated within the academy despite official attempts to contain it. Not publicly. Students always found things. Noah could tell who had seen it from the way they looked at him during training. Some expected him to suddenly reveal hidden strength. Some assumed the video exaggerated what happened. A few believed future credit was secretly a high-ranked talent the academy had failed to classify. Then Noah sparred normally. He lost to students he had lost to before. The mystery became ridicule faster than admiration. So that was a one-time thing? A student asked after knocking Noah's practice sword from his hand. Noah picked it up. Apparently? Convenient. For the monster? The student snorted. Noah reset. The instructor called the next exchange before the conversation could continue. Noah didn't mind. He had spent 3 days being treated as worthless, then 2 days being treated as secretly extraordinary. Both were equally useless. His actual ability hadn't changed enough to justify either, so he trained. His shoulder recovered. His cuts became cleaner. His footwork stopped wasting as much movement. The debt fell slowly. 98.9%, 98.3%, 98.3%, 97.8%. Not because he repeated future movements, because he began understanding pieces of why those movements worked. Mia occasionally joined him after tactical training. She was not a swordswoman. That made her useful in an entirely different way. "You're doing it again," she said one evening. Noah stopped. "Doing what?" "Assuming the enemy will attack you." They stood inside a simulation room marked with glowing lines representing obstacles, allies, and civilians. Mia had volunteered Noah for one of her tactical assignments because she needed a combat student to make poor decisions realistically. Noah had apparently exceeded expectations. "Most enemies do attack me, because you stand in front of them. That's usually where swords go." She pointed at the projected civilian behind him. "You moved to intercept here." "Yes, you could have yes. Move there." A second route appeared. Noah studied it. "That puts the barrier user between me and the enemy. It puts the barrier between you and the enemy." "Same thing." "No." Mia erased the projection. "A barrier fighter isn't cargo." Noah glanced at her. "I didn't say you were." "You didn't have to." She reset the scenario. The room changed. A simulated monster appeared near an exit route. 3 civilian markers clustered behind Noah. Mia stood 5 meters away. Again, the monster charged. Noah moved to intercept. Mia formed a barrier at an angle. The simulated creature struck it and slid sideways. Noah suddenly had a clear line to its flank. He stopped. Mia lowered her hand. "See?" Noah looked at the angle. During the gate incident, he had told Mia exactly where to put the final barrier. At the time, that instruction had come from future Noah's experience. Now he understood part of why. A barrier didn't merely stop something. It changed movement. Changed options. Changed the shape of a fight. His sword could exploit what her barrier created. A notification appeared. Sword mastery debt. 97.4%. Noah blinked. Mia noticed. Debt. He looked at her. He had told her slightly. More since the hospital. Not everything. Enough. It moved. From a tactical simulation? Apparently sword mastery doesn't only mean swinging a sword. That's reassuring. Why? Because your swinging still needs work. Noah stared. Mia reset the room. Again. He smiled despite himself. "You're becoming more like Ryan. That's the cruelest thing you've said to me." The academy suspended all beginner gate activity for 9 days after the accident. When training resumed, restrictions were severe. Additional supervisors. Shorter routes. Real-time monitoring. Students were allowed to withdraw without penalty. Noah signed up for the first available practical. Mia found his name on the roster and immediately added hers. "You don't trust me," Noah said. "I don't trust Gates. That's somehow worse." Ryan joined 2 minutes later. Noah looked at him. "You aren't even assigned to this level. I requested cross-track participation." "Why?" Ryan shrugged. "I was bored." Mia looked at Noah. "He wants to see if you do something stupid." "That too," Ryan said. The practical route was almost insultingly safe. 3 instructors accompanied 12 students. The monsters were weak enough that Ryan was forbidden from engaging unless ordered. Noah spent the first hour helping clear creatures that barely required actual sword technique. He should have been disappointed. Instead, he found the work useful. Real monsters moved differently from training partners. Their weight shifted differently. They did not care about correct form. They attacked from bad angles. One small creature leaped at him from a wall. Noah stepped aside and cut. Too wide. He corrected on the second. Another came low. He remembered the half-step. Not the borrowed sensation. Ryan's training. Actual distance. The creature's claw passed his leg by centimeters. Noah countered. Clean. Ryan watched from behind. No borrowing? No. Better. That's almost praise. Don't get distracted. They continued. Near the extraction point, the group separated into pairs to retrieve monitoring markers placed throughout a narrow side passage. Noah and Mia took the final branch. "You know," Noah said, "for someone who doesn't trust gates, you keep volunteering to enter them." "I want to command gate responses." Noah looked at her. She was checking the signal indicator in her hand. It was the first time she had said it directly. "Commander?" "Eventually. I thought tactical track was mostly support." Mia gave him a look. That's because combat track students think anything that isn't stabbing the monster is support. Fair. She found the monitoring marker and pulled it from the wall. Noah leaned against the passage. Why command? Mia examined the device. Because somebody has to know where everyone is. The answer was too quick. Too practiced. Noah waited. She glanced at him. Don't what? Make the face that says you're waiting for the tragic backstory. I don't have a face for that. You absolutely do. She put the marker into her pack. Come on. They started back. Halfway through the passage, the gate trembled. Both stopped. Noah's hand went to his sword. Mia looked upward. The tremor ended. No alarm, Noah said. Probably a normal mana shift. You sound unconvinced. I don't like probably. They increased pace. Then something shrieked from the next chamber. Not a powerful sound. A frightened one. Noah ran. He and Mia entered the chamber to find one of the academy students on the ground. A low-tier gate creature had trapped his leg beneath its body. It wasn't dangerous by the standards of the previous disaster. It was dangerous enough when 40 kilograms of claws and teeth were already on top of someone. The student had lost his sword. The creature snapped toward his face. Mia raised her hand. Noah's interface appeared. Future credit available. He stopped for half a heartbeat. The choice was obvious. Borrow. Even 1 year. Even 10 seconds. End the fight cleanly. No risk. No uncertainty. The prompt waited. Noah looked at the creature. Then at the student. Then at Mia. She was already positioning for a barrier. Noah remembered the gate. Not the borrowed mastery. The lesson afterward. Distance isn't the technique. He dismissed the interface. Mia. Left side. She shifted without asking. The barrier appeared beside the creature rather than in front of it. The animal recoiled away from the sudden light. Its body turned. Noah stepped in. Half step. Not too far. Not too far. Not too far. His weight remained forward. He cut once behind the foreleg. The creature collapsed. Noah froze. The movement had felt different, not perfect. Not like future Noah. His. The injured student scrambled backward. Mia knelt beside him and checked the pinned leg. Noah looked at his sword. No shaking. No torn shoulder. No borrowed instinct vanishing from his mind. Just a clean strike. A notification appeared. Sword mastery debt. 95.8%. Noah stared at the number. More than a full percent. From one attack. Not because it was flashy. Because he had made the correct decision. Understood the distance. Used Mia's positioning. And executed it with ability he actually possessed. Mia glanced up. You're smiling. I didn't borrow. I noticed. I thought about it. Also noticed. How? You stopped moving. Noah sheathed the sword. The injured student tested his leg. Mia helped him stand. Noah looked at her. Thanks. For the barrier? For not saying anything. I was going to. Oh. She adjusted the injured student's arm over her shoulder. What were you going to say? Mia started toward the passage. Next time. Decide faster. Noah laughed and followed. The incident was minor enough that the academy report listed it as a routine training injury. No medals, no investigation, no national office reviewing footage. No one outside their group cared that Noah had killed a weak gate creature. He cared. It was the first real fight since Awakening where future credit had been available, and he had deliberately refused it, and he had still won. That night, Noah returned to the training hall. Ryan was already there. You heard. Mia told me. Of course she did. Ryan tossed him a practice sword. Noah caught it. No borrowing, Ryan said. You really only have one line. It's a useful line. They took positions. Ryan attacked first. Noah blocked badly. The impact numbed his fingers. Ryan followed with a thrust. Noah moved, half step. The blade passed. Ryan's eyes sharpened. Noah countered. Ryan deflected it. 3 exchanges later, Noah was on the floor. Again. He stood. Again. He lasted 4 exchanges. Then 6. Then 5. Then 7. Noah didn't suddenly become Ryan's equal. That would have cheapened every hour of training Ryan had done before him. But the gap was changing shape. Before, Ryan's movements had seemed fast because Noah didn't understand them. Now Noah increasingly understood what Ryan was doing. He simply couldn't always respond in time. That difference mattered. They stopped after 40 minutes. Noah sat on the floor. Ryan remained standing. But this time sweat darkened the color of his shirt. Noah pointed. You're sweating. Ryan looked down. Temperature. It's 19 degrees. Humidity. Indoor climate control. Ryan threw a towel at his face. Noah laughed. Ryan sat beside him. So what? Debt. Noah checked. 94.9% it moved. Ryan nodded. Good. Noah leaned back against the wall. I think I'm starting to understand it. Future credit? The debt? Ryan waited. Noah considered how to explain without turning it into a lecture. If I copy something I remember, barely anything happens. But if you learn why it works, it drops. Ryan nodded. So stop copying. I have... No. You're still doing it. Noah frowned. Ryan gestured toward his feet. Half your footwork is trying to become that future version. That's the goal. Is it? Noah looked at him. Ryan continued. Maybe he moved that way because of what he learned. Maybe because of injuries. Maybe because of the people he trained with. Maybe because his body is different. Noah said nothing. Ryan rested his head against the wall. You keep acting like you saw the correct answer. I saw someone better than me. That's not the same thing. Noah looked at the practice sword across his knees. Ryan stood. I'm going home. You could help clean. I could. He didn't. Noah watched him leave. Then he opened future credit. Sword mastery debt. 94.9% available future horizon. 1 year, E3 years. E5 years. E10 years. Noah selected the 10-year horizon without borrowing. For the first time, he examined the projection rather than the available asset. The interface had never shown him a face. Only measurable outcomes connected to him. Combat classifications. Skill categories. Possible professional roles. He remembered what the evaluators had said. Potential was a prediction. Future credit was also a prediction. Just a stranger one. Noah looked at the 10-year projection. Professional hunter. Sword specialization. Stable mana development. Field experience. High. It matched the man whose skill he had borrowed. Competent. Experienced. Nothing impossible. Noah thought about Ryan. At 18, Ryan was already far ahead. 10 years from now, Ryan's potential path could reach places Noah's first projected future never would. A small, ugly thought surfaced. Then why did future credit exist? If his future was mediocre, what exactly had he been given? Alone against an ordinary life? Noah nearly dismissed the interface. Then something changed. The text flickered. Future projection recalculating. He sat upright. The 10-year horizon vanished. For a moment only darkness remained inside the translucent window. Then the projection returned. 10-year projection updated. Noah read the first line. Then the second. His breathing slowed. Professional role no longer matched. Sword classification had changed. Mana development had changed. Several categories were simply marked unresolved. The projection was stronger. Not slightly. Enough that Noah knew immediately it was not the same future he had borrowed from in the gate. He opened the debt record. Borrowed asset. Sword mastery source snapshot. Noah Ward. 10 years debt target. Fixed. Noah stared. The debt still pointed toward the original snapshot. The future had moved. He stood too quickly and nearly knocked over the practice sword. The interface remained. He selected the updated horizon. Available future assets. Several categories appeared. Most were inaccessible behind conditions Noah did not understand. But the list itself was different. Future credit had not shown him destiny. It had shown him where his old path led. Then he had survived. Trained. Stayed with Mia's team. Started learning from Ryan. Made decisions that did not exist in the path the first projection had followed. And somewhere ahead, the person called Noah Ward had changed. Noah read the new projection again. A strange feeling settled over him. Not relief. Not pride. Something far more dangerous. Possibility. At his awakening, an assessment had told him his future was worth very little. A gate had nearly killed him. A version of himself 10 years older had saved his life. Noah had assumed that man was waiting for him at the end of the road. Now he understood the truth. There was no single road, and the man he had borrowed from was already disappearing behind him. The next morning, Noah borrowed 1 year of footwork for 8 seconds. It was the first time he activated future credit on purpose. He stood alone inside a practice lane with a wooden sword in his hand. Every safety measure he could think of already in place. No opponent, no sharp weapon, no damaged shoulder, no reason to reach farther than necessary. The interface waited. Available future, asset footwork source. Noah Ward future horizon. 1 year borrow duration. 8 seconds borrow. Noah hesitated longer than he had when a monster was charging him. That bothered him. Inside the gate, the choice had been survival or death. Here, he was choosing death voluntarily. 8 seconds. 1 year. He selected yes. The change was smaller than before. No violent rearrangement of the world. No impossible sense that every movement around him had become readable. His balance simply became better. Not dramatically. Precisely. His feet settled into positions his current habits kept missing. His weight shifted through the center of his body instead of lagging behind it. The next step felt obvious. Then, the next. Noah moved once, twice. The third step accelerated into a direction change. His ankle protested. He stopped immediately. 3 seconds remained. Instead of using them, he stood still and paid attention. Pressure beneath the ball of his rear foot. Why? Sure. Knees softer than he normally kept them. Torso almost completely relaxed. The borrowed footwork vanished. His stance collapsed by a fraction. The difference felt enormous. New debt created footwork debt. 100% Noah stared. Of course, he now had 2 debts. Sword mastery debt. 94.9% footwork debt. 100% another line appeared beneath them. Future collateral status. Stable outstanding loans reduce future borrowing capacity until repaid. Noah read that line twice. He had known a second debt would matter. He had not realized the system treated his future itself as part of the cost. Seeing it written there made the decision feel heavier. Noah dismissed the interface. Then he tried the first step again. Wrong. He adjusted. Still wrong. Again. This time, his heel landed closer to where the afterimage insisted it belonged. Footwork debt. 99.8%. Noah stopped. 8 seconds had shown him something useful. It had also confirmed something more important. The 1-year version of himself had been much easier to imitate than the 10-year one. The borrowed movement had not demanded impossible speed or strength. His ankle had complained, but nothing tore. The future distance mattered. Noah spent the next hour recreating 4 steps. When he left the hall, footwork debt had fallen to 98.7%. He considered that a successful experiment. Ryan considered it stupidity. You borrowed during training. Noah had expected disapproval from Mia. Ryan was the one who delivered it first. They stood at the edge of the outdoor practice field while elite sword students finished their morning drills. Noah adjusted the strap on his equipment bag. 8 seconds. That wasn't my objection. 1 year. Also not my objection. I stopped when my ankle hurt. Ryan looked at him. Congratulations on discovering pain. Noah frowned. It worked. Of course it worked. Ryan picked up a practice sword from the rack. That's why it's dangerous. Noah stared at him. Ryan tossed him another. Noah caught it. What are we doing? Testing whether you learned anything. I just finished training. Then you're warm. Ryan stepped onto the practice field. Noah followed. Some of the elite students glanced over. They had seen the gate footage. Most had also seen Noah lose repeatedly in regular sparring since then. Interest remained, but the mystique was fading. Ryan raised his sword. No borrowing. Noah sighed. You've made that clear. Say it. I'm not borrowing. Good. Ryan attacked. Noah barely raised his sword in time. The first impact knocked his guard aside. Ryan stepped through and touched the wooden blade to Noah's ribs. Dead. That was fast. Again, they reset. Noah concentrated on his feet. 1 year afterimage. Soft knees. Weight centered. Ryan moved. Noah stepped. Better. Ryan changed direction halfway through. Noah reacted to the borrowed pattern instead of the actual attack. The practice sword struck his shoulder. Dead. Noah rubbed the spot. You changed the angle. Monsters do that too. Again. Noah lasted 3 exchanges. Then 2. Then 4. Ryan attacked his legs. Noah's footwork kept him balanced. Ryan used the balance against him and struck high. Noah blocked. Ryan kicked his ankle. Noah fell. Ryan rested the practice sword against his throat. Dead. Noah looked up from the ground. You're enjoying this, very much. He lowered the sword. Noah sat up. What am I doing wrong? Ryan shrugged. Trying to use borrowed footwork. I borrowed it to learn. Then learn. That's what I'm doing. No. Ryan tapped the side of Noah's shoe with the wooden blade. You're obeying it. No, I'm obeying it. Frowned. Ryan walked several steps away. Your future footwork assumes things. Like what? That you're stronger, faster, more experienced. It's only 1 year. 1 year is a lot if you spend it training. Ryan took his stance. It also assumes you're fighting the way the future version fights. Noah stood. Ryan continued. You keep forcing the same movement because you remember it feeling correct. It was correct. For what? Noah paused. Ryan attacked. Noah moved into the remembered step. Ryan's blade stopped against his chest. For that? Noah pushed the sword away. Ryan reset. The afterimage isn't wrong, Noah said. I didn't say it was. You keep acting like I shouldn't use it. You should use it. Ryan pointed at him. You shouldn't worship it. Noah said nothing. Ryan attacked again. This time Noah watched Ryan's shoulders instead of thinking about his own feet. The first cut came high. Noah moved. The afterimage suggested a retreat. Noah shortened it. Ryan changed into a thrust. Noah turned. His balance slipped, but the blade passed. Ryan followed. Noah blocked. A fourth exchange. Then, a fifth. Ryan struck his wrist. The practice sword fell from Noah's hand. Dead. Noah looked at the weapon on the ground. Ryan lowered his sword. Better. I still lost. You were always going to lose. Noah looked up. Ryan gave him a mildly puzzled expression. What? Nothing. You expected to beat me because you borrowed 1 year of footwork? No. Good. Ryan walked toward the rack. Because that would be embarrassing. For me. For both of us. Noah followed. Ryan returned his sword. Do it again tomorrow. The loan. The fight. Noah picked up his bag. Ryan glanced toward him. And don't borrow anything before it. Noah smiled. Afraid I'll catch you? Ryan walked away. Not yet. The phrase stayed with Noah. Not yet. 2 weeks earlier, Ryan would not have needed the second word. Noah returned to his regular training track and found half the practice stations locked. Students stood around the remaining equipment while an instructor checked allocation lists. Noah approached. What happened? New resource schedule. The instructor glanced at his identification band. Your group is on basic equipment until reassessment. Noah looked at the closed stations. The academy had several sets of mana-responsive training dummies, capable of adjusting speed and force to individual students. They were among the most useful tools Noah had used before awakening. Those are for elite track now? And high-potential combat candidates. Since when? Allocation changed this week. The instructor was already speaking to the next student. Noah moved aside. A low-rated student near him muttered, "Could be worse." Noah looked over. The student pointed toward another section of the hall. They took our reinforced equipment access too. Why? Budget. The answer was delivered with the tired familiarity of someone who had heard it several times. Noah looked across the hall. Ryan's elite group had 6 adaptive targets for 10 students. Noah's group had 2 stationary dummies for 18. Before his awakening, he had never paid much attention to resource distribution. Everyone knew stronger talents received better instruction. It was treated as common sense. Talented students could handle harder training. Harder training produced stronger hunters. Stronger hunters protected more people. The logic was neat. Noah walked to the stationary dummy. Its resistance setting was manual. He adjusted it and began the same cut he had practiced for days. The target did not react. Did not change angle. Did not punish mistakes. After 20 minutes, Noah understood exactly how much easier it was to train badly when nothing corrected him. He stopped. The student beside him had a movement talent that increased short bursts of speed. His potential assessment had been low because the talent consumed too much mana for practical combat. He accelerated into a strike. The dummy barely moved. No feedback, no adjustment. The student tried again. Noah watched his feet. Too wide. Same mistake twice. Noah almost said something. Then the instructor called everyone into formation. At the end of the session, Noah walked across 3 training fields to Ryan's hall. The elite group was leaving. Ryan saw him. No, I didn't ask yet. You have the face. What face? The one Mia mentioned. Noah frowned. Why are both of you discussing my faces? Ryan slung his bag over one shoulder. What do you want? Your training room. No. Aren't using it. I'm not authorized to lend academy facilities. Then stay. Ryan stared. Noah continued. Your group gets adaptive targets. Yes, mine doesn't anymore. Ryan's expression changed slightly. They removed them? This morning. Why? Resource allocation. Ryan looked back through the open doors. 6 training constructs stood idle. What do you want to practice? Footwork. Ryan sighed. 10 minutes later, Noah stood opposite an adaptive target, while Ryan sat against the wall eating a protein bar. The construct attacked. Noah moved. It corrected. He blocked. The target increased speed. Noah's borrowed afterimage suggested one direction. He deliberately chose another. The construct struck his side. Ryan chewed. Terrible. It was free. Noah reset. The target attacked. He moved again. This time, the afterimage guided only his balance. The decision came from what he actually saw. He survived 3 exchanges, then 5. Footwork dead. 96.2%. Noah smiled. Ryan noticed. It moved? Yes. Good. Noah blocked another strike. Do you ever get tired of saying that? No. The construct pivoted. Noah was too slow. The padded arm struck him in the ribs. He staggered. Ryan pointed with the protein bar. Your rear foot. I know. Then fix it. Noah reset. For the next week, a strange routine formed. Noah trained with his own group during assigned hours. Then he trained with Ryan whenever the elite hall was free. Some days Mia took him into tactical simulations. Some evenings he practiced alone. Future credit remained available. Noah did not borrow again. The temptation was strongest after bad sessions. When Ryan dismantled his defense. When his body refused to reproduce a movement. When the debt barely changed. A 1-year loan felt harmless now that he knew he could survive it. Another 8 seconds could show him what he was missing. That was exactly why he didn't take it. He wanted to know whether he could solve the problem without asking tomorrow for the answer. Footwork debt fell faster than sword mastery debt. 89%, 76%, 61%. Not because his entire movement transformed overnight. Because the original loan had been much closer to his current level. 1 year was reachable. 10 years remained a distant mountain. Mia discovered the second debt when she caught Noah staring at the interface after a simulation. You borrowed again. Noah dismissed it. Once. When? Before Ryan beat me. That doesn't narrow it down. 2 weeks ago. She studied him. How weeks ago? Far? 1 year. How long? 8 seconds. And ankle strain. Nothing serious. Mia crossed her arms. That's supposed to reassure me? It reassured me. You're the person I least trust to evaluate your own acceptable risk. Noah leaned against the simulation table. It taught me something. So did tearing something. So did tearing. Your shoulder apart. Much less painfully. Mia looked at the tactical display. Are you going to keep doing it? Noah considered. Probably. That's not what I asked. He looked at her. She waited. Noah sighed. Not every time I'm stuck. Better. But sometimes. I know. He raised an eyebrow. That's it. What do you want me to do? Lecture me. You'd stop listening. You'd stop listening. Probably. You useful. The room changed around them. This time Noah stood in a projected street beside 4 civilian markers and 2 combat teammates. 3 monster signals approached from separate directions. Mia's barrier markers appeared over several intersections. Noah studied them. You're blocking the northern route. I'm delaying it. That sends the second monster toward the civilians. Unless you move. Noah looked at the route. The answer was obvious. Intercept. His instinct went immediately toward the closest threat. Mia watched him. Noah stopped. What? You haven't moved yet. I'm thinking. Miracles happen. He ignored her. If he intercepted the nearest monster, the second reached the civilian group before Mia could reposition. If he moved toward the second, the first could attack the other combatant. Noah examined the barrier angles. You can hold the first one for 6 seconds? 5? You always say less than you can. I plan around failure. He pointed to the northern street. Let that barrier break. Mia's eyes narrowed. Why? The monster thinks that's the shortest path. It's not thinking. It's following mana density. Even better. He moved 1 civilian marker. Shift them here. That puts them closer. It also puts them behind the strongest wall. Mia looked at the layout. Then adjusted the simulation. The sequence began. Her northern barrier failed. The first monster entered. Noah ignored it. The second reached his lane. He intercepted. The first changed direction toward the civilians and entered the narrow path Noah had chosen. Mia formed 1 barrier behind it and another at an angle. The creature became trapped between the street wall and her field. The other combatant finished it. Simulation complete. Mia checked the outcome. 0 civilian losses. Noah looked at her. How bad? 7 mistakes. Only 7? You want 12? No. She reset the board. Before the next scenario appeared, Noah's interface flickered. Sword mastery debt. 91.6%. He blinked. Mia noticed. Again? Yes. From planning, Noah nodded slowly. His debt had begun changing in places where he never touched a sword. Mia looked at the blank tactical board. Maybe mastery includes knowing when not to fight. Noah stared at her. She shrugged. Don't look so surprised. Swords aren't complicated. He pointed at her. Ryan has infected you. Maybe your standards are improving. Mia's own training became harder that month. Gate commander candidates were evaluated differently from combat students. Raw talent mattered. So did mana capacity. But command track advancement depended heavily on decisions made under incomplete information. Mia spent hours inside simulations, where every option cost something. Save a team and lose an evacuation route. Hold a gate and abandon supplies. Commit strong fighters early, and risk having nothing left if conditions changed. Noah joined several exercises as a combat participant. He quickly discovered Mia became much less pleasant when she had authority. Noah, Western Corridor. I can help center. Western Corridor. The center is collapsing, which is why Ryan is there. Ryan. Fighting 3 simulated creatures on the central lane, called across the room. I didn't agree to this. Mia ignored him. Noah, West. Noah ran west. 30 seconds later, the central route sealed behind a barrier while the western path opened into a civilian extraction line. Noah understood. If he had stayed center, Mia would have been forced to divert another fighter west. Her plan would have lost flexibility. The simulation ended with 2 injured combatants and every civilian evacuated. Mia received a passing command score. Ryan received a simulated fractured arm. He stared at the result. This exercise is biased. Mia checked her tablet. You ignored the retreat order. The monster was almost dead. You were also almost dead. I was winning. You lost an arm. Simulated. Your obedience is also simulated. Noah sat on the floor laughing. Ryan looked at him. You died in the first exercise. That was an hour ago. I remember. Mia looked between them. If either of you ever gets assigned under my command, I'm retiring. Noah grinned. You want to command Gates? I said Gates. I said Gates. Not idiots. The humor disappeared 2 days later when Mia failed an evaluation. Not by much. Noah found her outside the tactical hall reading the result. Bad? Not enough reserve management. She handed him the tablet. Her scores were high in threat identification, civilian movement, and barrier deployment. One category was marked below standard. Combat resource preservation. You spent too much early. I know. Noah looked at her. She usually had an argument prepared before anyone finished criticizing her. This time she didn't. What happened? I committed the strongest team because the first casualty projection was too high. And the second wave was worse. She took the tablet back. By then they were exhausted. Noah remembered his own first. Gate. Use everything now. Fix later. He said nothing. Mia noticed. Don't. What? Do not make this about future credit. I wasn't. You were. Only a little. She leaned against the wall. The difference is, I know I was wrong. Noah smiled. That's definitely different. She kicked his shoe. He shifted out of range. Borrowed footwork, or maybe his own now. The distinction was becoming harder to feel. 2 days later, footwork debt reached 0. It happened during an ordinary spar. No monster, no crisis. No breakthrough announcement from an instructor. Ryan attacked low. Noah stepped around the line instead of retreating. Ryan changed angle. Noah adjusted without thinking. The movement flowed. Not identical to the 8-second afterimage. Better suited to his body. Shorter. Less elegant. His. Ryan's sword glanced past. Noah countered toward Ryan's shoulder. Ryan blocked and struck his chest a heartbeat later. Noah lost. A notification appeared while he was still stepping backward. Footwork debt. 0% borrowed asset repaid. Noah stopped. Ryan lowered his sword. What? Noah looked at his feet. The afterimage was gone. Not faded. Gone. He searched for the borrowed sensation that had been haunting every step for weeks. Nothing. He tried the same movement. His body performed it naturally. The knowledge remained, because it wasn't borrowed anymore. Noah laughed. Ryan frowned. Debt. 0. Ryan's expression sharpened. The 1-year footwork? Noah nodded. Ryan pointed his sword at him. Again. You could congratulate me. I could. Noah stared. Ryan waited. Noah raised his sword. You're awful. Move. They fought again? Noah still lost. This time Ryan needed 12 exchanges. That evening Noah opened Future Credit and selected Footwork. Available future, asset footwork source. Noah Ward, Future Horizon. 1 year the asset looked different. The target had moved. 1 year ahead of Noah now meant 1 year beyond what he had just genuinely earned. He closed the interface. The concept was simple. The implications were not. Future Credit could always move the horizon ahead. Noah could keep borrowing. 1 year. 1 year. Then another. Then another. Each loan would reveal a higher version. Each debt could theoretically be repaid. There was no obvious endpoint. That made the talent feel less like a weapon, and more like a trap shaped exactly like ambition. The Academy's new semester allocation arrived the following Monday. Noah found his name on the lowest combat resource tier. Mia remained on tactical priority. Ryan stayed elite. The list included access to gates, instructors, equipment, healing support, and specialized training rooms. Noah's clearance had actually decreased in one category, intermediate gate permission denied. He read it twice. The administrator behind the desk nodded. Your official assessment does not meet the current threshold. I've already entered real gates. Beginner routes. I survived an abnormal gate, which is why you're still authorized for supervised. Beginner routes. Noah leaned closer. I killed the abnormal monster. and sustained injuries severe enough to require hospitalization. The administrator's tone remained neutral. Noah looked at the allocation chart. Students with high potential assessments were allowed access to intermediate environments sooner. Better gates meant stronger monsters. Stronger monsters meant better combat experience. Better combat experience meant faster advancement. Noah finally understood the full loop. How do I improve my assessment without access to the things used to improve it? Performance reviews, in beginner gates, among other measures, against weak monsters. The administrator paused. Administrator paused. Submit an appeal. Does that work? It exists. Noah sighed. That wasn't my question. A voice behind him said, submit it. Noah turned. Mia stood in line holding a tactical authorization form. The administrator looked relieved to have another student available. Noah stepped aside. Mia handed over her documents. You'll get rejected, she said, very encouraging. Then appeal the rejection. How many times? Until someone gets tired. Noah stared. You've thought about this. I've met administrators. The official cleared his throat. Mia smiled politely. Noah submitted the appeal. It was rejected the next morning. He submitted another with attached gate performance records. That one lasted 2 days before rejection. The third reached an evaluator. The evaluator summoned Noah instead of sending an automated response. You understand why your classification remains low? Because future credit isn't measurable, partly. The evaluator pulled up his file. Your baseline physical ability remains average. Your mana development remains below combat track median. Your sword performance has improved rapidly, but it remains within normal student ranges. Noah nodded. All true. The evaluator changed screens. Your gate incident demonstrates an extraordinary temporary effect with severe physical cost. Also true. We cannot allocate rare intermediate gate access based on a power you cannot safely reproduce. Noah leaned away. Back. When stated that way, the decision sounded irritatingly reasonable. What would change it? Demonstrate stable performance above your current classification. Where? The evaluator looked at him. Noah continued. I can't access harder gates because I haven't demonstrated performance against harder gates. You have sparring assessments. Against students. Training constructs. My group lost adaptive target access. The evaluator's adaptive target access. Attention shifted. That is an academy allocation decision. Based on potential assessment. Silence. Noah hadn't planned to make an argument. He had simply reached the end of the circle. The evaluator folded his hands. The system prioritizes limited resources toward candidates statistically most likely to produce high-level results. Giving it to Ryan probably produces more immediate value. The evaluator seemed mildly surprised. Noah continued. But if I never get access, the assessment becomes part of the reason you're right about me. The room remained quiet. The evaluator closed the file. I cannot change national allocation policy. I didn't ask you to. What are you asking for? A chance to prove the assessment is wrong. The evaluator considered him. Then opened another file. There is one. Noah straightened. A solo development program is selecting candidates for accelerated evaluation. Noah frowned. Solo. Individual combat specialization. Higher resource access. More frequent assessment. Strong performance can bypass standard progression thresholds. That sounded almost too convenient. What does it cost? Nothing financially. No. What does it cost me? The evaluator looked at him for a moment. Your current team placement. Noah thought of Mia. Ryan was not technically on his team. Mia was. The evaluator continued. The program prioritizes individual development. Participants are reassigned away from standard mixed-track rotations. When? Applications close in 4 days. Noah left with the authorization packet in his hand. Future credit opened before he reached the stairwell. Future projection recalculating a new branch appeared. 5 years. Professional classification improved. Combat rank higher than his current projection. Individual hunter status. Elite advancement track. The system did not recommend it. It simply showed him where the decision could lead. Noah stood on the stairs reading the projection. It was stronger. Objectively, no ambiguity. If his goal was becoming more powerful, the solo program made sense. He closed the interface. Then opened it again. Same future. The next 3 days made the choice harder. Ryan reviewed the program documents. You should apply. Noah looked up. They were eating lunch outside the training hall. You didn't even finish reading. I know the program. Of course you do. They invited me after awakening. Noah stopped. You declined. Ryan drank water. My current training is better. Noah looked offended on behalf of several institutions. You could have mentioned that before I spent 3 appeals reaching it. You didn't ask. Noah lowered the packet. For me? Ryan considered. Probably better than what you're getting now. That answer mattered because Ryan had no reason to protect Noah's feelings. What about mixed training? You'd lose some. Team gates? Mostly. Mia's tactical exercises? Ryan shrugged. Probably. Noah looked at the pack. Ryan took another bite. You want me to tell you not to go? No. Good. Why does everyone say good? Ryan ignored him. Mia was less helpful. You should apply. Noah stared at her. She continued reviewing a command simulation report. That's two. Two what? People telling me to leave. I didn't tell you to leave. The program literally removes me from your team. For training. Still, Mia finally looked up. Do you want me to ask you to stay because it's convenient for me? Noah said nothing. Then you'd spend the next 6 months wondering how strong you would have become if you'd gone. She returned to the report. Apply. Noah sat opposite her. Future credit remained closed. He didn't need it to know she was making sense. On the final application day, the Academy posted a new set of practical assignments. Noah checked his team. Mia. 3 low assessment combat students. 2 support candidates. No elite combat track. Road classification. Beginner plus. Higher than their usual gates. Lower than intermediate. The assignment included a note. Resource limitations require mixed lower-tier team evaluation before future access adjustments. Noah read it twice. Mia arrived. You saw. Yes. They're evaluating our track. Looks like it. If we perform well, your group might get equipment access restored. Noah looked at the solo development packet in his hand. Application deadline. 17 minutes. Mia noticed. You can still apply. Noah opened future credit. 5-year projection. Elite hunter. Individual specialization. High combat access. Strong. Then he looked at the assignment list. He thought about the low-rated student whose speed talent was too inefficient for Academy investment. The student's training on stationary dummies while adaptive equipment sat idle elsewhere. Mia's tactical exercises. Ryan telling him not to worship the correct answer. Noah selected the projected future again. The interface showed the probable path. He closed it, then tore the application authorization strip in half. Mia stared. That was unnecessarily dramatic. They require the original code. You could have just not submitted it. I know. Then why? Noah tossed the pieces into a recycling bin. It felt better. Mia shook her head. Future credit appeared. Future projection recalculating the 5-year projection vanished. A new one formed. Combat classification lower. Individual rank lower. Noah almost laughed. His supposedly noble decision had made his projected future weaker. Then another field appeared. Projected role. Strike Team Captain. Noah stared. Mia leaned toward him. What? My future changed. Better. Noah looked at the numbers. No. That surprised her. He showed her nothing. The interface remained private, but, explained. Lower rank. Lower individual classification. Regret it? Noah looked at the assignment board. No. Mia nodded. Then stopped staring at it. He glanced at her. She was already walking toward the briefing room. Noah followed. The beginner plus gate was not catastrophic. That made it more useful. No hidden monster. No collapse. No instructor nearly dying. Just a harder environment than Noah's team was used to. The first problem arrived 20 minutes inside. A pack of 6 creatures attacked from 2 elevations. The students reacted exactly as their individual training encouraged them to. Everyone fought their own enemy. The formation broke in seconds. Back, Mia ordered. One combat student didn't hear. Another heard and ignored her because his opponent was nearly dead. The speed talent student overextended, killed his creature, then ran out of mana 20 meters from the group. Noah moved toward him. Mia's barrier appeared between them. No, he can't defend himself. Then make the others come to him. Noah understood. Instead of running out, he shouted to the 2 nearest fighters. Push right. They hesitated. Mia reinforced the command. Right. Collapse the line. The students moved. Noah intercepted one creature long enough for the formation to shift. The exhausted speed user became part of the group again instead of an isolated rescue target. 3 barriers divided the pack. The fight changed. Noah stopped thinking about 6 enemies. Only the one in front of him mattered. He stepped, cut, retreated. One real exchange. Another. The creature lunged. Noah used the footwork he had repaid. No borrowed sensation. No interface. He turned past the attack and cut the rear leg. Another student finished the monster. Don't chase, Mia called. This time everyone listened. The pack broke first. Afterward, one student looked at the dead creatures. We could have killed them faster. Mia checked everyone's condition. You had 20% mana left. The student glanced at his wrist monitor. 23. Wonderful. She pointed toward the speed user, sitting against the wall. He has 4. The student stopped arguing. Noah looked toward the tunnel ahead. One fight. No spectacular victory, but everyone could still continue. He was beginning to understand why Mia cared so much about what remained after success. The route's second challenge involved terrain. A narrow bridge crossed a dark trench. Monsters attacked from below. The obvious answer was to rush across. Mia refused. "We don't know what's on the other side. We can't stay here," one student said. "We're not staying." She placed barriers beneath sections of the bridge. Noah understood first. "You're making platforms. Temporary ones." The combat students crossed in pairs while Mia created alternate footholds below the bridge. When creatures climbed onto the path, Noah and another fighter pushed them toward the reinforced edges rather than trying to kill them immediately. The barrier geometry created angles. Noah exploited them. Sword mastery debt. 86.3%. He almost missed the change because it happened mid-fight. By the time they reached the far side, nobody had fallen. Noah looked back. The bridge had seemed like a combat problem. Mia had turned it into a movement problem. His future sword mastery debt had dropped while he spent half the encounter directing enemies instead of finishing them. The pattern was becoming undeniable. Future Noah's mastery contained years of decisions, not merely technique. The route's final monster was the strongest. Not stronger than the abnormal creature from Noah's first gate, strong enough that the team could not simply overwhelm it. The instructor remained nearby, but did not intervene. This was an evaluation. Mia took 10 seconds. "Ryan would kill it alone," Noah said. "Ryan isn't here." "Very comforting." She pointed. "Front armor is thick. Rear is mobile. I see that. You take front." Noah looked at her. "Front armor is thick. I know. You just said that. Your job isn't to kill it." Noah smiled despite himself. "Right." He moved. The monster charged. Noah met it, then gave ground. Not too quickly. He kept enough pressure to remain interesting. The creature followed. Behind it, the speed user recovered enough mana for one burst. Mia waited. Noah saw the plan. He altered his angle. The monster turned with him, rear exposed. Now, the speed user crossed the chamber in a blur and struck behind the knee. The monster stumbled. 2 combat students attacked the opening. It recovered faster than expected. One barrier shattered. Noah had a clear chance to borrow. Future credit appeared. He ignored it. The monster swung. Noah stepped inside its reach. His body knew this distance now. The sword cut shallowly across a seam. The creature turned. Noah was already gone. Mia changed the barrier angle. Another opening. Another student attacked. It brought the monster down together. The instructor ended the evaluation immediately. Back outside the gate, nobody celebrated much. They were tired, bruised. One student had vomited from mana depletion. The speed user lay on the transport floor with his eyes closed. Mia reviewed the preliminary evaluation. No casualties. Noah sat beside her. High standard. 2 avoidable injuries. Still high standard. She looked at him. "You borrowed?" "No." "Good." He froze. Mia smiled. "I did that on purpose. I hate both of you." The evaluation changed their resource tier. Not dramatically. No special ceremony. No apology from the academy. 3 adaptive training targets returned to the lower combat hull. The speed user received a revised performance recommendation, instead of automatic removal from advanced practical consideration. Mia's team earned another beginner plus assignment. Noah's intermediate gate clearance remained denied. But the wall had moved. That was enough. The next month became the hardest Noah had trained in his life. The opening sword mastery debt fell below 85%. Then 80. Progress slowed again. The easy corrections were gone. Grip. Basic distance. Wasteful steps. Obvious tactical mistakes. The remaining gap involved things Noah could not solve by repeating drills. Experience. Timing against different opponents. Reading intention. Maintaining form while exhausted. Knowing when to commit. Knowing when to abandon a failed attack. Ryan became the most efficient source of pain in Noah's schedule. No borrowing. I know. Ryan attacked. Noah lost. Again. Noah lost. Again. Noah lasted longer. Again. Noah lasted longer. Ryan blocked. Again. The difference between them narrowed slowly enough to be honest. Ryan still possessed superior natural sword aptitude. His talent supported his path. His academy resources were better, and he trained just as hard as Noah. Future credit did not erase those facts. It gave Noah something else. Direction. Every exchange with Ryan exposed a distance between where Noah stood and where his borrowed snapshot had once stood. Noah attacked. Ryan slipped past the blade. A familiar opening appeared. Noah knew it. The monster from the first gate had created the same line. Future Noah had countered instantly. Noah moved. Too late. Ryan's practice sword touched his chest. Dead. Noah swore. Ryan reset. Again. Noah attacked. Same sequence. Ryan changed it. No opening. Again. Another variation. Again. Noah stopped trying to force the original counter. He began learning what created it. Ryan's shoulder position. Weight transition. Commitment to the second step. 3 days later, Ryan produced the opening accidentally. Noah countered. Clean. Ryan blocked at the last instant. Sword mastery debt. 74.8%. Noah smiled. Ryan saw it. That one? Yes. Again. Weeks passed. Mia's command score improved. She stopped committing her strongest resources too early. Sometimes that meant accepting an ugly first loss to preserve the ability to solve a worse problem later. Noah disliked those simulations. That was why she kept assigning him to them. In one exercise, Mia ordered Noah to abandon a projected rescue. There are 3 civilians, and 12 behind the next gate. I can reach them. You'll be out of position. I can still make it. Noah. He stopped. The simulated timer continued. 3 civilian signals disappeared. Noah's jaw tightened. Then the second wave arrived. Because he had stayed, he intercepted the breach. 12 signals survived. The simulation ended. Noah removed the sensor band harder than necessary. I hate that exercise. So do I. He looked at Mia. She wasn't celebrating the passing score. You knew they'd die. I knew the probabilities. Same thing. No. Her answer was immediate. Probabilities aren't the same as knowing. Noah looked at the blank simulation chamber. Potential assessment. Future credit. Mia's command models. Everyone kept trying to predict what would happen. Then reality arrived and demanded a decision anyway. Would you make the same choice in a real gate? Noah asked. Mia was quiet for a moment. If those were really the only options, yes, I'd stay. Noah nodded. He didn't like the answer. He trusted her more because she gave it. Sword mastery debt. 70.6%. The deeper the debt fell, the harder each remaining percentage became. Noah reached a point where his technique looked transformed to anyone who remembered him before awakening. But future credit did not care about comparison with his past self. The target remained fixed, the 10-year snapshot he had borrowed in the gate, a professional hunter with years of sword experience. Noah could reproduce many individual movements now. He could not reproduce the calm connecting them. Future Noah had never seemed rushed, even injured, even while adapting around an inadequate body. The decisions had come from familiarity. Noah had spent weeks trying to manufacture familiarity through effort. It wasn't enough. Then the Academy held its quarterly combat evaluations. Noah won through movement and repeated attacks to the same defensive gap. The second used short-range mana bursts. Noah lost the opening exchange, adjusted to the rhythm, and won after forcing the opponent to spend too much mana. The third opponent was ranked significantly above him. Noah lost, but he walked away knowing exactly why. No humiliation, no mystery. He had committed to a counter too early. The other student had baited him. Future Noah would probably have recognized it. Noah hadn't. That evening he recreated the exchange with Ryan. Ryan baited him again. Noah fell for it. Again. This time he saw the shoulder. Again. He waited. Ryan altered the bait. Noah waited too long. Ryan struck. Again. Noah finally responded to Ryan instead of the pattern. Their swords met. Ryan changed direction. Noah followed. 3 exchanges. 5. 7. Ryan increased pressure. Noah gave ground. He didn't panic. There was no borrowed footwork left to obey. No perfect answer. Only distance. Timing. Ryan himself. Ryan committed. The opening appeared. Noah's sword moved. The counter was the same one future Noah had used in the gate. Not identical in form. Identical in principle. Noah's blade passed Ryan's guard and stopped against his ribs. Both froze. A notification appeared. Sword mastery debt. 67.8% for 1 second. Noah didn't understand why that number felt better than 0 would have. Then he realized. The afterimage of the counter was still there. But he no longer needed it. Noah's sword remained exactly where it was. His stance did not collapse. His grip did not loosen. He still knew why the counter worked. Because he had learned that part for himself. Ryan looked down at the wooden blade touching his ribs. Then, at Noah. Noah smiled. That part's mine. Ryan understood. The debt, still 67.8. Ryan pushed Noah's sword away. Good. Noah laughed. Ryan attacked. Noah barely blocked. What are you doing? Finishing the match. I just made one of those movements mine. One movement is in 10 years. Ryan's second strike nearly hit him. Noah retreated. Ryan pressed. The fight continued. Noah had landed one clean counter. He had not become invincible. Ryan remained faster in several areas, sharper in others. He changed tempo twice and broke Noah's rhythm. Noah recovered. Ryan attacked high. Noah blocked. Low. Noah shifted. Ryan stepped through Noah's guard and struck his chest. Dead. Noah stood still. Ryan lowered the sword. You still lose. Noah looked at him. You're enjoying this too much. Ryan smiled. But Noah waited. Ryan tapped Noah's sword with his own. That counter was yours. The words landed harder than Noah expected. Noah looked at the practice blade in his hand. For weeks, his greatest achievements had been measured against someone he might become. This was the first time another swordsman had looked at one of those movements and recognized Noah instead. Ryan headed toward the equipment rack. Noah followed more slowly. Future credit opened. Sword mastery debt. 67.8% the original target remained. So did everything Noah had genuinely earned. Available future horizon. 1 year, 3 years. 5 years, 10 years. Noah selected the 10-year projection. The future had changed several times over the past month. His decision to stay with the mixed team had lowered one projected individual ranking while increasing leadership markers. His gate results had altered combat estimates. Mia's growing role in his team had changed several future operational categories. Ryan's influence showed nowhere by name. But Noah could see it in the sword projection. 10 years ahead, his future swordsmanship was no longer merely the competent professional mastery he had borrowed in the first gate. It had moved far beyond it. Noah selected available assets. Sword mastery remained on the list. The current 10-year target was higher than the fixed snapshot he still owed. Higher, distant, tempting. He did not borrow it. Another category appeared beneath it. Mana control. Expected. Combat perception. Expected. Then Noah noticed one line near the bottom. Unknown combat technique. He frowned. He selected it. Access restricted. Future horizon, 10 years acquisition path, viable current knowledge. None. Noah stared at the words. He had never seen the technique. Never learned its foundation. Future credit would not show him how he acquired it. Only that some viable version of Noah 10 years ahead possessed it. Ryan had already put away his practice sword. You coming? Noah didn't answer. Ryan looked back. What? Noah dismissed the interface. Something new. Borrowing? No. Ryan waited. Noah picked up his bag. My future knows something I don't. Ryan stared at him for a second. That's generally how the future works. Noah walked past him. This is different. How? Noah looked toward the academy corridors beyond the training hall. For the first time, future credit had shown him an ability with no connection to anything he currently understood. Not a stronger version of his footwork. Not better swordsmanship. Not a skill he was already training toward. Something unknown. Something that existed only because, somewhere between now and 10 years from now, Noah Ward would encounter a path he had not yet found. A month earlier he had thought future credit showed him the destination. Now he understood it could show him something stranger. Evidence. Pieces of a life he had not lived yet. And somewhere in that unwritten life, he was going to learn a technique with no connection to anything he knew in the present. The question bothered him all the way back to the dormitory. Not because Noah expected an answer. Because for the first time, future credit had shown him something that couldn't be explained by simply taking what he already knew and extending it forward. Footwork made sense. Sword mastery made sense. Mana control made sense. 10 years of training produced better versions of skills he already possessed. But the unknown technique had no visible origin. Acquisition path, viable. Somewhere ahead, Noah encountered the thing that taught him how to create it. He just had no idea what that thing was. The academy gave him something else to worry about 2 mornings later. Professional field internship. The notice appeared on every student terminal before breakfast. Noah stopped halfway through reading it. Combat track students who had completed the required gate evaluations would spend the next training phase attached to licensed professional teams. Real patrol routes. Real containment operations. Real rescue assignments. Not academy gates selected specifically for student safety. Mia read over his shoulder. You're smiling. No, you are. I've been trying to get access to harder gates for weeks. And now, somebody finally found a way to make them your responsibility. Exactly. That is not the reassuring answer. Ryan joined them near the notice board. His internship placement was already visible. Elite combat attachment. High-tier supervised operations. Noah checked his. General field unit. Restricted combat authority. Low-priority gate assignments. He stared. Ryan looked at the screen. Expected. Noah turned. You haven't even seen my assignment. I saw your assessment. Mia checked hers. Command observation attachment. Civilian routing and barrier coordination. She looked significantly more pleased than Noah. You got what you wanted. Part of it. You're actually going to work with gate commanders. Observe them. Same building. That's not the same thing. Ryan glanced between them. You both realize. Internships aren't rewards. Noah folded his arms. Says the person attached to an elite unit. I didn't choose it. You continue making your life extremely difficult to sympathize with. Ryan walked away. Mia looked at Noah's placement again. General field unit might be good. That sounds like something people say when they don't want to call something bad. You'll see more types of work. Low priority work. Still work. Noah looked at the tier. Notice. His intermediate gate clearance remained restricted. The internship had bypassed that without technically changing anything. He would be allowed into stronger environments because licensed professionals assumed responsibility for him. The system had found a loophole in itself. Mia started toward class. Try not to antagonize your supervisor on the first day. I don't antagonize people. She looked back. You submitted the same appeal 3 times. Administrators aren't people. The first professional gate Noah entered lasted 6 hours. He swung his sword once. The rest of the time he carried equipment. The gate had opened beneath an underground parking structure. By the time Noah's assigned unit arrived, the combat team had already cleared the first 2 chambers. Noah expected to be sent forward. Instead, a veteran hunter placed 3 cases of barrier anchors in his arms. Level 3. Noah looked at the cases. Then toward the tunnel. I can fight. So can everyone here. The hunter pointed up the temporary ramp. Level 3. Noah carried the cases. An hour later, he helped mark a contaminated section where gate residue had seeped through cracked concrete. Then he escorted 2 technicians while they repaired a mana sensor. Then he held a light. Then another case. Then he spent 40 minutes standing beside an emergency exit, while civilians were allowed back into the upper structure in controlled groups. At the end of the shift, the unit leader asked, "Learn anything?" Noah considered lying. That professional hunters carry a lot of boxes. The leader laughed. Good. Noah stared. Everyone needed another word. The leader tapped the side of the equipment truck. Academy teaches you how to kill things. He looked toward the sealed gate entrance. Most gate work is making sure killing things doesn't become the only solution left. Noah thought of Mia. He disliked how often people kept proving her right. The second assignment was more interesting. A low-ranked gate had opened inside a shopping district before dawn. The initial monster wave was contained quickly, but the gate structure remained unstable. Noah's team entered to secure an interior route for surveyors. This time, he was allowed to draw his sword. The first creature came from behind a column. Noah saw it before the hunter beside him warned him. He stepped, cut. One clean strike across the forelimb. The creature turned. A second hunter finished it. Noah didn't chase. The unit continued moving. No praise. No dramatic reaction. Professionals expected competent movement. That was oddly satisfying. 30 minutes deeper, a second pack appeared. Noah began toward the front. The unit leader blocked him with one arm. Back. I can handle one. I know. Then why? Because if you get hurt, I fill out 6 forms. Noah stepped back. The professionals handled the pack efficiently. Not spectacularly. They rotated the front line before anyone became exhausted. Used barriers to narrow the approach. Allowed an injured monster to retreat rather than breaking formation to finish it. Noah watched. The movements weren't beyond his understanding. The decisions were. A notification appeared after the fight. Sword mastery debt. 65.9%. Noah blinked. He hadn't fought. The debt had still fallen. He almost laughed. Future Noah's 10 years of mastery. Apparently included knowing when somebody else should hold the sword. His third professional assignment finally went wrong. Not catastrophically. Professionally. The distinction became clear very quickly. A gate opened beside an elevated rail station during evening rush hour. The first evacuation happened before Noah's unit arrived. The second didn't. A secondary breach appeared 2 blocks from the main gate and cut off an evacuation corridor. Noah's team was redirected. By the time they reached the intersection, civilian barriers had already been deployed. Mia stood behind one. Noah stopped. You? She looked equally surprised. What are you doing here? Internship. So am I. A commander shouted from behind her. Lane, Western Barrier. Mia immediately turned away. A translucent wall rose across the intersection. Noah's unit leader pointed. Combat line. Move. Noah joined 3 hunters near the barrier. For 10 minutes he and Mia worked within 20 meters of each other without speaking. Her internship supervisor handled command. Mia placed barriers where instructed. Noah fought only when the creatures reached his section. The situation remained controlled until the unit leader's communication device went silent. He checked it. Network interference. A hunter cursed. Command channel? Dead. The secondary breach pulsed. 3 more creatures emerged. Then 5. The civilian line behind them was still moving. The professionals adjusted without waiting. Noah saw the difference between training and work. No panic, no debate. The senior hunter nearest him assumed local command. Barrier team. Narrow west, Mia responded. West barrier has structural damage. Can you hold it? Yes. How long? Mia hesitated for less than a second. 40 seconds if nothing heavier hits it. The hunter nodded. 30 then. Combat line. Pull back 5 meters. Noah almost smiled. Mia always gave less than she thought she had. The line moved. The creatures followed. 40 meters behind them. Civilians continued entering the transit tunnel. 1 creature broke left. Noah intercepted. Its claws struck his sword. He rotated instead of trying to overpower it. The impact slid away. He cut the inner joint. The creature dropped. His movements felt increasingly normal. Not borrowed. Not miraculous. Just trained. Another monster charged. Noah stepped toward it. The senior hunter shouted, "Ward, hold!" Noah stopped. A barrier dropped between them. The monster slammed into it. A professional hunter attacked from the side. Dead, Noah looked toward Mia. She had anticipated the line before the command came. The senior hunter noticed too. Lane. Yes? Move the next barrier 3 meters north. Mia looked at the civilian route, then at the monsters. 4. The hunter paused. Mia pointed. 3 leaves the stairwell exposed if the line bends. He looked once. 4. She moved it. 30 seconds later the combat line bent exactly as she predicted. The barrier covered the stairwell. Noah saw a child and an older man pass behind it. The commander network returned 2 minutes later. The entire incident lasted less than 15 minutes. No heroic finish. No impossible monster. No borrowed future. Everyone survived. Noah preferred it. Afterward, Mia sat on a concrete divider drinking water. Noah walked over. "You argued with a professional commander." He agreed. "That's not a denial." She handed him the bottle. He drank. Her supervisor was speaking with the combat leader several meters away. Noah nodded toward them. "You did well. So did you." "I killed 3 things. You stopped when told." Noah stared. "That is an insult. It's progress." He handed the bottle back. "How's command observation?" "Mostly observation. You sound disappointed." "Watching someone make decisions is useful." "But I want to make them." Noah looked toward the intersection. Emergency crews were already dismantling temporary barriers. "Careful." "Why?" "That's how I ended up with 2 deaths." Mia gave him a look. "I don't borrow leadership from my future self. No. You just argue with people until they lend it to you." She kicked lightly at his shoe. This time he let her. The internships accelerated everything. Academy training had broken progress into controlled pieces. Professional work mixed them back together. Noah saw injured hunters continue fighting badly because retreat routes had failed. He saw weaker teams survive stronger monsters because they maintained formation. He saw high-potential fighters make simple mistakes when exhausted. He saw low-rated support talents become essential in exactly the right environment. He also saw the assessment system work. That mattered. A high-potential fire specialist cleared an entire infestation zone in seconds, when 3 general teams would have needed half an hour. A barrier prodigy held a collapsing tunnel long enough for 40 civilians to escape. Ryan's elite attachment returned from a high-rank containment job with a result no lower-tier team could have produced. The system wasn't imaginary. Talent mattered. Resources mattered. Prediction mattered. The problem was what happened when prediction became permission. Noah's own unit demonstrated it repeatedly. Their assignments were safer. Their equipment older. Their medical support slower. None of those decisions were absurd alone. Together, they shaped what experience the team could gain. Noah continued improving anyway. Sword mastery debt. 62.4%. Then, 59.1%. The decline was no longer fast. Each percentage represented something less obvious. A decision under pressure. An angle recognized early. A failed fight understood afterward. The unknown combat technique remained inaccessible. Noah checked it occasionally, always the same. Unknown combat technique, future horizon. 10 years acquisition path, viable current knowledge. None. 1 week later, another line appeared beneath it. Associated development. Advanced combat adaptation. Noah stared at that for a long time. Ryan read the look on his face during lunch. Changed? Noah nodded. The unknown technique. What does it say? Combat adaptation. That could mean anything. Exactly. Noah looked at him. You're not curious? I am. You don't look curious. I don't make your face. Noah pointed at him. Everyone needs to stop saying that. Ryan ignored him. Noah lowered his voice. It's not Academy swordsmanship, obviously. It might not even be normal hunter swordsmanship. Ryan finally looked interested. Why? Because the system lists professional techniques separately. And this doesn't match any category I've seen, Ryan considered. Then don't guess. Helpful. You'll learn it somewhere. Future me will. Same person. Noah looked down at his food. That was becoming less obviously true. The more future credit changed, the less he thought of future versions as people waiting ahead. They were possibilities, branches. A strong decision today could create a stronger tomorrow. A different decision could erase the entire path. Future Noah was him, but only if Noah became him. Mia's internship placed her in progressively harder command exercises. At first she carried orders, then she coordinated one evacuation lane. Then two. Then a small field team. Noah happened to be present when she received her first real temporary command. The gate itself was unremarkable, a mid-level containment operation in an industrial district. Noah's general field unit had been assigned to perimeter support because several stronger teams were already inside. Mia's command group handled civilian clearance and route management. The operation should have ended before sunset. Then the field commander was injured, not by a monster, by collapsing infrastructure. A damaged gate pulse destabilized part of a warehouse roof. Steel fell. The commander pushed 2 workers clear and took the impact across one leg. He remained conscious. He could not stand. Communication remained intact. The obvious move was to transfer authority to the next licensed commander. The problem was that the next commander was inside the gate. The third was coordinating the eastern perimeter. For 4 minutes, nobody physically present at Noah's section outranked Mia's internship supervisor. Then her supervisor was pulled away to the command vehicle to handle cross-zone communication. He looked at Mia. Lane. She froze. Sir, West evacuation and support teams are yours until I return. The words were simple. The responsibility wasn't. Mia straightened. Understood. Her supervisor left. Noah watched the shift happen. A student disappeared. A commander did not replace her. Not yet. But the way Mia looked at the field changed. She checked personnel. Routes. Barrier reserves. Injury reports. Then she looked at Noah's combat unit. Your team stays west. The senior hunter frowned. Our combat order is gate support. Gate team already has 2 professional units. We were told to reinforce if pressure rises. I know. The hunter looked at the command marker on her wrist. Temporary authority. Real. He didn't like it. He accepted it. Mia turned to the barrier staff. Move the civilian route south. 1 worker objected. That adds 6 minutes. It avoids the warehouse row. The structures were inspected. Before the pulse, she pointed. South. They moved. Noah walked beside her when he had the chance. You okay? No. Good. She glared. He smiled. I've been waiting to use that. Go away. Noah returned to the combat line. 3 minutes later, the gate pressure increased. A message came through. Combat team requesting reinforcement. Dial. The senior hunter immediately looked toward Mia. We go. Mia checked the gate map. No. He stared. They requested combat support. And East has an elite unit moving in. 4 minutes away. 3. That can be a long time. Mia looked at the long time. Mia looked at the civilian count. 87 people remained in the industrial block. Most were workers who had sheltered instead of evacuating during the initial alarm. The road was moving. Slowly. Another message arrived. Gate team taking pressure. The senior hunter said Lane. Noah watched her. Mia's jaw tightened. This was not a simulation. No glowing civilian markers. No reset button. No score afterward. If she kept Noah's unit outside and the gate team suffered losses, the decision belonged to her. If she sent them in and something happened outside, that belonged to her too. Mia looked at Noah. For a second he thought she was asking him. Then he realized she wasn't. She was checking the resource she had. Noah. General field team. Barrier workers. Evacuation staff. Then she decided. West team stays. The hunter swore under his breath. Mia continued. Move 2 combatants closer to gate access. If the interior team breaches the threshold, reinforce. Not before. The hunter stared at her. That's a risk. So is leaving 87 civilians behind us with no combat line? A second pulse shook the district. The warehouse row groaned. Everyone looked. A section of roof collapsed exactly where the original evacuation route had been. Noah felt something cold move through him. Mia didn't celebrate. Keep moving. The civilian line accelerated. 2 minutes later, the elite Eastern team reached the gate. Interior pressure stabilized. Nobody from Noah's unit was needed. The decision had been correct. Then, everything changed again. A monster broke through an auxiliary service tunnel 50 meters south. Not strong. Fast. It emerged directly beside the new evacuation route. Noah moved. 2 hunters followed. The creature struck a barrier worker. Mia raised a barrier from 20 meters away. The monster changed direction. Noah cut across its path. 1 strike, blocked. Second, the creature jumped backward. Noah pursued 2 steps, then stopped. The civilian line was behind him. He changed angle. The monster tried to circle. He denied the route. Another hunter attacked from the side. Dead. Mia looked at the injured barrier worker. Medical. Noah checked the body. Arm injury. The operation continued. By the time Mia's supervisor returned, the evacuation was complete. The gate team had stabilized. No civilians died. 1 worker injured. 3 hunters moderately wounded. Mia handed back command authority without argument. Her supervisor looked at the record. You delayed reinforcement. Yes. You changed the evacuation route. Yes. You held the general team outside despite an interior request. Yes. He looked at her. Why? Because the East unit was closer to the gate than we were. And removing the West team would have left the remaining civilians exposed. The East unit could have been delayed. Then I would have reinforced at the threshold. You would have lost time. Yes, he looked toward the collapsed warehouse. And the route? Structural risk increased after the first pulse. The supervisor closed the report. You cost the combat teams 42 ranking points. Mia blinked. Noah, standing nearby, looked over. Her supervisor continued. The operation score rewards gate suppression speed. Holding your unit outside slowed the clear. Mia said nothing. Your evacuation score is excellent. So I passed? The supervisor studied her. You passed the field component. Mia exhaled. Then he added, your overall placement drops because of the combat efficiency penalty. Noah felt irritation rise immediately. Mia surprised him by nodding. Understood. Afterward, they sat on the rear step of an equipment truck. Noah handed her a drink. You're too calm. I'm tired. You saved 87 civilians. The operation probably would have saved them anyway. Probably. She looked at him. She looked at him. He smiled slightly. Probabilities aren't the same as knowing. Mia stared at the bottle in her hand. You remembered. I occasionally listen. Rare. Noah looked toward the warehouse roof. You knew the ranking would drop. No. Would you change ramp? The decision? No. The answer came immediately. Future credit opened. Noah hadn't called it. Future projection recalculating, he stopped. Mia noticed. What? 5-year projection. The previous future appeared. Strike team captain. Combat classification. Team metrics. Then it flickered. For a moment Noah expected the roll to improve because of Mia's success. Instead, several combat values dropped. Projected individual rank decreased. Professional advancement slowed. Noah frowned. Mia watched him. Bad? If you only care about rank? What changed? Noah read. Projected roll. Field Strike Coordinator Team Survival Projection. Increased individual advancement rate. Reduced. Mia leaned back. So your future got weaker because I made a good decision. Looks like it. Interesting. Noah looked at her. You don't sound offended. Why would I? Because you're apparently bad for my ranking. That's your problem. He laughed. Then another projected branch appeared. A small probability shift. Future affiliation uncertain. Team command likelihood increased. Noah closed the interface. Mia looked toward the command vehicle. The system isn't telling you what to choose. No. Good. Noah turned. There it is again. What? You said good. She smiled. Maybe Ryan is infecting me. The professional internship ended its first phase. With evaluation interviews, Noah expected a modest performance review. Instead, he received a national summons. Not criminal. Not disciplinary. That didn't make it less unsettling. The message came through the academy. Director Martin Voss requests formal talent assessment interview. War. Ryan read it. Congratulations. For what? Being interesting enough to become somebody else's problem. Mia looked at the authorization. You're going. It's not optional. It says requested. By the person whose signature has been on every one. Rejection, I've received. Fair. The National Assessment Center looked nothing like an academy. No training halls, no student noise. No banners celebrating high-potential candidates. Just glass, metal, and security doors. Noah expected Voss to keep him waiting. He didn't. Martin Voss entered the assessment room exactly at the scheduled time. He looked less intimidating than the idea of him. No ceremonial coat, no visible guards. Just a dark, formal jacket, silver at the temples, and the composed expression of a man accustomed to people arriving with prepared arguments. Noah Ward, Director Voss. Voss sat opposite him. I've reviewed your gate reports. All of them. Enough. He opened a file. Your sword growth is unusual. Noah waited. Not impossible, Voss continued. Unusual. Future credit helps. By lending mastery. Temporarily. And some kind of repayment condition. Noah's attention sharpened. You know about that? Your training reports use these thought. Word debt. Noah frowned. That doesn't mean you know how it works. I don't. Voss closed the file. That's one reason you're here. I want you to participate in monitored future credit testing. Noah had expected criticism. Not an offer. What kind of testing? Controlled borrowing. Future horizon comparisons. Physical load measurement. Debt progression. Projection changes following defined choices. Noah leaned back. You want to experiment on my talent. I want to understand it. Difference, consent. Noah hadn't expected that answer either. Voss continued. In exchange, you receive temporary access to national training resources above your current classification. That was the hook. Noah saw it immediately. Intermediate training, better equipment, professional combat labs. Possibly better gate clearance. What do you want from me? Reliable data. And if my talent doesn't behave reliably, that is also data. Noah looked at him. You still think I'm low potential? Voss folded his hands. I think the phrase is imprecise. Your system uses it. My system uses projected combat utility across defined time horizons. Students hear low potential. Students simplify many things. Noah almost smiled. Voss didn't. The assessment system was designed to allocate limited resources efficiently. It was never intended as a moral judgment. It becomes one. Socially, practically. Noah thought of the locked training targets, denied gate clearance. The speed user almost removed from advanced practicals. Voss nodded once. That criticism is not entirely wrong. Noah blinked. Voss continued before he could respond. It is also incomplete. He brought up a national map. Gate incidents. Hundreds. Then thousands. Training resources are finite. Elite instructors are finite. High-grade equipment is finite. Medical support is finite. Gate access itself is finite because not every environment can safely accommodate students. The map shifted. Several areas turned red. Statistically, concentrating scarce resources on candidates with the highest projected return produces more high-ranked offenders. Noah looked at the data. Voss said more high-ranked offenders reduce casualties. So, the system works, yes. The answer carried no hesitation. That doesn't mean every individual prediction is correct. Noah looked at him. Voss continued. Your mistake is assuming a system must be perfect to be useful. And yours? Voss actually paused. Noah waited. Voss said, possibly assuming usefulness excuses too much rigidity. That was not the answer Noah expected from the man whose system had kept closing doors in his face. It made Voss harder to dismiss. Noah looked at the testing authorization. If I agree, I get resource access. Temporary. And you get future credit data. Yes. What happens if the data says your assessment system can't classify me? Then it can't classify you. Noah frowned. That's it. What would you prefer? A dramatic breakdown. Voss looked at him for 2 seconds. No. Noah nearly laughed. He sighed. The first test was harmless. No borrowing. Researchers measured baseline movement, mana circulation, reaction time, and physical limits. The second test compared future credit projections without activating them. 1 year. Yeah. 1 year. Why 3 years? 5 years. What? 10 years. The results confused the researchers immediately. What determines the professional role changes? One asked. Noah sat inside a sensor ring. My choices. Which choices? I don't know until I make them. Does the interface identify decision points? No. Can you deliberately create a different projection? Sometimes. How? Noah thought of the solo program. Mia's field command. Choose something different. The researcher stared. That's not testable. Voss, observing through the glass, said, It is. just not cleanly. The third test involved controlled borrowing. Noah refused to touch the unknown technique. He agreed to 3 seconds of Shi-1-year mana control. The loan activated. His breathing changed. Mana moved through pathways he already used, but with less waste. No spectacular surge, no new reserves. His current mana capacity remained identical, but every unit of it felt better placed. Noah memorized the circulation. The loan ended. Mana control debt created 100% future collateral status. Stable outstanding loans reduce future borrowing capacity until repaid. Noah checked the list. Sword mastery debt, 67.1%. Mana control debt, 100%. He looked at Voss through the glass. "You're paying for my next month of training." Voss activated the microphone. That was already agreed. Good. Ryan would be proud. The researchers tested physical execution. Noah reproduced part of the circulation pattern, not perfectly. Mana control debt fell to 99.7%. One researcher leaned closer to the data. So the debt isn't time? No. It's capability distance, yes. And repayment can happen faster than the future interval, apparently. Voss looked interested. That mattered. Not because Noah wanted his approval. Because Voss finally saw what the Academy's basic assessment couldn't. Future credit did not simply borrow from a fixed future. It measured Noah against a future state, and forced him to close the gap. The fourth test broke the model. Researchers created 2 controlled career choices. Option A, higher individual training access. Option B, mixed team leadership training. They asked Noah to consider the first. Nothing happened. Then the second. Nothing. One researcher frowned. "Your projection isn't changing, because I haven't chosen anything," Noah said. "Can you commit to one for the test?" "Not if I know it isn't real." Voss, observing through the glass, leaned toward the microphone. "So hypothetical choices are insufficient. Apparently, they tried smaller variations. A possible guild offer, different equipment access, a different internship placement. Nothing changed. Future credit did not reward imagination with answers. It recalculated after Noah actually changed the road beneath his feet. The researchers changed approach. They pulled every recorded projection Noah had saved since awakening and placed them beside the decisions and experiences that had actually preceded each recalculation. The original 10-year projection. Competent professional hunter. Then the version after Noah survived, trained with Ryan and stayed beside Mia's team. Different. The 5-year projection before he rejected the solo development program. Higher individual combat rank. Then the projection after he actually tore up the application and remained with the mixed team. Lower individual rank. Strike team captain. They added the projection recorded after Mia's real field command. Individual advancement slowed again. Team survival increased. Field coordination markers appeared. One researcher isolated the changes. One relationship alters 5-year outcomes this much? Voss looked at the records. Not the relationship by itself. He pointed toward the timeline. The choices Ward actually made because those people were part of his environment. Mia would still hate being called part of an environment. The researchers added Ryan's training records. Periods of regular sparring aligned with changes in Noah's projected sword development. Professional gate exposure altered later combat estimates. Resource access changed growth rate. Real decisions. Real consequences. The projections kept moving. Not randomly. Coherently. But far more sensitively than Voss's national assessment model expected. After 4 hours, the lead researcher said, "We can't assign a stable potential curve." Voss stood behind him. "Try." They did. Every model produced too much variance because the inputs could not capture how strongly later development depended on choices that had not happened yet. Noah looked across the sequence of futures. Some versions of him had more power. Some had better survival. Some had leadership. Some had nothing impressive at all. Then the lead researcher said, "We could rank the recorded branches by combat value?" Voss said, "No." The room stopped. The researcher turned. "Director? Optimal by what metric? Combat value. Why?" The researcher looked confused. Voss gestured toward the records. One path produced higher rank. Another higher team survival. Another stronger command probability. Another lower injury risk. He looked at Noah. The talent does not define which outcome is preferable. Noah hadn't expected Voss to defend that distinction. The director continued. "Record what happened. Do not pretend the highest combat number proves it was the best life." Afterward, Noah met Voss alone again. The director looked more tired. "Your talent is inconvenient." Noah smiled. "I've heard worse. Our model assumes future combat value can be estimated from current measurable traits and known developmental pathways. And mine keeps changing." "Everyone's changes," Voss corrected him. Yours changes enough for us to see it. That stopped Noah. Voss opened Noah's file. Do not misunderstand this result. I'm listening. Future credit does not prove every low assessment candidate would become extraordinary if given elite resources. I know. Some will not. I know. Some will not. High assessment candidates genuinely have greater aptitude and will produce more value from the same investment. Noah thought of Ryan. I know. Voss looked at him. Then you are less irritating than your appeals suggested. Noah almost laughed. Thank you. It wasn't praise. Ryan says things like that too. Voss ignored the comment. Your case suggests something narrower and potentially more disruptive. What? Some assessments may become self-reinforcing. Noah said nothing. Voss closed the file. If low projected value reduces access, and reduced access slows development, then later performance may confirm an early prediction, partly because the system shaped the path. Noah leaned forward. That's what I've been saying. You've been saying it emotionally. And now I have data. That sentence explained Martin. Voss better than anything else could have. Noah left the assessment center with temporary access to an advanced training facility and no victory. Voss had not changed national policy. Noah's potential assessment remained officially low. Noah's potential assessment remained officially low. Nothing dramatic happened, but the director had written one line into the internal evaluation. Projection instability significant. Early classification confidence reduced. Noah read it 3 times. The wall had moved again. Ryan's first response was practical. So you get the advanced haul? For 6 weeks. Good. Mia's was different. He called me a variable. Technically, the researcher did. And Voss used me in an experimental branch. Yes, without asking. You weren't actually there. That's not helping. Noah smiled. Mia pointed at him. If your system ever starts assigning me percentages, I'm breaking it. I don't think that's physically possible. Then I'm breaking you. Ryan continued eating. That might alter his future. Mia looked at him. Don't encourage him. Noah stared between them. You two have become significantly worse. Since meeting, Ryan said. Good. Mia closed her eyes. The next phase of internship work moved beyond the academy district. Noah's unit was attached to a citywide gate response rotation. The assignments changed daily. An underground maintenance gate, a residential evacuation, a containment sweep through an abandoned office tower, a small rural breach where the most dangerous problem was reaching the location before the gate expanded. The variety accelerated Noah's development more than any single difficult fight could have. His temporary national access helped too. Advanced training constructs exposed him to attack patterns his regular haul couldn't reproduce. Better mana sensors made his new mana control debt easier to study. He learned that future control did not mean more mana. It meant less waste. His normal circulation bled power into unnecessary channels during quick transitions. The 1 year afterimage corrected that. Noah practiced until his mana stopped feeling like water forced through a cracked pipe. Mana control debt, 91%, then 80%. Sword mastery debt, 63%. Ryan continued beating him. That also helped. The unknown technique changed again after a difficult professional operation. This gate contained monsters with flexible bone plating. Standard cuts worked poorly because the armor shifted around impact. The professionals adapted by using thrusts and joint attacks. Noah helped. Afterward, he checked future credit. Unknown combat technique associated development. Advanced combat adaptation variable target response. Noah frowned. Variable target. Ryan stood beside the transport vehicle cleaning his sword. Noah walked over. Fight me. Ryan didn't look up. No, you always want to fight. I just finished working. 5 minutes. Ryan looked at him. What changed? Future technique. Ryan sighed. 5 minutes later, they stood in an empty practice area behind the professional staging site. Noah attacked. Ryan blocked. Noah repeated the same opening. Ryan countered identically. Again, Ryan adjusted slightly. Again, Ryan adjusted slightly. By the 4th repetition, Ryan had completely shut down the sequence. Noah stopped. Ryan lowered his sword. That's your revelation? Do it again. This time Noah changed the second movement. Ryan adapted. 3rd exchange, different. 4th. Ryan began reading that too. Noah stepped back. The wording returned. Variable target response. Ryan looked annoyed. Are you going to explain? What do you do when someone learns your attack? Change it. What if they keep learning, keep changing? What if they learn faster? Ryan paused. Then you stop giving them useful information. Noah stared. Ryan frowned. What? Nothing. You have the face. I hate all of you. The next major gate incident began with an allocation decision Noah never saw. He learned about it when his unit was told to stand down. A multi-route gate had opened beneath a commercial district. 3 teams entered, 1 elite, 1 standard, 1 lower-rated support combat team. Noah knew the lower team. Not personally. He had trained beside several of them. Students and recent licensed candidates who had been assigned together because their individual potential assessments were mediocre. The same category Noah still occupied. Noah's general unit arrived 20 minutes after the breach. Mia's command detachment arrived 5 minutes later. Ryan's elite team was already inside. Then the gate destabilized. The first report came through. Elite route experiencing high pressure. Second report. Standard route blocked. Third. Lower team cut off. Command reacted immediately. Available reinforcements were redirected toward the elite route. Noah stood beside the tactical display. What about the lower team? The field officer answered without looking at him. Containment priority. They're trapped. They have a defensible chamber. For how long? No confirmed estimate. Mia stood on the opposite side of the display. Her supervisor was handling civilian control. She looked at the route. Noah knew that expression now. Not emotional. Calculating. Ryan's elite route had the highest monster density. If it collapsed, the entire gate structure could worsen. Sending strong reinforcements there made sense. That was the problem. Everything made sense until you looked at the people left outside the calculation. A new message came through. Lower team injury count, 3. Mana reserves declining. Noah looked at his unit leader. We can reach them. Orders are a perimeter hold. They're 2 junctions from us. Orders. Noah's future credit interface appeared. He ignored it. This wasn't a power problem yet. Mia walked toward her supervisor. Noah couldn't hear the first sentence. Then her supervisor looked sharply at her. No. Mia pointed at the route map. We can move support through the maintenance branch. Unconfirmed passage. The survey map shows a connection. Shows a possible connection. Then send a scout. We don't have spare combat personnel. Noah stepped forward. You do. The supervisor looked at him. Noah, Mia said. Not warning, acknowledgement. Her supervisor checked Noah's band. Restricted combat authority. Professional internship authorization, not independent gate scouting. My unit can escort. Noah's leader frowned. We're holding perimeter. Mia looked at the map. Perimeter has 2 barrier teams and 1 professional unit. This section isn't under pressure. The leader said, that's not your call. No. Mia looked toward her supervisor. It's yours. The command supervisor stared at the lower team status. Mana reserves. 31%, 1 severe injury, 2 moderate. Noah understood why he hesitated. Moving resources toward them could weaken somewhere else. Every rescue had a cost. Mia knew that better than anyone now. She said, we don't need a full reinforcement. Her finger traced the map. Send 6. Confirm the branch. If it's blocked, return. If it's open, establish an extraction corridor. The supervisor looked at Noah's leader. Can you spare 6? The man looked toward his perimeter. 4, Mia said. 4 plus me. Her supervisor stared. Your command attachment. I can stabilize the corridor with barriers. No. Mia did not argue immediately. She pointed at the lower team's mana estimates. If the passage is narrow, combat power isn't the limiting factor. Holding the road is. Her supervisor looked at the map. Then at the professional barrier staff already assigned elsewhere. 3 minutes. Mia waited. Scout only. If the route is unstable, you return. Understood. Noah was chosen. So were 2 professional hunters and 1 support specialist. Mia made 5. They entered the maintenance branch at a run. The tunnel was narrower than the main routes. Gate growth had distorted the walls into layered black stone. Noah moved behind the lead hunter. 1 minute, no monsters. 2. A split. Mia checked the survey marker. Left. The lead hunter looked. Map says right. Old map. What? The gate shifted. She pointed at a faint line of residual barrier light on the left wall. The trap team came through here earlier. Noah saw it at Simodier. After she did, they turned left. 30 seconds later, they found blood. Then, a broken weapon. Then the first monster. The lead hunter killed it. A second came from the ceiling. Noah intercepted. His sword struck the limb. He turned the impact. Cut. The creature fell. They kept moving. The lower team's signal appeared. 200 meters. Then 100. Then voices. They reached the defensible chamber and found 9 people. 3 injured badly enough they couldn't fight. The others stood behind a makeshift barrier. 1 combatant stared when Noah entered. They sent students? The professional hunter said. They sent an exit. Better answer. Mia checked the wounded. We move now. One fighter shook his head. The corridor behind us is packed. We didn't come that way. That changed everything. They organized the withdrawal. Mia placed barriers at turns to prevent pursuit. Noah and the professionals rotated rear guard. The lower team helped carry their injured. No one was dead yet. Halfway back, the gate pulsed. The maintenance tunnel changed. Stone shifted. A section collapsed behind them. Then in front. The lead hunters swore. The route narrowed to a gap less than 2 meters wide. Mia checked the map. Still connected. A sound came from behind. Too many legs. Noah looked back. 5 creatures. Then 8. The lower team had almost no mana. The professionals could fight. Not while protecting 3 injured people inside a narrow tunnel. Mia moved immediately. Barrier at the gap. She formed a wall across the narrowest section. The first creature struck. The barrier shook. Move the injured through first. Noah stayed beside her. You too. No, Mia. I have to maintain it. You can maintain from the other side. Not through that stone. The professional hunter grabbed one injured person. Ward? Ward? Rear. Noah drew his sword. Mia looked at him. Do not do anything stupid. Very specific. The barrier cracked. He opened future credit. Not 10 years. Not the unknown technique. Not something spectacular. He selected Combat Perception Future Horizon. 1 year borrow duration. 6 seconds future collateral status. Stable additional borrowing will increase load. Noah accepted. The tunnel changed. Not physically. Threat lines sharpened. The creatures weren't just 8 moving bodies. They became timings. The first struck barrier center. Second climbed high. Third waited. Fourth was blocked behind them. Noah saw the one that mattered. Lower left. Mia shifted the barrier. A claw that would have slipped around the edge struck solid light. Again, Noah watched. 6 seconds. 5. The borrowed perception did not make him faster. It told him where attention mattered. Top right. Mia reinforced. The creatures piled. Mia reinforced. 4 seconds. The professional hunter pushed the last injured person through the gap. 3. Noah saw the barrier failure before it happened. Mia, drop it. What? Drop it. She trusted him. The barrier vanished. The monsters surged forward unexpectedly. The first 2 collided in the narrow gap. Noah stepped in. His real footwork. His real sword. One cut across the nearest leg. Professional hunter struck the second. Mia formed a new barrier behind the first 2, separating them from the rest. The tunnel became 2 enemies instead of 8. Borrow ended. Combat perception debt created 100%. Noah barely noticed. They killed the separated creatures, then moved. Mia released the barrier only after everyone cleared the next corner. The remaining monsters followed. Too late. A professional barrier anchor sealed the branch. They emerged from the gate access point 14 minutes after entering. The command area reacted all at once. Medical teams rushed forward. The lower-rated fighters collapsed wherever they stood. Noah leaned against a barrier post. His head hurt from the 6-second loan. Nothing severe. Mia sat on the ground beside him. You borrowed. 6 seconds. What? Perception. She looked at him. Debt? New one? You collect those. I have a system. That's what worries me. The lower team leader approached after medical staff. Stabilized his arm. He looked at Noah. Then Mia. Thank you. Mia shook her head. You walked out. So? So don't thank us like we carried you. The man looked back at his team. The speed talent student Noah knew from academy was among them. Exhausted. Still standing. He had helped carry one of the injured through the corridor. Noah smiled slightly. The rescue should have ended there. It didn't. 5 minutes later, the elite route collapsed. Not physically. Operationally. The monsters adapted to the suppression pattern. Ryan's unit was forced backward. Command redirected every available fighter, including the team Noah and Mia had just extracted. The field officer objected. They're depleted. The lower team leader said, we're not fighting front line. What can you do? He looked at Mia. Mia looked at the map, then at his people. No one knew that expression. She was already finding uses. Your movement specialist still has short bursts? The speed user lifted his head. 2, maybe 3. Barrier support? One woman raised a hand. Low mana? Enough for signal walls? Yes. Tracking? A support candidate said. I can map movement through stone. Mia turned to the supervisor. Use them behind the front. For what? Stop trying to make them an elite team. She pointed at the map. Use what they actually have. The adaptive monsters inside were changing. Direction after learning the main suppression route. Tracking could identify those movements. Signal barriers could alter their path. Short speed bursts could relay anchors faster than normal runners. None of that required frontline strength. The supervisor stared at her, then issued orders. Noah went back in with the second wave. Ryan found him at the first junction. You, me. Ryan's uniform was torn across one side. Blood on his sleeve. Not all his. You were perimeter. You were supposed to be winning. Ryan looked offended. We were. Past tense. A monster came around the corner. Ryan killed it before Noah finished turning. Noah stared. Ryan continued walking. Still winning. They joined the main line. The enemy wasn't individually extraordinary. That made the pattern harder to see. The creatures had begun avoiding repeated attacks. One hunter used the same fire arc twice. The third time, the monsters split before it formed. A spear specialist controlled one corridor. Minutes later, the next wave approached from above. Ryan killed 3 with a particular combination. The next pack interrupted the opening movement. Noah felt cold. Variable target response. He had seen the words days earlier. Not because future credit had told him this would happen. It hadn't. It couldn't. But some future version of Noah had learned to fight things that changed around repeated patterns. The battle line shifted. A tracking call came through. Movement west wall. The lower-rated support candidate. Mia's signal barriers activated. The monsters changed route. Ryan was waiting. He cut the first. Noah took the second. The third adapted around Ryan's previous angle. Noah changed his own. Real swordsmanship, not copying. The creature's defense moved. Noah abandoned the strike before contact and attacked the other side. Clean. Sword mastery debt, 59.8%. The fight continued. Every earlier piece became useful. Mia's refusal to commit everything at once. Ryan's insistence that Noah stop worshipping correct movements. Professional hunters rotating instead of chasing kills. Low-rated fighters contributing through specialized roles. Noah used future credit once. Only once. 6 seconds. The rest belonged to what he had actually learned. By the time the gate stabilized, nobody knew which single team had won. That was the point. The elite unit broke the strongest waves. General units held the route. Mia's command group redirected monsters. The lower potential team tracked movement, moved anchors, and prevented 2 flanking attacks. Noah fought where gaps appeared. The operation ended after midnight. Outside, cameras were waiting. Noah hated cameras immediately. The first reporter wanted Ryan. Reasonable. Ryan had been visible on the main combat line. The second wanted the field commander. The third somehow knew about the maintenance tunnel extraction. Then somebody recognized Noah. The old beginner gate footage had never fully disappeared. You're Noah Ward. He kept walking. Future credit? Mia was beside him. Keep walking. The reporter followed. Were you involved in extracting the lower-rated team? Noah stopped. Mia closed her eyes. That is not what I meant. Noah turned. Yes. Reports say resources were redirected away from that route because the elite team was considered higher priority. Do you think the assessment system endangered them? That was the kind of question designed to create a headline. Noah knew it. He looked toward the medical area. The lower team was alive. Ryan's elite unit was alive. Both had needed help. The elite route was more dangerous. The reporter paused. That wasn't the answer expected. Noah continued. Sending stronger reinforcements there made sense. Then you support the allocation? I support not pretending the people on the other route stopped mattering. The reporter leaned forward. Do you believe low-potential hunters are being undervalued? Noah looked at the speed user helping technicians collect barrier equipment even though he could barely stand. Sometimes. Because you were classified low potential. Because tonight would have gone worse without them. He walked away before the next question. Mia caught up. That was almost responsible. Thank you. Almost. Ryan joined them from the other side. You should have said nothing. You hate interviews. I hate reporters. Why? They ask follow-up questions. Noah laughed. The story spread anyway. Not nationally at first. Hunter networks, academy feeds, professional forums. The headline simplified everything. Low-rated team saves elite gate operation. It wasn't true. The elite unit had done most of the direct combat. The lower team had been essential later. Both statements could coexist. Online arguments did not enjoy coexistence. One side used the incident to claim potential assessments were worthless. Another claimed the lower team had contributed only because elites protected them. A third focused on Noah, the low-potential student who had somehow become central to another abnormal operation. Voss summoned him again. This time Noah entered the office without nerves. Martin Voss had the headline open on a wall display. You enjoy creating administrative problems. I didn't write it. You spoke to the reporter. I answered one question. 3. Noah sat. Voss changed the display. Operational data replaced the headline. The lower team contributed meaningfully. Yes. They also would not have survived the original route without extraction. Yes. The elite unit killed 71% of confirmed threats. Probably. Not probably. 71. Noah leaned back. So your system was right? In part. Voss looked at him. Your preferred answer would be that the operation proves potential assessment fundamentally wrong. No, that seemed to surprise him. Noah continued. It proves the assessment didn't know what they were useful for. Voss said nothing. Noah pointed at the data. The lower team couldn't replace Ryan's unit. Correct. But Ryan's unit couldn't track movement through stone. Voss looked at the screen. Correct. The speed user would have been rated almost useless after mana depletion. His efficiency score is poor. He moved barrier anchors through 2 collapsing corridors. Voss folded his hands. And what policy conclusion do you draw? Noah frowned. Why are you asking me? Because public criticism is easy. Resource allocation is harder, Noah thought. Then, answered honestly. I don't know. Voss nodded. Good. Noah stared. Not you too. Voss ignored him. A system cannot give everyone everything. I know. It also cannot assume early ranking defines every future role. Noah waited. Voss changed the display again. Noah's projection testing results appeared. Your talent remains an anomaly. That sounds familiar. Do not become proud of it. Too late. Voss almost looked amused. Almost. One anomaly does not invalidate a national model. Noah nodded. But repeated evidence may justify modifying confidence thresholds. The wording was painfully bureaucratic. Noah understood anyway. You'll reassess low-rated candidates more often. Possibly. Policy does not change because you had a dramatic evening. Noah sighed. There it is. Voss leaned back. The model is useful, I know. It saves lives, I know. And you continue making it harder to defend the parts that are not. Noah smiled. You're welcome. Voss looked at him for a long moment. Your temporary resource access is extended. That surprised him. Why? Your performance supports it. Not because I'm proving your system wrong? No. Disappointing. Go train. Noah stood. At the door, Voss said Ward. He looked back. Do not confuse changing your projected future with escaping consequence. Noah stopped. Voss continued. Your testing shows repeated borrowing creates cumulative obligations. Your collateral status is stable now. Noah's amusement faded. We don't know what unstable means. No. Neither does your team. No. Then learn before you make instability your next experiment. Noah thought of the first gate. 8 seconds of footwork. 3 seconds of mana control. 6 seconds of perception. Small loans. Manageable. Useful. Easy to justify. I will. Voss looked unconvinced. Noah couldn't blame him. Mia's next command evaluation promoted her internship status. Not dramatically. Temporary field authority became provisional junior authority during supervised incidents. She read the notice twice. Then handed it to Noah. You passed. Barely. Still passed. My combat efficiency score is terrible. That's because you keep saving people instead of points. She looked at him. That sounded more supportive in your head. It did. Ryan appeared behind them. Congratulations. Mia stared. Noah turned slowly. Ryan frowned. What? You said congratulations. So? Noah looked at Mia. He can do it. Mia nodded solemnly. Rare event. Ryan walked away. They both laughed. The internship phase ended with one final professional assignment, a routine gate survey beyond the city boundary. No major emergency, no public cameras. Exactly the kind of work Noah had once thought beneath the purpose of becoming a hunter. He enjoyed it. The team entered a newly stabilized gate to catalog monster behavior. Noah's job was observation first, combat second. The environment was strange but calm. Black stone, pale moss. Long corridors filled with low mana mist. The monsters were unfamiliar variants of known species. Nothing especially dangerous. The survey team recorded movement, armor, reaction to light, mana density. Noah fought only twice. The second creature had an odd defensive habit. Every time Noah approached from the dominant side, it rotated its torso the same way. He tested once. Again. Same reaction. The third time, Noah changed the angle. The monster adapted differently. Noah stopped. Something felt familiar. Not the monster. The concept. Variable target response. He opened future credit after the creature was contained. Unknown combat technique future horizon. 10 years acquisition path. Viable associated development. Advanced combat adaptation. Variable target response. Additional association. Detected Noah's pulse changed. He selected it. A new line appeared. Movement principal source. Uncatalogued hostile species. Noah stared. The survey hunter beside him noticed. You okay? Yes. Noah read it again. Uncatalogued. Not this creature. The system would not give him future information. It would not show where the species appeared. Would not name it. Would not tell him when. All it revealed was something about Noah himself. At some point in a viable future, Noah encountered a hostile species that taught him a movement principle, important enough to become part of an unknown combat technique. He looked at the creature in front of him, then at the dark corridor beyond. The future technique wasn't merely a stronger sword move. It had history inside it. A fight. A discovery. Maybe a failure. Something Noah survived long enough to learn from. The survey continued. When they returned to the surface, the city lights were visible far beyond the hills. Mia had finished her own assignment hours earlier. Ryan was already back at Academy. Noah stood beside the closing gate while technicians sealed the site. He opened the 10-year projection. The unknown technique remained. Still inaccessible. Still impossible to understand. But no longer meaningless. It was a footprint. Evidence that future Noah would encounter something the present world had not yet catalogued. And if the technique existed 10 years from now, then whatever created the need for it existed somewhere on the road between here and there. Noah closed the interface. For the first time, he wasn't tempted to borrow it. He wanted to know where it came from. And that question followed him home. The answer came sooner than Noah expected. Not the identity of the creature. Not the identity of the creature. The next place he would have to look. Regional Gate Expedition. The assignment appeared on the Academy system 3 days after the survey. Unlike internships, students could not apply directly. Academies submitted candidates. Professional units submitted trainees. Guilds offered provisional slots. Military gate teams provided limited observer positions. The expedition would combine them inside a large stabilized gate zone that had expanded enough to support several simultaneous operations. Noah read the authorization twice, then checked the classification beside his name. Conditional combat participant, he smiled. Mia leaned over from the next terminal. That's better than restricted. Significantly. You still have 3 paragraphs of conditions. I stopped reading after combat participant. Which is why people write 3 paragraphs of conditions. Ryan's authorization occupied less space. Elite combat participant. Noah looked over. Of course. Ryan closed his terminal. What? You don't even have conditions. I have one. Noah leaned closer. Ryan moved the screen away. What is it? Follow command. Mia laughed. Noah stared at Ryan. That's specifically targeted. Ryan looked offended. I follow command. Mia and Noah both said sometimes. Ryan walked away. The regional gate complex was farther from the city than any site Noah had entered before. The Academy transport reached the outer security zone shortly after sunrise. Noah had expected a larger version of the temporary gate camps he already knew. He was wrong. The expedition base looked like a small military town built around a wound in reality. Rows of armored transports occupied one side of the compound. Guild vehicles filled another. Medical stations stood beneath reinforced shelters. Supply teams moved crates between temporary warehouses. Mana towers surrounded the gate entrance in layered rings. Hundreds of people worked without any of them appearing to wait for the others. Hunters in guild colors crossed paths with military units, wearing reinforced field armor. Researchers carried sealed specimen containers. Command staff moved between tactical boards. Engineers checked structural anchors embedded in the ground. Noah stopped beside the transport. Mia walked into his back. Why did you stop? He moved aside. I thought Academy gates were busy. They are. No. They're pretending. Ryan passed them carrying his equipment. Try not to get lost. Noah followed. That's your advice. My other advice is don't die. Much better. The gate itself rose beyond 3 layers of containment barriers. It was wide enough for 2 transports to pass side by side. The interior light was not the pale blue Noah had grown used to. It pulsed deep green through bands of black distortion. A field officer checked their authorization bands. Ryan was directed toward the forward combat assembly. Mia was sent to the command observation section. Noah received a yellow marker. General strike support. He looked at it. Then it met Ryan's red marker. Ryan noticed. No. I didn't say anything. You were going to. I was going to congratulate you. Ryan walked away faster. Noah smiled and reported to his unit. His first surprise came during equipment issue. The weapons were better than anything the Academy had allowed him to use. Not legendary, not rare, professional. His assigned sword had a reinforced mana channel through the spine and a grip that actually fit his hand. He tested the balance. The quartermaster watched him. You break that. It comes out of your evaluation. Noah lowered it carefully. Understood. You look disappointed. I was planning to test it against a wall. Do that, and it comes out of your body. Noah liked professional equipment staff. They communicated clearly. The second surprise arrived during the expedition briefing. Their gate contained multiple connected regions. The stabilized outer sections had already been mapped. The expedition's purpose was to push deeper, secure new routes, gather data on stronger species, and test whether the central zone could support a permanent containment station. Noah's team would not be near the deepest operation. Ryan's would. That no longer bothered him as much as it once would have. Then the tactical display showed the projected casualty bands. Elite units received the hardest routes. Standard professional teams supported them. Lower-rated mixed groups handled mapped side regions. Noah understood the logic immediately. What surprised him was how much more complicated the real version was. A high-ranked team could not simply be sent wherever the strongest monster appeared. If it moved, another route lost its strongest defense. Medical evacuation time mattered. Supply distance mattered. Barrier capacity mattered. A guild team with exceptional close-range power might be terrible for a long defensive corridor. A military unit with lower individual rankings might be better because it could rotate without breaking formation. Potential assessment appeared repeatedly on the planning board, but so did role compatibility. Mia stood beside a command officer on an elevated platform. Her eyes moved across the board faster than Noah could follow. Someone beside him said, "First regional operation." Noah glanced over. The speaker was a professional hunter from another general unit. That obvious? You've been staring at the command board for 5 minutes. Is that bad? No. Better than staring at the gate. The hunter checked his sword. Gate doesn't care how impressed you are. The first entry was almost peaceful. Their route followed a wide stone valley beneath a ceiling too high to see. Green mineral growths cast enough light to navigate without lamps. Military teams had already marked safe lanes. Noah's group moved behind a professional strike unit. The creatures they encountered were stronger than Academy monsters, but familiar enough to understand. Noah fought conservatively. That became harder when he watched the professional fighters. Their bodies were not merely stronger. Their assumptions were different. One hunter stepped into attacks Noah would have avoided because reinforced armor made the exchange favorable. Another used mana through his legs in short bursts Noah's current channels could not handle. A third wielded a heavy weapon with the casual balance of someone who had spent years building his body around it. Noah opened future credit during a rest period. He did not borrow, he only examined. 1 year, manageable. 3 years. Several developments beyond his current state. 5 years. Significant physical and mana changes. Then 10 years. Noah selected sword mastery. A warning appeared. Current execution compatibility. Low projected movement depends on physical development not currently possessed. Noah frowned. The wording had not appeared when he first awakened. He checked another asset, combat perception. Current processing strain. High mana control. Current channel compatibility. Low. Noah dismissed the screen. Future Noah was becoming stronger. That should have been good news. Instead, the stronger his projection became, the less usable the distant version was. The first 10-year sword mastery he had borrowed came from an ordinary professional hunter. Current 10-year Noah was no longer on that road. The new projection contained years of training Noah had only begun to create. Better body, better mana. Higher level combat, more dangerous experience. Borrowing from him now would be nothing like borrowing from the man inside the first gate. Ryan found him looking at his hand. You have the face. Noah didn't bother protesting anymore. 10 years is getting worse. Ryan drank from his canteen. Worse? Harder to borrow. Because? Future me is stronger, Ryan considered. That's future me is stronger. Ryan considered. Stupid. Thank you. No. Your talent. I know what you meant. Ryan looked toward the route ahead. Then don't borrow 10 years. Insightful. You joke, but you keep looking at it like the biggest number must be the best one. Noah stared at him. Ryan continued drinking. Noah hated when he accidentally made a useful point. The expedition pushed farther the next day. Noah's team was reassigned to support a military gate unit, securing a narrow region where the terrain fractured into elevated stone shelves. The military fighters moved differently from guild hunters. No individual flourishes. No one chased openings beyond formation range. Every step preserved spacing. Noah noticed one movement almost immediately. A forward fighter was forced sideways by a monster's charge. Instead of retreating directly, he crossed behind the next soldier with a short diagonal step while the second fighter rotated forward. The line changed positions without opening. Noah stopped. He had seen that step, not in the academy, not from Ryan. Future credit. He opened the D3-year projection. A movement pattern sat inside future combat footwork, not identical in execution. Same principle. Noah looked at the military team. The step happened again. Front fighter displaced. Second rotated. Third closed. No gap. The future fragment had an origin. Not mysterious anymore. After the fight, Noah approached the unit during resupply. The soldier who had performed the movement was checking his armor. Noah pointed toward the combat lane. That rotation step. The soldier looked at him. What about it? Can you show me? Military doctrine. Noah waited. The soldier added, It's not classified. Good. You thought I meant secret. I didn't know. It means you can't learn it by copying one step. Noah almost smiled. Ryan would like him. The soldier stood. Show me what you saw. Noah reproduced the diagonal movement. The soldier shook his head immediately. Wrong. Which part? All of it. Helpful. You move like a duelist. I am a swordsman. Exactly. The soldier placed 2 markers on the ground. That step isn't about you avoiding something. He placed a third marker. It's about making sure the line still exists after you move. Noah looked at them. The soldier demonstrated. Front position moved diagonally. Second replaced. Third tightened. The important part wasn't the step. It was the space created for someone else. Noah tried again. Better. The soldier corrected his shoulder angle. Again. Noah adjusted. Sword mastery debt. 57.9%. He paused. The soldier noticed. Injury? Noah. No. Then again. For 20 minutes, he learned the movement without borrowing the future version. That mattered to him. Future credit had shown the destination first. Reality had finally introduced the teacher. That night, Noah checked the E3-year projection. The movement was still there. But now it no longer felt like a mysterious piece stolen from another life. He knew where it could come from. A military unit. A doctrine. Training. A real path. The system had not invented the future. It had simply seen farther down roads Noah had not reached yet. The regional expedition lasted long enough for routines to form. Mornings began with route assignments. Afternoons depended on what the gate allowed. Some days ended early. Others ended after midnight. Noah rotated through 3 different support formations and discovered that professional combat was less interested in personal style than academy sparring had taught him to expect. Whatever worked inside the team survived. Whatever did not was corrected. His temporary advanced resource access continued. So did his debts. Mana-controlled debt fell to 61%. Combat perception debt dropped from 100% to 88% after repeated field observation. Sword mastery debt fell more slowly. 55.2%. 54.7%. 54.7%. The distant snapshot was no longer something he could approach by fixing obvious mistakes. He needed years of experience. Future credit seemed perfectly willing to make him earn them. Mia's days became harder in a different way. Noah saw less of her. Her provisional junior authority made her useful to the expedition's command staff. At first she monitored one route. Then she began helping coordinate transfers between 2 mixed units. Later, a professional commander assigned her live evacuation exercise, involving actual support teams rather than simulated markers. Noah learned about it because she missed dinner, then breakfast. He found her near the command tents at noon with 3 tablets open beside her. You live here now? Apparently, you missed food. I ate. When? She paused. That is an invasive question. Noah handed her a wrapped meal. Mia took it. Thank you. You could say good. I refuse. He looked at the tactical display. 3 routes. Medical points. Barrier reserves. You're doing real command work. Small pieces. Still. Mia unwrapped the meal. A message arrived on one tablet. She read it while eating. Noah watched for a moment. Then said, You're happy. She looked up. I'm exhausted. Didn't say you weren't. Mia returned to the screen. A little later, she said. One of the regional commanders recommended me. For what? She hesitated. That got Noah's attention. A formal command development placement. He smiled. That's what you wanted. It's not at the academy. So? It would change my training rotation. Noah understood. How much? Most field work would move here or to other regional command sites, and our team, less often. The answer bothered him immediately. He disliked that too. Not enough to lie. You should take it. Mia looked at him. You answered fast. You want me to say don't? No. Then take it. You don't even know the schedule. You want to become a gate commander. Eventually. This sounds like the road. She looked toward the gate complex. It might be. Noah leaned against the table. Then why are you hesitating? Mia was quiet. Because I like our team. Noah looked at her. She kept her attention on the meal. He said, the team isn't going anywhere. You don't know that. No. Future credit had taught him that much. Nothing stayed guaranteed. He continued. But staying because you don't want something to change would be a terrible reason. Mia looked at him. You've become annoyingly reasonable. Professional internship. Must be the boxes. Very educational. She smiled. Noah almost opened future credit. He stopped himself. He did not need to know what her decision did to his 5-year projection. This was her decision, not his future metric. Mia noticed his hand lower. You were going to check. Yes. And? Didn't. Why? Noah shrugged. Didn't seem like my answer. Mia looked at him for a long moment. Then she returned to her meal. I haven't accepted yet. Okay. But I probably will. Good. She stared. Noah smiled. Ryan is infecting me too. Her recommendation became official 2 days later. She accepted. Nothing dramatic happened. No farewell. No sudden separation. Her current expedition duties remained unchanged, but the next training phase would not place her beside Noah every day. Noah disliked the idea more after it became real. He still thought she had made the correct choice. Both things could be true. Future credit recalculated that evening. He opened it only after the notification appeared. 5-year projection shifted. Field coordination likelihood changed. Team composition became less certain. Individual advancement rose slightly. Noah stared. Mia, spending less daily time beside him, apparently improved one version of his personal combat development. The system did not care whether he found that irritating. He closed it. The next morning, Ryan found him early in the training area. Fight. Noah blinked. Good morning. Fight. You criticize my social skills. I don't. Someone should. Ryan tossed him a practice sword. Noah caught it. They began. Ryan had improved. That was becoming a problem. Noah's progress felt dramatic because future credit gave him measurements. Ryan had no interface, no debt percentages, no future snapshots. He simply trained, fought stronger people, received corrections, changed. His sword had become sharper in the weeks since the expedition began. Not physically, in decision. He committed later, recovered faster, stopped wasting strikes Noah used to exploit. Noah blocked one exchange, lost the next, moved through the military rotation step. Ryan interrupted it. Wrong situation. Noah reset. I know. Then why use it? Testing. Test later. Ryan attacked. Noah survived 6 exchanges. Then 8. Ryan changed tempo and struck Noah's shoulder. Dead. They reset. Noah attacked first. Ryan's defense adjusted. Noah changed his second cut. Ryan still caught it. Again, Noah altered the opening. Again, Ryan learned. By the 5th attempt, Noah stopped using the sequence entirely. Ryan smiled slightly. What? Nothing. You smiled. You finally stopped insisting. Noah lowered the sword. Ryan continued. You learn faster now. Future credit. No. Noah looked at him. Ryan tapped the practice sword against Noah's. That helps? Then he pointed to Noah's head. But you stopped treating every correction like a rule. Noah considered that. Ryan attacked without warning. Noah barely moved. The blade stopped beside his neck. Still slow. Noah shoved him away. The expedition's first deep route assignment arrived on the 6th week. Noah was not selected for the primary team. Ryan was. No surprise. What surprised Noah was his own reaction. He no longer immediately felt cheated. The route was dangerous. Ryan was better suited. That didn't mean Noah wanted to stay behind. So when support authority was requested, he volunteered. His professional evaluation allowed it. The route descended through a region unlike the outer gate. The green light disappeared. Walls became pale gray stone veined with black mineral threads. Mana density increased enough that Noah felt pressure behind his eyes. Professional hunters adjusted their circulation immediately. Noah did too. The 1-year mana control afterimage helped. Not enough to make him comfortable. Enough to stop wasting energy fighting the environment. Mana control debt. 57%. They reached the first encounter chamber after 40 minutes. The monsters there were wrong. Not powerful in the obvious sense. Thin bodies, long forelimbs, layered joints. They moved close to the ground. The military scout signaled halt. One creature stepped into view. Noah's future credit interface flickered. He froze. Unknown Combat Technique Association updated movement principle source. Hostile species match. Partial. Noah looked at the creature. His pulse quickened. This, not the full answer. A partial source. The thing moved. A professional hunter attack. The creature did not dodge away. It folded. Its front limb bent at an angle Noah's eyes initially rejected. The sword passed through empty space. Then the creature's body unfolded from the other side. The hunter blocked the counter. Ryan moved in. One precise cut. The creature twisted again. Ryan's blade struck armor instead of the joint. His expression changed. The monster moved strangely because its body did not preserve the same combat geometry humans expected. It could collapse one side while redirecting weight through another. Noah opened the Future Association for half a second. No technique? No instructions. Only the source link. Future Noah had learned something from this kind of movement. Noah closed the interface. "Watch the hips," he said. Ryan glanced at him. "It doesn't use them normally." "Exactly." The creature attacked. Ryan avoided the first limb. Noah watched the body. The visible strike was not the important movement. Weight shifted through the rear joint first. Left. Ryan changed. A hidden limb crossed where he had been. The professional hunter attacked from the opposite side. The creature folded. Noah saw it. Not a dodge. Redistribution. The creature created space by sacrificing normal posture. Noah moved. He lowered his center far more than Academy form recommended, and cut from an ugly angle. The creature tried to fold away. Noah changed the strike halfway through. The blade caught the inner limb. Ryan finished it. Silence lasted 1 second. Ryan looked at Noah. "That was terrible. It worked. Your form was disgusting. Still worked." The professional hunter looked at the dead creature. "Do that against a normal opponent, and you'll lose your head." Noah nodded. "I know." That was the point. The creature's movement worked because its body made the movement valid. Future Noah had not simply copied monsters. He had learned principles, then rebuilt them for himself. The expedition team contained the remaining creatures rather than killing all of them. Researchers wanted specimens. Noah wanted to watch. He spent nearly an hour studying how they moved inside reinforced barriers. One creature repeatedly compressed its stance before changing direction. Noah mimicked the idea carefully. Not the body position. Impossible. The principle. Temporarily remove expected structure. Create movement from a place the opponent does not read as ready. Sword mastery debt. 51.6%. He stared. Ryan saw. That much? 2.5%. From ugly footwork? Apparently. Ryan looked at the creature. Future technique? Part of its history? Ryan understood more quickly now. Future, you learned from these. Something like these. Noah opened the association. Partial match. Not exact. The truly uncatalogued species still lay elsewhere on some future path. But this was close enough to confirm the idea. Enemies could become teachers. That thought should have felt strange. Instead, it fit future credit perfectly. The system did not care where mastery came from. Only whether Noah genuinely earned it. The expedition advanced. The deeper roots introduced stronger monsters and more specialized teams. Noah saw professional swordsmanship that made Ryan look young. He saw military barrier formations Mia studied for hours afterward. He watched guild hunters use equipment worth more than his academy training hall. For the first time, Noah understood how far the world extended beyond student rankings. At the academy, Ryan had looked near the top. Here, he was a talented 18-year-old standing among adults who had survived gates for years. Ryan loved it. Noah noticed during a break. "You're smiling." Ryan stopped. "No." Noah looked around. "I've heard that before." Ryan ignored him. A senior professional swordsman had corrected Ryan twice that morning. Both times Ryan had listened without arguing. Noah found this deeply suspicious. "You respect him." Ryan looked offended. "I respect you." "No, you don't." "Occasionally." "That's worse." Ryan checked his sword. Noah sat beside him. "Does it bother you?" "What? Being this far behind?" Ryan looked toward the senior team. "No." Noah waited. Ryan continued. "It means there's something to learn." That was it. No existential problem. No future projection. No fear that the path might disappear. Ryan saw somebody better and wanted to catch them. Noah envied the simplicity. Then Ryan added, "Why? Does it bother you?" "Yes, good." Noah threw a cloth at him. Voss arrived at the expedition 2 days later. He was not there for Noah. That almost felt insulting. National assessment representatives were reviewing resource distribution before the expedition expanded into another deep region. Noah saw Voss during a command briefing and avoided him. Voss found him afterward anyway. Ward. Noah stopped. "Director, your field evaluations improved. You came all this way to compliment me." "No, more familiar." Voss looked toward the gate. "How is collateral?" "Stable." "Debts?" Noah listed Noah. "Them." Sword Mastery 51-6, Mana Control 54, Combat Perception 81. Voss frowned. "You added perception after testing, the 1-year snapshot. 6 seconds. You say that as if duration is the only relevant variable. It was 1 year. That was not my point." Noah smiled. Voss continued walking. Noah followed. They passed a row of transport vehicles being prepared for the next operation. Noah looked toward the elite equipment section. Then the general supply lines. "Can I ask you something?" "You usually do without permission. Why are you so certain concentrating resources is worth it?" Voss looked at him. "You know the statistical answer." "I know the answer you give in." "Offices." Voss kept walking. Noah expected him to refuse. Instead, he said, "Because I watched the alternative fail." Noah became quiet. Voss stopped near the edge of the command zone. Years earlier, before the current assessment structure became standard, gate response development had been less centralized. Training resources were distributed more evenly. That sounded fair. In some ways, Voss said, it had been. Then a large gate catastrophe occurred. Multiple regions required simultaneous high-rank response. Too few teams were prepared for the strongest threats. Specialized resources had been spread across too many developing candidates. Several potentially elite teams had never received enough concentrated training to reach the level the crisis required. The weaker teams were brave. The distribution had been fairer. People still died. Noah listened. Voss did not turn the memory into a speech. He gave no dramatic names, no personal tragedy. Only the conclusion he had taken from it. Afterward, Voss said, "We changed how resources were allocated. Toward high-potential candidates, yes. And casualty rates improved, yes." Noah looked toward the gate. "So you saw one system fail and built the opposite." Voss looked at him, an oversimplification. Voss looked at him. "But not wrong. No." That surprised Noah. Voss continued. "The problem with reform is that every correction creates new failure modes." Noah thought of the low-rated team in the commercial gate. The old system wasted resources. Sometimes, the new one wastes people. Voss's expression hardened slightly. Sometimes. Noah hadn't expected agreement. It made the next part harder. Then why not change it faster? Because systems protecting millions cannot be rebuilt at the speed of one person's moral certainty. Noah almost argued. Voss continued. "You have seen several cases where reassessment would help. I've seen years of national data where concentrated investment creates defenders capable of stopping threats ordinary teams cannot." He pointed toward the deep route board. "Ryan's unit is there because he can contribute at that level now." Ian's unit is there because he can contribute at that level now." "No. If I remove resources from candidates like him to fund every uncertain possibility equally, I recreate the weakness the current model was built to solve." Noah looked at him. "Then what's the answer?" "If I knew, policy would already be written." That was irritating. Also honest. Voss resumed walking. "But your existence has changed the question." Noah followed. "How?" "The old model asks who is likely to become strong." Voss glanced at him. "Your talent keeps demonstrating that probability is partly responsive to opportunity, environment, and choice." Noah nodded. So perhaps the better question is not only who deserves investment." Voss looked toward the mixed training fields. "But when an early prediction should be allowed to stop controlling access." Noah was quiet. That was more change than he expected from Voss. Not enough to satisfy him. Enough to matter. Voss left the expedition the next morning. He did not announce reform. Noah had learned not to expect dramatic conversions from people who thought in national models. Mia's next command assignment went badly, not because she made the wrong decision. Because the gate did not cooperate. She coordinated a route transfer while 2 professional teams changed sectors. Halfway through, a mana surge disabled one communication relay. Information arrived late. A barrier unit moved to the wrong junction. A monster group crossed the gap. No civilians were present, but 3 hunters were injured before the line stabilized. Mia spent the aftermath reviewing the sequence. Noah found her after midnight. She sat alone beneath a portable light with the tactical record open. You missed dinner again. I ate. When? She looked at him. No. Progress. Noah sat beside her. For several minutes, neither spoke. Mia replayed the route. Communication fails. Unit moves. Gap opens. Monster crosses. Again. Noah watched twice. Your order was correct with the information you had. I know. Then why are you still watching? Because next time the information might be wrong again. Noah looked at her. Mia froze the map. Command isn't solving the situation you're shown. She tapped the delayed communication marker. It's deciding while knowing part of what you're seeing may already be outdated. Noah thought of future credit. A projection based on current information. A future that changed when the road changed. Sounds familiar. Mia glanced at him. Don't make this about your system. I was only going to make it slightly about my system. Denied. He smiled. She looked at the map again. Noah said, You still taking the command placement? Yes. Good. Mia closed the file. You're getting repetitive. Ryan's fault. They sat for another minute. Then Mia said, You're going deeper tomorrow. Noah looked at her. How do you know? I see the assignments before you. Abuse of authority. Efficient use. He smiled. Mia's voice became more serious. Your route is near the new adaptive species zone. Noah knew. He had read the preliminary report. Monsters in that section were displaying behaviors similar to the commercial gate creatures. Not merely reacting. Adjusting. Ryan's team too? Yes? Then we'll be fine. Mia looked at him. That's not an answer. Noah knew what she meant. Would he borrow if the fight went badly? He checked his debts without opening the interface. Sword mastery. Mana control. Perception. Collateral stable. He could still borrow. The system had not stopped him. I won't reach 10 years. Mia waited. If I need something, shorter horizon. That wasn't the question either. No. He looked at her. I'll use it if I think I need it. Mia did not like that. She accepted it. Then don't decide you need it just because the fight gets ugly. Noah remembered the first gate, the automatic instinct. Tomorrow can pay. I know. Mia stood. Come back? Noah looked up. Command order? No. She walked away. That made the words heavier. The adaptive species zone was quiet when the strike teams entered. Too quiet for a region containing enough monster activity to justify 2 elite units and 3 support teams. Noah moved with the second line. Ryan was 40 meters ahead. Military scouts led. The first carcass appeared near a stone ridge. Not human, monster. Killed by another monster. The researchers stopped. The body had been opened along the neck. No feeding marks. No territorial damage. Just a precise wound. The field leaders signaled caution. They moved. The second carcass had a different wound. Crushed joint. The third had been killed through the eye. Noah felt the pattern before he understood it. Different methods. Same result. Something here had not repeated itself. Future credit flickered. Unknown Combat Technique Association strength increased. Noah closed it immediately. Not now. The first living creature attacked from above. Ryan moved first. His blade cut across the front limb. The creature retreated. A professional spear struck the body. The monster twisted away. Fire followed. It escaped that too. Then Noah saw the eyes. Not wild. Tracking. The creature looked at Ryan's sword. Then the spear. Then the fire hunter. It attacked the fire user. Barrier. Blocked. It retreated again. Noah's unit tightened formation. The monster came back. Ryan used the same opening cut. This time, the creature was ready. Its armor shifted before the blade arrived. Steel glanced away. Ryan changed instantly. Second cut. The monster partially avoided that too. Noah felt cold. This was not the crude group adaptation from the commercial gate. That had been patterned behavior across waves. This creature was learning Ryan, in real time. The spear hunter attacked. First thrust struck. Second grazed. Third missed completely. The monster had changed its stance. Stop repeating, Noah shouted. The field leader heard him. Explain. It learns the attack. The leader looked at the creature. Ryan already understood. He changed his grip. The monster hesitated. Good. Unfamiliar information. Ryan attacked with a shorter cut. Hit. The spear hunter changed to a sweeping strike. Hit. Fire came from the ground instead of forward. Hit. The creature screamed. Then its body changed again. Armor plates shifted. Limbs lowered. It had not merely memorized techniques. It was reorganizing defense around them. The field leader ordered rotation. Fresh fighters moved forward. The creature immediately became less effective. New movements, new rhythms, no data. Noah understood the counter. Do not let it finish learning one person. The first creature died after 6 fighters rotated through. Then 3 more appeared. The problem multiplied. Each learned independently. One adapted to Ryan. One adapted to the military line. One began predicting barrier placement. The battlefield became a contest over information. Every successful attack became less useful the next time. Noah fought the third creature. His first cut landed. Second was blocked. He abandoned the third before committing. The monster reacted anyway. It moved to counter an attack Noah did not finish. Noah saw the opening created by expectation. He changed direction. Hit. The creature spun. Noah stepped back. Do not teach it a full sequence. Ryan appeared beside him. I have this one. It knows your opening. Then I won't use it. They attacked together. Ryan moved first without striking. The monster shifted armor toward him. Noah attacked the opposite side. Hit. Next exchange, the creature expected the same division. Noah moved first. Ryan struck. Hit. Third exchange, neither attacked. The monster hesitated. A professional hunter behind them threw a short-range mana blade. It struck the exposed neck. The creature staggered. Ryan finished it with a movement Noah had never seen him use. The last monster retreated. No one chased. The field leader made that decision immediately. Do not feed it more patterns. They regrouped. Noah opened Future Credit. The unknown technique had changed. Unknown combat technique, Future Horizon. 10 years acquisition path. Viable associated development. Advanced combat adaptation, variable target response movement principle source. Multiple hostile species design characteristic detected. Low pattern repetition. Noah stared. Low pattern repetition. Future Noah had built a sword technique around not becoming readable. Ryan looked over. Changed? Yes. Useful, maybe? Can you borrow it? Noah selected the technique. The interface responded. Access condition met. Partial borrow availability. Restricted physical compatibility. Critical mana compatibility. Low cognitive strain. Severe. Noah closed it. No. Ryan noticed the speed of the answer. Good. Noah frowned. You too? Everyone says it now. The expedition team withdrew from the immediate zone to study the encounter. Researchers reviewed combat recordings. The conclusion was worse than Noah wanted. The creature had not simply copied responses. It had built increasingly accurate defensive predictions from repeated movements. Not perfect, not instant, but fast enough that a skilled fighter could become less effective the longer the duel continued. Against ordinary monsters, mastery created reliability. Against this one, reliability became information. The command staff changed doctrine before the next entry. Rotating fighters, deliberate variation, mixed weapons, no repeated opening sequences, barrier placements randomized within safe limits. The military hated the last part. Mia loved it. Noah found her during briefing. You look happy. I'm not. You are. The problem is interesting. That's worse. Mia pointed at the battle data. Look. She overlaid the creature's adaptation record with the team's attacks. Every time the same response appeared, the monster's defense improved. If you rotate too slowly, it learns the fighter. Noah nodded. If you rotate too fast, you lose coordination. Exactly. So? Mia changed the display. Give it stable rolls with unstable execution. Noah stared. She continued. Front line still protects, control still redirects. Damage still pressures, but how they do it changes. Yes, you're turning the team into a pattern that doesn't look like one. Mia glanced at him. That's one way to say it. Future Credit flickered. Sword Mastery Debt, 48.3%. Noah laughed softly. Mia noticed. Debt? Yes. From my plan? Apparently. Start paying me. I already brought you food. Once. Several times. Interest. Noah stared. You're worse than the system. The next encounter tested Mia's plan. The adaptive creature learned the first sword user. Rotation. It began reading the military shield pattern. Barrier angle changed. It predicted the fire specialist's timing. Fire delayed while the physical attacker took the opening. The monster still adapted. The team adapted faster. No single fighter became the answer. No single technique remained important long enough to become a weakness. Noah fought in short bursts. 3 exchanges. Out. Later. 2 more. Out. The creature never received enough consecutive information to fully model him. Then, the environment changed. A second adaptive monster entered from behind. The formation compressed. 1 military fighter was knocked down. Noah had a clear line. Future Credit appeared. 10-year sword mastery. Available. Compatibility critical. He ignored it. 5-year combat perception. High strain. Ignored. Why 3-year combat perception? Moderate strain. No, it shows it. 4 seconds. The world sharp. Not impossibly. Enough. He saw both creatures. The fallen fighter. Ryan's angle. Mia's barrier line. The gap that would close in 2 seconds. Ryan, don't kill the front one. Ryan trusted the call. He changed his strike into a deflection. The front monster retreated instead of dying. That open space. Mia's barrier cut the lane between the two creatures. Noah pulled the fallen fighter clear. Borrow ended. His head pulsed with pain. No muscle damage. No collapse. Shorter future. Current body could survive it. The front creature attacked again. Now isolated. Ryan killed it with a completely different finish. The second monster lost the support it had expected. Military fighters trapped it. The team won. Noah checked future credit afterward. The original perception debt was still there. Combat perception debt. 1-year snapshot. 81% beneath it. A second line had appeared. New debt created combat. Perception. Debt. The 3-year snapshot. 100% different horizon. Different snapshot, different obligation. Collateral remained stable. Barely. Future collateral status. Stable load. Elevated Noah stared at the new lock. Not unstable. Not yet. Mia saw him looking. What? Collateral changed. Her face lost the faint satisfaction from the successful operation. To what? Stable. Elevated load. Meaning, I don't know. Ask Voss. I will. No looked at her. Ask him before you borrow again. He almost joked. Didn't. Okay. The expedition did not pause because Noah's system had become uncomfortable. Okay. The expedition did not pause because Noah's system had The adaptive zone had to be contained. Teams continued rotating through. Noah stayed outside the next entry. He hated it. That was useful information about himself. Ryan returned 6 hours later, exhausted and covered in dust. Noah handed him water. You look terrible. Ryan drank. Thanks. How many? 4? Adaptive? 3. Noah waited. Ryan sat beside him. They learned fast. I know. Too fast if you keep fighting alone. Noah smiled. Did you enjoy saying that? No. You're becoming a team player. Ryan looked genuinely offended. Noah laughed. Ryan finished the water. Senior swordsman beat one without rotating. Noah's attention sharpened. How? Changed his entire rhythm halfway through. Technique? No. Ryan thought. Experience? That answer bothered Noah in a useful way. The senior fighter had enough real mastery to deliberately become unfamiliar. He understood his own habits deeply enough to break them without becoming sloppy. Noah's future technique suddenly made more sense. You could not simply make random movements. Randomness was not mastery. A fighter had to remain effective while denying the opponent stable information. That required more control, not less. Noah opened the unknown technique. Low pattern repetition. He understood one layer now, not the technique. The problem it solved. The next day, the expedition classified the adaptive monster as a major regional threat. Not because one was impossible to kill. Because a large population could make established combat doctrine progressively less effective. Noah stood in front of the tactical recording. Future credit appeared. The unknown technique shifted again. Unknown combat technique, future horizon. 10 years acquisition path. Viable associated development. Advanced combat adaptation, variable target response, multiple hostile species principles. Low pattern repetition, new association detected technique purpose. Adaptive target suppression. Noah. Stop breathing for a moment. Purpose. Not merely history. The technique existed for this problem, or something like it. He selected the details. Another line appeared. Target learning rate. Beyond current regional specimen, Noah stared. The adaptive monster they had just fought was not the thing future Noah eventually designed the technique to defeat. It was an earlier version of the problem, a weaker version. Somewhere ahead, Noah would encounter something that learned faster. Much faster. Ryan stepped beside him. You have the face. Noah didn't answer. Ryan followed his gaze, even though he could not see the interface. Worse, Noah closed it. Future me made that technique for something. The monsters here? No. Ryan waited. Noah looked at the tactical screen. The regional adaptive creature took several exchanges to learn. Future credit was telling him that the target associated with the completed technique learned faster than this. He remembered the uncatalogued hostile species, the partial match, the movement principles, the way future Noah's combat style kept accumulating pieces from enemies Noah had not met yet. No, Noah said. These are our practice. Ryan's expression changed. Neither joked. That evening, Noah climbed to the observation platform overlooking the gate complex. The expedition base spread below him. Military lights, guild stations, medical shelters, command tents. Hundreds of people preparing to enter the same impossible place for different reasons. Mia found him there. You skipped dinner. I ate. When? She stared. Noah smiled. Now I understand why that annoys you. She handed him a wrapped meal. He accepted it. For a while they watched the gate. Mia said, You're collateral. Still stable. Elevated. Yes. Voss? Sent the data? And? He said don't borrow until the load decreases. Mia nodded. Noah looked at her. That's it? What do you want? Lecture? You'd stop listening. Probably. She leaned against the rail. You won't borrow. Not unless somebody is dying. Mia looked over. Noah corrected himself. Not unless there is no other way. Better. He opened the food. Mia asked, What did the technique show? Noah had told her enough by now that he didn't need to pretend nothing happened. It's meant for adaptive targets, like today's. Worse. How much worse? Doesn't say. She looked toward the gate. The system won't see. Tell you what happens. No. Only what you become. Yes. Mia was quiet. Then she said, That's almost worse. Noah understood. If future credit showed him a skill designed for a certain kind of enemy, then the skill itself became evidence that he someday needed it. Not prophecy, not certainty, but a footprint. He ate another bite. Mia said, You know what I dislike most? My personality? Second. Good. She ignored him. You keep looking at future skills like they're answers. Noah thought about Ryan saying the same thing in different words. Mia continued. Maybe they're evidence you survived a problem. That doesn't mean the way future you solved it is the only way. Noah looked at her. She shrugged. Your entire talent keeps proving the future changes. He smiled slightly. Command placement is making you philosophical. No. You are just unusually slow. The expedition's final adaptive zone push happened 3 days later. Noah did not borrow. His collateral load had begun to ease, but Voss's recommendation remained. More importantly, he had another option. The team knew the enemy now. Not perfectly. Enough. Mia helped design the rotation plan. Ryan led one combat section. Military fighters controlled the central lane. Guild specialists rotated damage types. Noah's role was flexible support. That description would once have annoyed him. Now he understood its value. The first adaptive monster died without learning any single fighter deeply. The second survived longer. It began predicting rotation timing instead of individual techniques. Mia changed the timing. The creature hesitated. Ryan struck. The third adapted to barrier geometry. Mia stopped using full walls and shifted to short-angled deflections. It learned those. She switched again. The battle became an argument with something capable of remembering every sentence. Noah entered when Ryan's section needed relief. First exchange. Simple thrust. Blocked. Second, low cut. Hit. Third. Noah did not attack. The creature shifted armor anyway. He watched the response. It expected continuation. He stepped different. Military rotation principle. Not to escape. To preserve the line. Another fighter replaced him. The creature turned toward the new threat. Noah came back from a different angle. Hit. No pattern. Still coherent. The creature began learning the group. Noah saw it. Mia? I know. Barrier dropped. Not to stop the monster. To cut its vision. For 3 seconds, it could not observe the next formation change. When the barrier vanished, Ryan stood where Noah had been. The creature reacted late. Ryan cut through the exposed joint. The monster collapsed. The largest one arrived immediately afterward. It was not simply bigger. Its armor moved before attacks fully developed. It had watched. From outside the fight, Noah realized that too late. The creature had been learning without engaging. Ryan attacked. Blocked. Military spear. Blocked. Mana strike. Avoided. The creature knew them already. The field leader ordered new rotations. It adjusted. Faster. Noah's interface tried to open. He ignored it. Stop. Ryan looked at him. What? Stop fighting like ourselves. Ryan understood first. He reversed his grip. Not because that was optimal, because the creature had never seen him use it. The field leader barked. Variation. The military fighters broke standard attack rhythm while preserving positions. Guild hunters switched targets instead of techniques. Mia changed barrier timing. Noah entered. He thought of the folding creature from the deep root. Expected structure. Break it without losing function. He lowered his stance. Ugly. Effective. The adaptive monster reacted toward his usual dominant side. Noah was already somewhere else. He cut. Hit. The creature learned. He did not repeat. Second movement came from Ryan's training. Third used the military rotation principle. Fourth was simply a basic academy, cut delivered from an angle he would once have considered bad form. The monster kept adjusting. So did Noah. For a few seconds he understood what future Noah might someday become. Not someone with infinite techniques. Someone who understood combat deeply enough that he did not need to repeat the same answer. The monster struck. Noah blocked. His arm went numb. Current body, current strength, no future loan to cover the gap. He retreated. Ryan entered. The creature shifted. Ryan attacked once, then deliberately abandoned the second strike. The monster committed to a defense that never needed to happen. Mia's barrier appeared behind its rear limb. The creature stepped back. Caught. Military spear struck the joint. Guild mana burst hit the exposed chest. Noah saw the opening. Future credit remained closed. He moved. One cut. Not borrowed. The creature's armor shifted toward the pattern it had learned from him earlier. Noah changed the cut halfway. The blade entered the opposite seam. Ryan's sword followed. The adaptive monster collapsed. For several seconds nobody moved. Then the field leader ordered confirmation. Professional habits returned immediately. Check. Secure. Count injuries. Preserve mana. Noah stepped away from the body. His hands were shaking from fatigue. Ryan looked worse. Mia's barriers had drained most of her remaining mana. They had won. Not because Noah borrowed the perfect future technique. Because everyone kept changing without losing what they had already earned. Noah opened future credit only after the zone was secure. Sword mastery debt. 44.9%. Mana control debt. 49%. Combat perception debt. Twombat perception debt. 1 year snapshot. 74.6%. Combat perception debt. 3-year snapshot. 96.3%. Future collateral. Status, stable load. Declining, then the unknown technique appeared. The list was longer now. Unknown combat technique, future horizon. 10 years acquisition path. Viable, associated development. Advanced combat adaptation. Variable target response, multiple hostile species. Principles low pattern repetition. Adaptive target suppression. Then one final section form. Technique design characteristics. Variable execution, low pattern, repetition, minimized fighter-specific predictability. Noah stared. Fighter-specific predictability. The wording was not a description of an enemy. It was a description of what future Noah had been trying to prevent. Ryan approached. Debt? Noah didn't answer immediately. Mia joined them. What happened? Noah looked at the dead adaptive monster. It had learned patterns, timing, openings. The technique in his future was built to deny something more than repeated attacks. Why minimize the predictability of the fighter himself unless the opponent could use that predictability? Habits, preferences, instincts. The way mastery itself made someone readable. Noah closed the interface. The technique isn't for these monsters. Ryan's expression tightened. We established that. No. Noah looked toward the dark region beyond the secured route. I mean, it isn't just for something that learns attacks. Mia followed the implication. It learns the hunter. Noah nodded. No one spoke for a moment. Beyond the barrier line, the unexplored gate continued into darkness. Future credit had shown Noah many things he might become. A professional. A captain. A stronger swordsman. A person shaped by military training, professional hunters, teammates, and creatures he had not yet met. Now, for the first time, one of those future abilities suggested something more frightening than how strong he might become. Not what would happen, not what waited for him. Only what kind of problem might make a future version of him build a sword that refused to become readable. And somewhere in a viable future, Noah Ward had survived long enough to invent a sword for fighting something that could learn him back. The regional expedition ended 4 days later. The adaptive zone remained sealed behind reinforced barriers, while researchers argued over how much of what they had seen should be classified as a new species, a behavioral mutation, or the beginning of something larger. Noah returned to the academy with 3 things he had not possessed when he left. A better sword evaluation, a significantly stronger professional record, and far too many people who knew his name. The first became useful immediately. His intermediate gate restriction disappeared, not completely. He still required professional supervision for several categories, but the word denied no longer sat beside half his assignments. The second extended his access to the National Training Facility. Martin Voss approved that personally. The third became irritating before Noah even reached his dormitory. Someone had uploaded expedition footage. Not the classified adaptive species encounters. Enough remained. Noah fighting beside professionals. Noah rotating through a military formation. Noah and Ryan attacking the same monster from opposite sides. Mia's barriers redirecting an entire combat lane. The clips spread because they connected to older ones. The boy with the useless talent. The beginner gate survivor. The low potential student from the commercial gate rescue. Now regional expedition footage. By the second morning, strangers were waiting outside the academy gates. Noah took the side entrance. Ryan used the front. Noah found him in the training hall later. You enjoy this? Ryan looked genuinely confused. What? People asking for pictures. I walked past them. They asked if you were Ryan Cole. I said yes then. They asked for a picture, and I stood there. Noah stared. Ryan continued adjusting his practice sword. That is generally how pictures work. You could have refused. Why? Noah had no answer. Ryan looked at him. You ran away. I used another entrance. Same thing. They wanted to ask about future credit. Then say nothing. You make social interaction sound very easy. It is. Ryan raised his sword. Fight. That was easier. Noah took position. Their spar lasted 17 exchanges. Ryan still won. The difference was that neither of them counted Noah's survival time anymore. That had stopped being interesting. Now they counted mistakes. Noah made 6. Ryan made 2. One of Ryan's cost him a clean strike across the side. The practice blade stopped before contact. Ryan looked down at it, then at Noah. Noah smiled. Dead. No, that's what you say. You didn't finish the sequence. I didn't need to. Ryan stepped away. Again, they reset. The next exchange lasted longer. Noah had become more dangerous. Ryan had become better at dealing with him. Neither seemed willing to solve the other's problem by slowing down. After training, Noah opened future credit. Sword mastery debt. 43.8% mana control debt. 47.6%. Combat perception debt. 1 year snapshot. 71.2% combat perception debt. The 3-year snapshot. 94.7%. Stable load. Declining good. For once, he thought the word without resentment. Then he opened the 10-year projection. The distant future had changed again after the expedition. Sword mastery remained far beyond the original snapshot he still owed. Mana capacity was higher. Professional classifications had improved. The unknown combat technique remained inaccessible. Its design notes had not changed. Variable execution. Low pattern repetition. Minimize fighter-specific predictability. Noah closed it. He had stopped checking the technique every day. That felt like progress. The Academy celebrated the regional expedition with a formal review session. No expected speeches. Instead, instructors displayed failure data. Routes that had nearly collapsed. Poor rotations. Wasted mana. Injuries caused by bad decisions. Students who expected praise became progressively quieter. Noah liked the review. Mia loved it. She spent the entire session taking notes. Her command development placement would begin after the current academy phase ended. Until then, she split time between academy duties and regional command training. Noah saw her less, but when he did, she had more to say. Usually about something he had done wrong. You broke formation. No, you absolutely did. They stood in front of a combat recording from a routine immediate gate. Noah pointed at the screen. I moved 3 meters, outside the designated line, to kill the thing attacking the support pair. Mia rewound the footage. The creature moved. Noah stepped out. He killed it. Then another monster entered through the space he had vacated. A professional hunter covered it. No injury. No failure. Mia paused. There. Noah folded his arms. It worked. Because someone else fixed the hole. I came back. After he had to move. Noah watched again. The professional hunter shifted. That forced another fighter to adjust. Small. Nothing dramatic. The formation recovered. Mia looked at him. You still think only the part where you killed something counts. No, I don't. Then stop making me prove it. Noah disliked that she was right. He opened the gate report later. The professional evaluator had marked the same moment. Strong intervention. Poor positional discipline. He found Mia at lunch. You were right. She looked up from her tablet. What did you break? Nothing. Then why are you admitting that? The evaluator marked the formation mistake. Mia nodded. Good. Noah sat down. Came here. He looked at her food. She moved it farther away. I wasn't going to take it. You were looking. Ryan joined them. Noah pointed at Mia. She thinks looking is theft. Ryan looked at the food. Depends how hungry he is. Mia stared between them. You've both become less civilized. Ryan sat. Noah looked at him. You're eating with us voluntarily now. Ryan paused. Then stood. Mia grabbed his sleeve. No. Noah laughed. For a few minutes the future stayed closed. That became rarer as Noah's public profile grew. The academy reassessed him again. His official potential assessment improved. Not dramatically enough to match public expectations. The evaluators were cautious. Future credit had demonstrated extraordinary applications. It had also accumulated multiple debts. Its best distant assets remained physically dangerous. The projected future changed too often for the normal model to place confidently. Noah left the assessment center with a higher training tier and a classification containing the phrase exceptional uncertainty. He showed it to Ryan. Ryan read it. Accurate. That's insulting. Also accurate. Mia, read it later. At least they stopped calling you simple. They never called me simple. They implied it. Noah looked at the updated access list. Better instructors. Better equipment. More gate opportunities. Improved medical coverage. Things that had once required appeals were now arriving because his performance forced the system to acknowledge him. He should have felt victorious. Instead, he thought about how long it had taken. Then about the students whose talents would never produce a dramatic gate video. Mia noticed. Don't. Noah looked at her. What? Turn one good thing into a reason to be angry. I wasn't. You were. Only a little. Take the access. I am. Use it. I will. Then complain afterward. Noah smiled. Very supportive. It's efficient. Training became harder. That was exactly what he wanted. The national facility stopped treating him like a fragile anomaly and started giving him work appropriate to his current evaluation. Mana exercises pushed his channels close to exhaustion. Adaptive training constructs rotated attack patterns faster than his academy hall. Professional instructors corrected his sword without caring what future credit thought. Noah improved. The debts fell. Sword mastery, 39.6%. Mana control, 35.4%. Combat perception, 1 year, 54.2%. Combat perception, day 3 years, 88.9%. Collateral load returned to normal. Future credit rewarded him with temptation. The 5-year sword mastery became physically dangerous but no longer absurd. The 3-year mana control looked almost comfortable. Several new assets appeared within reachable horizons. Noah borrowed none of them. For 19 days. On the 20th, a professional gate operation trapped 12 people behind a collapsed corridor. The rescue route had 2 options. One required 20 minutes. The other required crossing a monster nest. Noah's unit chose the longer route. He agreed. That surprised him. 6 months earlier, he would have seen 20 minutes as 20 minutes people could die. Now he understood the nest could turn 12 trapped civilians into 12 trapped civilians plus an injured rescue team. They reached the group in 17. Everyone survived. No borrowing, no hero moment, no cameras. Noah slept well. Mia's next regional assignment went the opposite way. She returned after midnight with dried blood on one sleeve. Not hers. Noah was waiting near the transport area. He stood when he saw her. What happened? 2 injured. Bad? 1 serious, stable. Mia walked past him toward the medical building. Noah followed. Your team? Support unit? Your command? Partly? He stopped asking. Mia gave the report. A barrier team had been caught during a sudden route shift. She had ordered a combat unit to hold instead of pursuing the monster causing it. That kept the evacuation lane open. 2 barrier workers were still injured before support arrived. Correct decision. Bad outcome. Noah knew better than to say the first part erased the second. They waited outside the medical wing. Mia sat. Noah sat beside her. After several minutes, she said, one of them asked me if I made the right call. What did you say? Yes. Noah looked at her. Mia continued. I was. She said it like a fact she needed to hear aloud. The pursuit team would have left the lane open. More people would have been exposed. Noah nodded. I know the numbers. She looked at her hands. Still feels terrible. Noah understood that too. Future credit often gave him the opposite problem. He could see a stronger future and still choose something that made the numbers worse. Knowing a decision was rational did not make consequence polite. He said, you want me to say something useful? No. Good. Mia looked at him. Noah smiled. Good. Mia looked at him. She almost did. Then she leaned back against the wall. For the first time since he had known her, Mia allowed silence to do the work. The injured workers survived. 2 days later, she returned to training. Noah returned to his. Their schedules diverged. Their connection didn't. Sometimes they met at lunch. Sometimes during gates. Sometimes Noah brought food to command because Mia had forgotten again. Sometimes Mia sent him messages that contained only a location and the words stopped doing that. He usually knew what she meant. The public attention around Noah faded slightly, then returned all at once. A professional gate operation near the city was recorded live by emergency drones. Noah had not borrowed. That did not matter. He used the military rotation principle to recover a broken line, then coordinated with 2 lower-rated hunters to trap a creature behind barriers. The final kill belonged to someone else. The footage still showed Noah at the center of the sequence. Commentators noticed. The story around him changed. At first, Noah had been interesting because of 60 impossible seconds. Now people were noticing what happened between them. His real swordsmanship, his team decisions, the fact that the supposedly low-potential student kept improving. A week later, an academy student Noah barely knew asked him for training advice. Noah looked behind himself to make sure no one else was there. The student frowned. "You're Noah Ward." "I know. So? What do you want? How do you improve that fast?" Noah almost said future credit. That was true. Not useful. He thought about Ryan. Mia, professional gates, the military unit. The adaptive creatures. Find people who punish your mistakes. The student stared. What? Train with people better than you. That's it? No. Also figure out why you lose. The student looked disappointed. No secret trick. No miracle. No 60-second future loan. Noah understood. He had once wanted the same thing. The student left. Ryan, who had heard everything from the next training lane, said, "Terrible advice." Noah turned. "You literally trained me that way. I never told you to do it. You just hit me. More efficient." Noah raised his practice sword. "Come here." Ryan did. The next fight lasted long enough for the instructor to make them leave the lane, because other students were waiting. Neither won. That bothered Ryan for the rest of the day. Noah enjoyed it immensely. The balance changed 2 weeks later. Ryan challenged him after evening training. No spectators. No future borrowing. Same rule. Noah lost. But Ryan needed nearly everything he had. When the final strike touched Noah's shoulder, both were breathing hard. Ryan lowered the blade. Noah sat on the floor. That was close. No, very convincing. Ryan sat opposite him. For several seconds, neither spoke. Then Ryan said, "Your future version." Noah looked up. What about him? The original one? The snapshot Noah still owed. Noah checked the debt. 33.1%? You're close? Closer. Could you beat him now? Noah thought carefully. No. Why? Experience. Ryan nodded. Noah looked at him. You're asking a lot of questions. I want to know when I get to fight him. You can't. Then catch him faster. Noah laughed. He opened the 10-year projection. Current future Noah stood far beyond the original debt target. The distance between present and possible future had grown more intimidating even as Noah became stronger. There was irony in that. The better he became, the more future credit showed him what better still looked like. No obvious ceiling. No final version. Just another horizon. The system could turn every accomplishment into evidence that he remained unfinished. Noah closed it. He was getting better at doing that too. Martin Voss noticed the same trend in a less philosophical way. You have not borrowed in 43 days. Noah sat in the National Assessment Office. You counted? Your talent monitoring agreement requires records. That's unsettling. Your debt values continue falling. Yes. Collateral stable. Yes. Voss looked at the graph. Good. Noah sighed. Voss ignored him. Why stop? I didn't stop. You have not borrowed. I haven't needed to. Different answer, Noah thought. Then said, it became too easy to justify. Voss looked up. Explain. 1-year footwork worked. Yes. 3-second mana worked. Yes. Perception worked. At a cost. A manageable one. Voss waited. Noah continued. Every time it works, the next loan feels more reasonable. Voss closed the graph. That is a more intelligent concern than I expected from you. Thank you. It was not praise. You really do know Ryan. Voss ignored that too. The collateral mechanism remains poorly. Understood. I know. We can measure patterns, but not failure. No. Noah looked at the graph. How bad do you think it can get? Voss said, I don't know. Noah had grown to trust those words from him more than confident guesses. Voss continued. Your talent borrows against a projected future state. Yes. Repeated outstanding obligations reduce available borrowing capacity. Yes, that implies the future projection itself functions as some form of resource or constraint. Or both, possibly. Noah looked at the stable indicator. What happens if I use too much? We have theories. I don't want theories. Then do not create the experiment. Noah smiled faintly. You're getting predictable, that is. Because the correct advice has not changed. Noah stood. At the door, Voss said, Ward. He turned. You are becoming publicly associated with exceptional intervention. Noah waited. Do not let reputation become another person demanding you borrow. The sentence followed him out. He understood it sooner than he wanted. The city invited several expedition participants to a public safety demonstration. Noah almost refused. The academy encouraged attendance. Mia was already scheduled through command development. Ryan agreed, because apparently Ryan agreed to public events as long as no one called them social. The event itself was harmless. Barrier demonstrations, gate safety information, hunter equipment exhibits, emergency evacuation drills. Noah answered questions from students. Mia spoke about civilian routing. Ryan cut a reinforced training target in half, and somehow became the most popular person there without saying more than 12 words. Then a boy in the audience asked Noah, Can you really become as strong as your future self? Noah paused. The microphone made the silence worse. That's the plan. The boy smiled. What if you need him before then? Noah looked toward Mia. She was watching from the side of the stage. Voss's words returned. Reputation became another person demanding you borrow. Noah said, Then I should probably make sure I don't always need him. The audience laughed lightly. Mia didn't. Later, behind the event hall, she said, Good answer. Noah looked at her. You mean it? Yes. He smiled. Then she added, Try believing it. There it was. The city changed 3 weeks later. At 2:17 in the afternoon, the first gate alarm sounded. Noah was inside the National Training Facility. He noticed only because every adaptive construct shut down simultaneously. Emergency lights turned red. A public alert appeared. Gate instability. Central District students and trainees moved toward designated assembly points. No panic. Gate alerts happened. Then the second alarm sounded. Different district. Then the third. Noah stopped. 3 simultaneous instability events were rare. A professional instructor shouted, All licensed field trainees report classification. Noah raised his band. The system scanned. Conditional Professional Combat Authority. City emergency deployment eligible. His terminal updated. Report to Response Zone C. He grabbed his sword. Future credit flickered. He ignored it. Outside, the city was already changing. Emergency barriers rose along major roads. Civilian transport rerouted automatically. Hunter vehicles moved through cleared lanes. The sky above the central district shimmered with the faint distortion of a large gate pulse. Noah entered a response transport. 5 other hunters were already inside. His display connected to the citywide tactical network. Gate 1, Gate 2, Gate 3. Then a 4th signal appeared. Everyone in the vehicle went silent. That was not normal. The driver accelerated. Noah's terminal updated again. Multi-gate cascade suspected Mia called before he reached Zone C. Noah answered. Where are you? West Command. Her voice carried background noise. Orders. Alarms. People moving. You? Zone C don't leave assignment without command. Wasn't planning to. A pause. Mia knew him too well. Noah. I said I wasn't. Ryan's already central. Of course he is. Elite units are being concentrated there. Noah looked at the tactical display. Central Gate had the highest threat estimate. Voss's system at work. Strongest defenders to strongest route. Your zone has civilian backlog. I see it. Then stay there. Noah understood the real message. Do not look at the largest emergency and assume your sword belongs in the middle of it. I'm staying. Good. The call ended. Zone C was worse than the map showed. 2 city blocks had been evacuated. A third had not. The gate itself had opened beneath a mixed residential commercial district. Monsters had not broken containment yet. The danger came from instability pulses making buildings unsafe. Noah's unit handled evacuation support. He carried an injured woman down 6 flights of stairs, then helped a barrier team hold a collapsing entrance. Then fought 2 monsters that escaped through a service tunnel. No borrowing, no reason. Professional teams arrived. The situation stabilized. For 11 minutes it looked manageable. Then the central gate erupted. The tactical network flooded with warnings. Threat classification rose. Elite teams requested reinforcement. Ryan's marker disappeared from Noah's local feed as command restricted combat telemetry. Mia called again. Zone C status? Stable. How stable? Evacuation at 68%. Gate contained. Your professional unit may be redirected. Noah looked toward his unit leader. The man had just received the same order. Central? No. South corridor. Noah checked. A lower priority district. Civilian density high. Combat rating moderate. Why there? Central instability shifted underground routes. Mia's voice sharpened. South is about to receive spillover. Noah moved toward the transport. Understood. The line crackled. Then Mia said, Noah. What? Don't improvise unless you have to. He almost smiled. That's a terrible thing to say to me. Then prove me wrong. The connection ended. South Corridor became the first real disaster. Not because the monsters were strongest. Because too many people were still there. A transit line had stalled during evacuation. 2 residential shelters were full. The road network was partially blocked by gate distortion. Noah's unit arrived as the first monster wave emerged from a service tunnel. They fought. Noah rotated with professionals. Barrier teams controlled intersections. Civilians moved. For 20 minutes the line held. Then another gate pulse opened a secondary fracture behind them. No full gate. Enough. 3 creatures emerged inside the evacuation zone. Noah ran. A barrier operator moved with him. 1 creature attacked the bus. Noah cut the forelimb. Second strike. Blocked. Third. He changed. The adaptive species lessons had become part of him even against ordinary monsters. Do not repeat because repetition was easy. Use the answer that fits now. The creature died. Another went down beneath professional fire. The third escaped between buildings. Noah's unit leader ordered pursuit. Then, stopped himself. Civilians first. Noah agreed. That mattered. The old instinct still screamed that leaving a monster alive was unfinished work. He let it go. The evacuation continued. Then the citywide network failed. Every screen went blank for 5 seconds. When it returned, the map had changed. Gate 5. Gate 6. Noah stared. This was no longer several incidents. Something was happening to the entire gate network. Emergency command switched to Metropolitan Crisis Protocol. All provisional authority structures changed. Mia's command marker rose in classification because trained staff were being spread across too many zones. Ryan's location appeared again. Central District. Still active. Voss appeared on the strategic channel. Not personally speaking to Noah. Directing allocation. Elite teams to Central. High potential combat reserves to the 3 most dangerous gates. General units distributed around civilian corridors. Medical priority by projected survivability and exposure. Noah listened. Every order made sense. That became terrifying, because the city still did not have enough people. South Corridor requested reinforcement. Denied. A western gate threatened to breach into a hospital zone. Resources moved there. South lost 1 professional team. Noah watched them leave. The local line weakened. No one had made a cruel decision. Someone else simply needed them more. Mia arrived 23 minutes later. Not because she had abandoned command. Because command had moved. West coordination and south evacuation were merged when the network reorganized. She stepped from a command transport with 3 staff members and immediately took the local board. Noah reached her between fights. You got promoted again. Emergency authority. Counts. It absolutely does not. A warning sounded. Mia looked at the map. How much mana? Noah checked. 70%? Deaths? He stared. Now? Answer. Sword 31. Mana 28. Perception 5187. Collateral. Stable. Good. She caught herself. Noah smiled despite everything. Mia did not. Do not borrow because you can. I know. Say it. Noah thought of Ryan. You're both terrible. Say it. I won't borrow because I can. Mia nodded, then pointed toward the eastern lane. Go. He went. The next hour became fragments. A collapsing pedestrian bridge. A barrier line moved 30 meters. A child separated from an evacuation group. 3 monsters killed by professionals before Noah reached them. A support hunter losing consciousness from mana exhaustion. A residential tower declared unsafe. People running. People refusing to leave. A man trying to go back for a pet until 2 emergency workers physically stopped him. Noah fought when needed. Carried when needed. Waited when needed. That last one remained hardest. Then Central Command issued a retreat recommendation for South Sector 4. Noah heard Mia argue. Not emotionally. Mathematically. How many remain? The answer came through. Estimated civilian count. 412. Evacuation time at current rate. 18 minutes. Projected gate breach. 11. Mia asked. Reinforcement? Unavailable? Barrier extension? Insufficient anchors? Alternate route? Blocked. The command officer on the other end said, withdraw combat assets before breach. Continue evacuation until 7-minute threshold. Noah stood beside the tactical table. Mia said, that leaves civilians. We know. How many projected? Between 140 and 200. Silence. Noah looked at the map. A rational retreat. Save the remaining combat assets before the gate overwhelmed them. Those hunters could protect other zones. Losing them here might create more casualties elsewhere. Every command principle Mia had trained around led to the same conclusion. You could not save everyone if trying to destroy the resources needed to save anyone. Mia closed her eyes once, then opened them. Understood. Noah stared at her. She did not look at him. Begin phase withdrawal at 7-minute threshold. The local teams acknowledged. Noah looked toward the evacuation route. 412 people, 11 minutes. 7 until fighters pulled back. He opened future credit. Mia said, "No." He hadn't realized she was watching. "I didn't select anything. Noah. We have 4 minutes. We have an order. That doesn't make the people disappear. No." Her voice tightened. "It means we can't solve this one by spending every fighter we have." Noah looked at the route. Civilians moving, too slowly. A gate pulse hit. The ground shook. Projected breach changed. 9 minutes. Mia's command screen updated. She swore. Noah almost never heard her do that. The withdrawal threshold became 5. He opened future credit again. Mia grabbed his wrist. "No, let go. Look at the collateral. It's stable. You have 4 outstanding debts. They're falling. That is not the same thing." Noah looked at her. Behind Mia, evacuation staff moved children onto transports. A woman screamed for someone who had not reached the checkpoint. Noah said, "If I can make an opening, you don't know that. I can check. The system will show what you could borrow. Not whether this is the right place to spend it. I know. Do you?" Noah pulled his hand free. "Not violently. Enough." Mia stared at him. The gate pulse hit again. 7 minutes. Mia's command staff shouted new numbers. 320 civilians remaining. Noah opened the 10-year sword mastery. Compatibility. Critical. He closed it. Not yet. He looked at the terrain. 2 evacuation roads. 1 blocked. 1 overloaded. The problem wasn't kill speed alone. He moved to the map. "What if we open the north service lane?" Mia shook her head. "Gate distortion. Barrier through it. Not enough anchors. Move 2 from the western line. Then western protection drops. For 6 minutes." Mia looked. Calculated. Then turned. "Shift 2 anchors north. West line contracts 20 meters. The team moved. Noah went with them. They opened another corridor. Evacuation rate increased. For 3 minutes, it worked. Then the gate breached early. The first monster tore through the containment wall. Then another. Then dozens. Emergency sirens changed tone. Retreat. Combat teams moved. Mia shouted, "All civilians north. Do not stop." Noah fought at the mouth of the lane. Real swordsmanship. 1 monster. 2nd. 3rd. A professional hunter beside him took over. Fall back. Noah did. Another barrier dropped. Mia used 3 fields in sequence to narrow the rush. Her mana fell visibly on the command display. The civilians moved. 206 remaining. The monsters pressed. A high-rank professional team reinforced from the western sector. For 30 seconds, the line held. Then, Central Command pulled them. Central breach escalation. The local leader stared at the order. "You can't be serious." The answer came. Immediate. They left. Noah watched 5 of the strongest fighters disappear into transports. He understood why. He hated understanding. Mia shouted, "Noah!" He turned. A monster had entered through the collapsed storefront. He moved, killed it. Another followed. The line bent. 170 civilians. Projected local collapse. 3 minutes. Mia's command staff repeated the retreat order. All combat personnel withdraw in 90 seconds. Mia said, "Acknowledged." Noah looked at her. She looked back. No. He hadn't opened the system yet. She knew anyway. 90 seconds, Noah said. "Yes, how many?" 163. "We can get more." "Some, all, Noah?" "I can." Mia stepped closer. "No. You think you can borrow enough to make the answer become all?" He said nothing. "That's not a plan. It might be. It's the same thing you always do." The words hit because they were true. If the present isn't enough, you spend the future until it is. Noah looked toward the lane. A father carrying a girl. 2 elderly civilians supported between workers. A medical stretcher. Mia continued, "You have real strength now. Real judgment. Use it." "I am." "Then accept what it can and can't do." Another monster struck the barrier. It cracked. Noah's chest tightened. "This isn't a simulation." "I know." "There's no reset, I know." "If we leave, I know." Mia's voice broke for the first time. "Only slightly." Enough. She knew exactly what retreat meant. She was still giving the order. Because command demanded she weigh the people in front of her against everyone the surviving fighters might save later. Noah looked at her, then at the civilians. The flaw he had spent months learning to control found the perfect argument. Later. I'll fix it later. The future existed to pay for this. The system opened. Future credit available. Mia saw his focus change. Noah. He selected Sword Mastery. Future horizon, 10 years. Current execution compatibility. Critical projected physical failure likely. Borrow, he did not accept. Not yet. He selected mana control. 8 years. Current channel compatibility. Critical severe mana channel injury probable. Borrow. He selected physical combat development. 7 years. A warning covered the interface. Current structural compatibility. Extreme risk. Borrowed physical output does not alter present tissue durability. Muscle, tendon, joint, and skeletal failure probable under sustained execution. A final warning appeared beneath the 3 selected assets. Stacked borrowing detected. Shared borrow duration. 180 seconds. Concurrent collateral strain. Extreme manual termination available. 3 minutes. Longer than the retreat window. Possibly longer than his present body could survive. Noah stared. Mia said, "What are you looking at?" He answered honestly, "Enough. No, 90 seconds. 63 now. Then we have less time." Mia stepped between him and the lane. "If you do this and collapse, you don't become one more hero. You become one more person I have to evacuate." Noah smiled faintly. "Then don't evacuate me. Not funny." "I know." Another barrier shattered. The retreat countdown reached 60 seconds. Noah looked at Mia. He wanted her to tell him it was okay. She wouldn't. That was one of the reasons he trusted her. "I can't walk away." Mia's answer came quiet. "You can." Noah looked at her. "That's the problem." Then he accepted all 3. Sword Mastery. 10 years. Mana control, 8 years. Physical combat development, 7 years. Borrow window, 180 seconds. For one instant, nothing happened. Then Noah's body forgot what age it was. Mana moved first. His channels opened into patterns they had not developed enough to hold. Power rushed through pathways that existed only as future potential. Pain lit his arms, his spine, his chest. Then physical development arrived. Not muscle added from nowhere. Not bones transformed into future ones. Something worse. His nervous system suddenly knew how to recruit a body 7 years stronger. Every movement attempted to produce output his present tissues had never been built to survive. His knees nearly buckled. Then Sword Mastery settled over everything. 10 years. Not the ordinary professional he had borrowed in the first gate. This future had lived the road Noah created. Ryan, Mia, professional hunters. Military doctrine. Adaptive species. Years of combat. The world became unbearably clear. Noah saw the broken battlefield, not as chaos, as structure, barriers, monster lines, evacuation movement, timing. His future mastery immediately recognized the truth. He could not defeat every monster here, not alone, not even like this. That almost made him laugh. Mia saw him stabilize. "Noah?" He turned toward her. For 1 second she stopped speaking. He knew why. He had seen future competence before. This was different. The gap between them had become monstrous. "Move the north barrier 12 meters forward," Noah said. Mia recovered. "Why? Because they aren't attacking the barrier." She looked. Future perception threaded through his borrowed mastery. The monsters were following mana density. Pressure, movement, crowd noise. Noah pointed. They're being pulled toward the largest group. Make the barrier look like resistance. Leave the side weak. Mia understood. Funnel. Yes. She turned. Shift north field. 12 meters. Leave east edge open. Barrier operators obeyed. The monster wave changed. Not because Noah overpowered it. Because Mia redirected it. The eastern opening drew them into a narrower street. Noah moved. His first step nearly tore his calf. He adjusted instantly. Future Noah's preferred speed was impossible. Present Noah found the maximum his tissues could survive. Still far beyond normal. He entered the lane. One strike. A monster's head turned. Second. Joint. Third. No repeated pattern. The adaptive lessons live inside the borrowed mastery now. Every enemy received a different answer. Noah's sword moved with terrifying economy. The weapon screamed under mana pressure. He reduced output before it failed. Future Noah knew better equipment. Present Noah didn't have it. So he fought around the limitation. Exactly as he had during the first gate. Only the scale had changed. North lane moving, Mia shouted. Civilians surged through. 120. Noah intercepted 4 monsters. A 5th slipped past. Ryan would have killed it. Mia trapped it behind a barrier. Another hunter finished it. Noah did not turn. Future mastery had already incorporated them into the fight, not him. That realization should have mattered more. Pain drowned it. His left knee tore first. A sharp failure inside the joint. Noah shifted weight immediately. The 7-year physical development wanted to continue as if the joint were future strong. It wasn't. He changed stance. Used more mana. Mana channels burned hotter. Trade one failure for another. 98 civilians. A creature struck Noah's sword. The reinforced spine held. His wrist did not. Something cracked. He changed hands. Future Noah's left-handed swordsmanship was better than present Noah's right had been months ago. He kept moving. Mia shouted, "Noah, enough!" He heard her. Future mastery processed the words. Present Noah ignored them. 82. The eastern funnel began to fail. Too many monsters. Mia's barriers weakened. Noah saw the next collapse before it happened. Drop everything except north. Mia stared. That opens west. West is empty. Not for long. 40 seconds. She understood. Every barrier except the evacuation lane vanished. Mana pressure shifted. The monsters lost resistance. For one strange moment, the entire wave spread outward. Noah moved into the gap. Future mana control poured through his sword. The weapon's channel glowed white. Warning. Material threshold. Noah ignored it for one strike. Only one. He cut through the front rank. Not a magical beam. Not an impossible city-splitting attack. A perfectly controlled burst of mana delivered across the weapon's strongest axis. 3 monsters fell. The sword cracked. Noah stopped feeding mana. Still usable. Barely. 63 civilians. The local combat leader shouted, "Withdrawal now?" Mia looked at the remaining line. Then Noah. Her order should have been retreat. Noah knew it. She knew it. Instead, she said, 30 seconds. The leader stared. Command says, 30. He saw the civilians. Swore. Stayed. Not everyone did. 2 injured fighters withdrew. Correct choice. Another barrier worker collapsed. Medical staff dragged her out. Noah's world narrowed. Not because future perception failed. Because pain was beginning to overwrite it. His borrowed mind knew exactly what to do. His present nervous system was becoming unreliable. Right leg responding at 80%. Left wrist unstable. Mana channels over temperature. Shoulder compensating. Future Noah adjusted with brutal precision. 41. Civilians. A monster struck his ribs. Noah blocked too late. Something broke. He felt the rib move. Ignored it. Mia's barrier stopped the next attack. "Don't make me regret staying," she shouted. Noah laughed once. It hurt. Wouldn't dream of it. 28. A second wave appeared at the street entrance. Too many. Future Noah calculated retreat. Present Noah rejected it. The borrowed mastery did not argue. It wasn't a person. It was capability. The decision remained Noah's. He pushed harder. His right calf failed. He almost fell. Physical development forced the damaged muscle to fire again. The pain became white. Noah understood the warning now. Borrowing physical development had never given him a future body. It gave him future use of a body he did not possess. Every second was fraud. The bill was his tissue. 19 civilians. Mia's final north barrier flickered. 7 seconds, she shouted. Noah looked. Last group. A family. 2 medical workers. 1 wounded hunter. A child froze. Not enough time. Noah opened future credit while 3 existing loans were still active. The interface shook. Future collateral status. Critical, no additional borrowing recommended. He dismissed it. Not because he chose restraint. Because there was nothing useful he could add without losing control entirely. He ran. Present body tore. He reached the child. Scooped him up with his damaged arm. The boy screamed. Noah moved back. A monster lunged. Mia's barrier formed between them. It shattered. Noah threw the child toward the evacuation workers. They caught him. 5 civilians. 4. 3. Noah turned. The wounded hunter was last. The man could not run. Noah grabbed him. The hunter looked at his face. Leave me. No, kid. Already out. Noah dragged him. His sword fell from numb fingers. 2 monsters approached. No weapon. Future Noah's mastery did not disappear. A sword was a tool. Combat wasn't. Noah kicked debris into the first creature's path. Changed angle. Used the wounded hunter's weight to pivot. The second monster overshot. Mia dropped a barrier behind them. The first collided with it. Noah reached the line. Emergency workers took the wounded hunter. All civilians clear. Mia's voice cut through everything. Retreat. This time, Noah obeyed. He turned. His left knee gave out completely. He fell. The borrowed future remained. Perfect awareness. Perfect understanding. A body no longer capable of using either. Mia reached him. You idiot. Command tone. Shut up. She pulled his arm over her shoulder. Noah tried to stand. Nothing. The physical loan forced the leg to respond. Mia felt it. Stop doing that. What? Your leg is wrong. Useful observation. Noah released physical combat development. The effect vanished. His body collapsed so violently Mia nearly went down with him. Pain arrived all at once. Not future pain. Present damage. Torn muscle. Joint failure. Overloaded tendons. His body had been held together by borrowed coordination long enough to finish the evacuation. Now it remembered what had happened. Noah screamed. Mia shouted for medical. The sword mastery loan remained active. Mana control too. He released mana first. That was worse. His channels constricted around power they had been carrying beyond safe capacity. Heat tore through his chest. He tasted blood. Mia's voice became distant. Noah, look at me. He tried. Sword mastery remained. For a few final seconds, the battlefield was still clear. He saw the retreat. The barriers falling behind them. Professional teams withdrawing. No civilians left. The local line collapsing exactly as command had predicted. But empty. Empty was beautiful. Noah released sword mastery. The world became slow and stupid. His own mind returned to a body it barely recognized. The last thing he heard before blacking out was Mia. Not angry, not commanding, just saying his name. When Noah woke, he could not move his left leg. That was the first thing he checked. The second was his right hand, wrapped, immobilized. The third was his mana. He reached for it instinctively. Pain tore through his chest. A monitor alarmed. A nurse appeared immediately. Don't circulate. Noah stopped. How bad? He woke up 16 seconds ago. People keep saying that. The nurse ignored him and checked the monitor. Noah looked around. Hospital, not Academy Medical. City Emergency Center. The room held 3 other beds. Curtains closed around 2. The third was empty. How long? 31 hours. Noah swallowed. South Sector 4. The nurse looked at him. Evacuated. All? She paused. Your sector's final registered civilian group cleared before combat withdrawal. Noah closed his eyes. Good. He hated the word now. It still mattered. Mia? Alive. Ryan? Alive? Can I? No. I didn't ask yet. Whatever it is, no. The nurse left. Noah lay still. 31 hours. His entire body felt distant. He opened future credit. Nothing appeared. He tried again. The interface flickered, then stabilized. Noah's breath stopped. The debt list appeared first. Sword Mastery Debt. Original Titan Year Snapshot. 29.8% Mana Control Debt. 1 year snapshot. 26.4% Combat Perception Debt. 1 year snapshot. 49.2% Combat Perception Debt. 3 year snapshot. 85.1% then the new obligation. Sword Mastery Debt. 10-year crisis snapshot. 100% mana control debt. 8-year crisis snapshot. 100% physical combat development debt. 7-year crisis snapshot. 100% Noah stared. He had expected that. Then the collateral section appeared. Future collateral status. Failure. Noah stopped breathing. A second line formed. Future horizon recalculating 10 years. Unreachable 8 years. Unreachable 7 years. Unreachable 5 years. Unreachable 3 years. Unreachable. Noah's heart began beating faster. 1 year. Unreachable. He stared. The interface continued. Maximum viable future horizon. 8 months. Noah read it again. 8 months. Not 10 years. Not 5. 8 months. He selected the unknown combat technique. Nothing. The category was gone. Noah searched. Sword Mastery. Only horizons within 8 months appeared. Mana Control. 8 months. Combat Perception. 8 months. Physical Development. 8 months. No 1 year. No Y3. No 5. No 10. The future he had spent months watching was no longer available. He tried to open the 10-year projection directly. Future horizon unreachable. Noah stared until the words blurred. The hospital door opened. Mia entered carrying a cup of coffee and stopped when she saw his face. She didn't ask whether he was awake. She looked at the empty space in front of him. The system. Noah said nothing. Mia put the coffee down. What happened? He swallowed. My future's gone. She stood still. Noah forced the words out. 10 years. 5. 3. 1. Mia's expression changed. How far? 8 months. Silence. Noah laughed once. It sounded wrong. I saved 163 people. Mia sat beside the bed. Yes, I know that. Okay, I'd do it again. Mia looked at Noah stared at the ceiling. I think I would. That was the worst part. He could see the cost, could feel his ruined body, could look at a future reduced to 8 months. And if he put the same people back into the same street, he did not know whether he could walk away. Mia said, "That's what scares me." Noah looked at her. She wasn't angry. He almost wished she were. You think I made the wrong choice? I think you made a choice that worked. That's not an answer. No. Mia looked at his immobilized hand. You keep wanting me to tell you whether saving them made everything else acceptable. Noah said nothing. It doesn't work like that. I know. Do you? Her voice stayed quiet. You saved them. Yes. You also destroyed your body. He looked away. You saved them. Yes. You also took 3 massive loans after, promising me you wouldn't borrow unless there was no other way. There wasn't. You didn't know that. Noah looked back. Mia continued. We had a retreat order because Command believed staying would cost more lives overall. And Command was wrong. For those civilians. For 163 people. Yes. Her voice tightened. But you only know you were right because it worked. That stopped him. Mia leaned forward. If your body had failed 30 seconds earlier, what then? Noah said nothing. If the gate wave had been stronger, nothing. If I hadn't stayed, he looked at her. Mia's eyes were tired. You didn't save them alone. I know. Do you? He wanted to say yes immediately. He didn't. Mia continued. You borrowed the power. I changed the barriers. The local hunters ignored withdrawal for 30 seconds. Medical workers kept moving people. Barrier teams stayed past their own mana limits. Noah stared at the blanket. We all spent something. She paused. You just keep assuming yours has to be the biggest. That hurt more than his ribs. Noah opened future credit again. 8 months. The number remained. No dramatic recovery. No secret correction because he regretted it. No system message telling him the sacrifice had been noble. 8 months. Mia saw him looking. Can it come back? I don't know. Does the system say? No. Then stop checking. Noah closed it. Mia leaned back. For several minutes, neither spoke. Then Noah said, You stayed. Yes. Against retreat. For 30 seconds. Still. Mia looked at him. I made a command decision. Because of me. Because the evacuation rate changed. Noah almost smiled. That's a very commander answer. It's the true one. He believed her. Mostly. Mia reached for the coffee. Then remembered it was hers and drank. Noah stared. You brought nothing for me. You're not allowed coffee. Still rude. You're alive enough to complain. Apparently. The door opened again. Ryan entered. He looked significantly better than Noah, which was offensive. One arm was bandaged. There was a cut along his jaw. He stopped beside the bed. Noah waited. Ryan said, You look terrible. Everyone has one line. Ryan glanced at Mia. Future? 8 months, she said. Ryan's expression changed. He looked at Noah. All of it, no 1. No Y3. No 5. 1 5. No 10. The new sword technique. Gone. Ryan pulled a chair over. No jokes. That worried Noah more than anything. You borrowed 10? Yes. What else? 8-year mana. Ryan stared. Noah continued. 7-year physical. Ryan closed his eyes. Mia looked at him. You can yell. I already did the calm version. Ryan opened his eyes. No. Noah waited. Ryan said, I want to fight him. What? The idiot who thought stacking 3 future loans while already carrying 4 debts was reasonable. Noah almost laughed. It hurt his ribs. Ryan continued. But apparently you already beat him badly enough. Noah looked at his leg. Fair. Ryan leaned back. You still owe the first 10-year sword snapshot, 29.8. And the crisis one, 100. So repay it. Noah stared. Ryan shrugged. What? I just told you my future disappeared. Your debts didn't. No. Then the target still exists. Noah looked at the interface. The debt records remained. Fixed snapshots. Even though the horizons that created them were unreachable. Ryan said, You keep saying future you is gone. Noah frowned. He is. No. Ryan pointed at him. You're still here. The words were simple. Too simple. Noah almost rejected them. Then he remembered the original gate. The first future snapshot had already disappeared long ago. The road changed. Noah still repaid it, because the debt target was fixed. The future version did not need to remain viable for Noah to become capable of what he had borrowed. Ryan continued. 8 months is more than 0. Mia looked at him. Ryan added, train. Noah laughed weakly. You really only have one answer. It keeps working. Mia shook her head. He's not training for a while. Ryan looked at Noah's leg. Obviously. Then why say it? He knows what I mean. Noah did. For the first time since waking, the 8-month horizon stopped feeling like a countdown. Not completely, but enough. Then the doctor arrived. The medical report was worse than Noah expected. Left knee ligament damage, multiple muscle tears, fractured ribs, right wrist microfractures and tendon damage, mana channel inflammation across the chest, shoulders and arms, severe exhaustion, no permanent paralysis, no destroyed mana core. No guarantee everything would return to previous performance either. Recovery would take months. Noah listened. Mia listened harder. Ryan asked the most practical questions. When can he walk? Assisted soon. Normal walking depends on healing. Sword? Not properly for several weeks. Mana? Minimal controlled circulation after inflammation drops. Noah asked. Combat? The doctor looked at him. Mia looked at the doctor. Ryan looked at Noah. The doctor said not soon. Noah disliked him immediately. News outside the hospital became worse in a different way. The Metropolitan Cascade had ended. 6 gates destabilized. 3 major breaches. Hundreds injured. Casualties lower than early projections, because evacuation teams and hunters had held longer than expected. South Sector 4 became one of the success stories. So did Noah. That was the problem. Footage showed him entering the monster lane, moving faster than anyone had seen before, fighting with a level of skill beyond his regional expedition performances. The final evacuation numbers circulated. 163 civilians cleared after the official withdrawal threshold. Public response turned him into exactly what Mia feared. A miracle. The low-potential student, the future borrowing hero, the boy who refused to retreat. Noah watched one clip once, then turned it off. Ryan took the tablet. Good. Noah glared. Ryan deleted the saved video. Hey, you weren't watching it again? No. Then nothing lost. Mia arrived with a stack of command reports. Noah looked at them. Homework. Mine. You're working here. I have an after-action review, of course. She sat. Noah watched her organize files. One report contained South Sector 4. He saw the casualty projection. Projected deaths before intervention, 147, 196. Actual civilian deaths inside final zone, 0. Noah stared. Mia noticed. She closed the report. No, I didn't say anything. You were about to use numbers to justify yourself. The numbers are very convincing. So are your medical scans. Noah leaned back. Mia continued reviewing. Outside, people called him extraordinary. Inside, he could not stand without assistance. That contrast became the shape of his recovery. A week later, Noah received flowers from people he had never met. Messages from families. Academy students. Professional hunters. One handwritten card simply said, "You stayed." Noah read it twice, then put it away. Another message arrived from Voss. Not congratulations. Report to assessment office when medically cleared for transport. Noah showed Mia. He's going to yell. He doesn't yell. Worse. 2 days later, Noah entered Voss's office in a wheelchair. Voss looked at him. Noah smiled. I came prepared for the lecture. No, that was worse. Voss brought up Noah's future credit data. Pre-crisis collateral, borrow sequence, crisis failure, maximum horizon, 8 months. Voss said, "We were wrong." Noah stopped. About? The collateral model. Noah waited. We assumed accumulating debt primarily reduced borrowing capacity. It does, not sufficiently precise. Voss changed the screen. The evidence suggests future credit requires a viable future state capable of supporting both the borrowed assets and their repayment trajectory. Noah looked at the graph. When I borrowed too much, you did more than increase debt. Voss pointed to the collapsing projection curves. You push the current path into a state where most longer futures are no longer sufficiently viable to serve as credit sources. Noah stared. So I destroyed them. No. Voss's answer was immediate. Do not use language the evidence does not Support. Noah frowned. The system says unreachable. Unreachable is not destroyed. Difference? A destroyed future would imply certainty. Voss looked at him. Your talent has repeatedly demonstrated that future projections are dynamic. Noah's looked at Grip talent. Grip tightened on the wheelchair armrest. So they can come back. Possibly. The word should have annoyed him. This time it felt enormous. Voss continued. Your current condition is severe. Your debts are extreme. Your projected path after the crisis likely contains too many failure points for the system to establish viable long-range branches. Noah thought about the hospital, his leg. Mana. Months of recovery. If I recover, the horizon may extend. May, yes. Noah looked at the 8-month maximum. How do I fix it? Voss said. We don't know. Noah sighed. There it is, but we know what not to do. Borrow. Correct. Noah looked at the screen. Can I still? Within 8 months, apparently. Future credit confirmed that. Several assets remained available. Small. Close. Weak compared with what he had seen before. Still tempting. Voss said, do not. Understood. That sounded suspiciously easy. Noah smiled. I learned something. I hope so. Voss changed the display. A new classification appeared beside Noah's file. Exceptional Combat Anomaly. Public Emergency Commendation pending. Potential assessment under review. Noah barely cared. Voss noticed. 3 months ago, you would have argued about that. I have bigger problems. Good. Noah stared at him. Voss ignored the look. At the door, Noah stopped his wheelchair. Director, yes? Was the retreat order wrong? Voss did not answer immediately. Noah waited. Voss said, no. Noah's jaw tightened. Then Voss continued. Neither was what you did. Noah looked back. That doesn't make sense. It does if you stop demanding every crisis produce one morally perfect answer. Voss folded his hands. Command made a decision based on expected total loss in available resources. Noah said nothing. You made a different decision because you possessed an extraordinary resource Command could not fully model. Future credit. Yes, and it worked. Yes. Voss looked at the wheelchair. At a cost. The model also could not fully predict. Noah understood. Voss continued. The lesson is not that retreat was cowardice. No. Nor that self-destruction is heroism. Noah looked away. The lesson is that incomplete information produced 2 defensible decisions. Voss paused. And one young man was fortunate enough to survive the more dangerous one. Noah almost objected to fortunate. Then he looked at his leg. He left without arguing. Recovery began badly. Noah hated physical therapy. The exercises were humiliatingly small. Raise the leg. Hold. Lower. Repeat. His first gait had required him to kill something stronger than his instructor. Now lifting his own foot 10 centimeters made him sweat. Future credit appeared during the 3rd session. 8-month physical rehabilitation borrow? Noah stared. The temptation was almost insulting. A future version of himself had already recovered farther. Borrow the coordination. Learn faster. Maybe walk sooner. He closed it. The therapist looked at him. Pain, no. Then again, Noah almost laughed. Everyone had become Ryan. He lifted the leg. Held. Lowered. Again. The horizon remained 8 months. Week 1. No change. Week 2. 8 months. Noah stopped checking daily. That helped. His mana recovered more slowly than his muscles. Controlled circulation began at fractions of his old capacity. The 8-year mana control debt remained at 100%. The Crisis Sword Mastery debt remained untouched. Physical combat development debt remained 100%. His old debt still moved slightly as he recovered basic function. Original Sword Mastery, 28.9%. Mana control, 1 year, 24.7%. Noah found the irony cruel. He had finally become strong enough that his old loans were close to repayment. Then he borrowed so far beyond them that he created mountains behind the mountain. Ryan visited 3 times a week. He brought no flowers. He brought training recordings. You're a bad friend. You can't spar. Exactly. Watch. Noah watched. Professional sword footage. Ryan's own fights. Adaptive species analysis. Sometimes Ryan asked what Noah saw. At first, Noah answered with future habits. Then with his own. Even unable to hold a sword properly, he continued learning. Sword mastery debt moved. 28.1%. 27.5%. Small. Real. Mia visited less predictably. Her command placement had resumed. Noah was glad. He also disliked it. She sent messages from field sites, usually concise, alive, busy, occasionally, a gate map with a question. "What would you do?" Noah answered. Then she told him why he was wrong. Their relationship somehow survived reduced proximity by becoming more deliberate. When Mia did arrive, she rarely stayed beside the bed doing nothing. She brought work. Noah helped review scenarios. He pointed out combat limitations. She corrected his assumptions about evacuation. Sometimes they ate. Sometimes neither talked much. One evening, Mia found him standing between parallel bars. Not walking. Standing. She stopped at the therapy room entrance. Noah noticed. "Don't make it weird." "I wasn't." "You have the face." He stared. "No." Mia smiled. Ryan had infected everyone. Noah shifted weight carefully. Left knee held. Painful. "Stable." "How long?" Mia asked. 30 seconds. "That's all? Leave." She stepped closer. 31. Noah held. 35. 40. His leg began shaking. The therapist told him to sit. Noah obeyed. Mia looked disappointed. "What?" "You listened." "Growth. Concerning." Noah sat. She handed him water. The interface flickered. "Original sword mastery debt. 26.8%. Noah frowned. Mia noticed. "Why did that move?" "I don't know." He thought. Standing. Balance. Weight. Recovery. Future swordsmanship assumed a body capable of holding structure. Maybe rebuilding the body counted. The debt was not training hours. It was distance. Everything that genuinely moved him toward the borrowed capability mattered. Noah looked at his leg. For the first time, physical therapy stopped feeling separate from sword training. The road back was still the road forward. The public forgot some of the details. They remembered the image. Noah Ward, bleeding in a monster lane while civilians escaped behind him. The academy offered to arrange a formal commendation ceremony. Noah declined until Mia told him not to be stupid. "Families want to thank you." "I know." "Then go." "I don't want cameras." "Neither do I." "You're going." "I was the command officer." Noah stared. "Fine." The ceremony lasted 40 minutes. Noah walked with a cane. That mattered more to him than the medal. People applauded. He hated it. Then several families from South Sector 4 approached. The boy Noah had carried through the final barrier was among them. Noah recognized him. The child recognized him faster. "You dropped your sword." Noah stared. "Of all details, yes. My dad said you saved me." Noah looked at the father. The man said nothing. Noah looked back at the child. "A lot of people did." "But you picked me up." "Yes." The boy considered. "Are you stronger now?" Noah almost laughed. "No." That answer confused him. Noah tapped the cane. "I'm working on it." The boy nodded as if that made sense. Maybe it did. Later. Noah stood outside the hall while Mia escaped a conversation with 3 senior officials. "You abandoned me," she said. "You looked important. I was being asked about regional command metrics. So important. I hate you." Noah looked at her. "Future still 8 months." Mia hadn't asked. She understood why he said it. "Okay. I thought the ceremony might change something." "Why? Big life event. Your system doesn't reward applause?" "I know." "Then stop treating every emotional moment like a trigger." Noah sighed. "You're, ruining the moment." "Good. That was probably better." The first horizon change came 5 weeks after the crisis. Noah was walking without the cane inside the rehabilitation hall. Poorly, slowly, but alone. His mana circulation had recovered to 40% of pre-crisis capacity. His right hand could grip a practice sword, not swing properly. Grip. He took 12 steps, stopped, turned, took 12 back. Future credit appeared. Noah nearly ignored it. Then he saw the text. Future horizon recalculating. He froze. The therapist asked, "You okay?" Noah raised a hand. The 8-month horizon flickered. Then changed. Maximum viable future horizon. 9 months. Noah stared. 1 month. That was all. He laughed. The therapist looked concerned. Noah sat down before his leg failed. 9 months. Not a year. Not 10. A tiny movement. It felt larger than the first time he had borrowed a decade. He called Mia. She answered on the 4th ring. "Is something wrong?" "No." "Then why are you calling during 9 months?" Silence. Mia understood immediately. "It moved." "Yes. How?" "I walked." "That's all, apparently." Another pause. Then Mia said, "Good." Noah smiled. He called Ryan next. Ryan answered, 9 months. "What?" "Horizon." "Good." Noah closed his eyes. "You're both impossible," Ryan said. "When can you spar?" Noah hung up. 9 months did not become 10 the next day, or the next week. Recovery remained slow. That was fine. For the first time since South Sector 4, Noah had proof that the future could return. Not because the system forgave him, because his present changed enough to make tomorrow viable again. He opened the inaccessible 10-year category sometimes. Still unreachable. The unknown technique remained gone. That hurt less now. He knew the road could move. The question was whether he could rebuild enough of it to reach the man who had once stood at the other end. For now, 9 months was enough. Not because Noah had learned patience. He hadn't. Because for the first time, since the collapse, tomorrow had moved farther away, instead of closer. 9 months became 10 after another 17 days. The change came during a mana control session. Noah was sitting inside a diagnostic ring, moving a thread of mana through his right arm without letting it bleed into the damaged channels across his shoulder. The exercise was simple. That did not make it easy. Before South Sector 4, Noah could have circulated enough mana to reinforce his entire body while moving. Now one narrow loop required enough concentration that sweat gathered along his back. The thread reached his palm, held, returned, no flare. No leak. The technician checked the monitor. Again. Noah almost asked whether everyone in rehabilitation had secretly trained under Ryan. He circulated the thread again. This time, the movement felt less like forcing power through damaged pipes. His mana knew the route. Not perfectly. Enough. The interface appeared. Mana control debt. 1 year snapshot. 19.8%. Then the horizon recalculated. Maximum viable future horizon. 10 months. Noah smiled. The technician looked over. Something? 10 months. The man stared at the diagnostic screen. Your circulation lasted 8 seconds. Different measurement. Future credit? Noah nodded. The technician entered the result. Congratulations. Noah waited. The man looked confused. What? Nothing. You expected something else? No. Noah was disappointed anyway. The world had become too polite. He finished the session and checked his phone. Mia had sent one message, alive. A second arrived 30 seconds later. Busy. Noah typed, 10 months. The reply came much faster. Good. He smiled. Then another message appeared. Don't call. Briefing. Noah typed. You ruin everything. She did not answer. That evening Ryan arrived with 2 practice swords. Noah looked at them. Then at him. I'm not cleared. I know. Then why are you holding those? Ryan placed one on the table. Grip. Noah stared. That's training. Yes, I can grip a sword. Badly. You're a wonderful friend. Ryan sat opposite him. Show me. Noah picked up the wooden sword. His right wrist had enough range now to hold it without the brace. He settled his fingers. Ryan immediately said, too tight. Noah adjusted. Still. Again. No. Are you enjoying this? Yes. Noah loosened the grip. His wrist shook. The instinct to compensate with his fingers returned. Ryan tapped his hand. No. Noah exhaled. No. Noah exhaled. The opening gate came back to him. Not the borrowed sensation. His own months of training afterward. A sword did not need to be strangled into obedience. He let the grip settle. The weapon stopped shaking as much. Ryan nodded. Better. Noah looked at the interface. Original sword mastery debt. 23.9%, a 0.5% drop from holding a wooden sword properly. He laughed. Ryan frowned. Debt? Yes. Good. Noah placed the sword down. I hate that word. Then finished the debt. That became the shape of the next month. Noah did less than he wanted. He learned more than he expected. Walking rebuilt balance. Balance improved stance. Stance improved sword structure. Sword structure exposed weaknesses in his recovering shoulder. Shoulder work changed his mana circulation. Mana circulation reduced strain during movement. Nothing stayed separate. The rehabilitation staff talked in muscle groups, tissue loading and recovery thresholds. Ryan talked in mistakes. Mia talked in decisions. Future credit measured distance. All of them were pointing at the same person. Present Noah. Not the one 10 years ahead. Not the one 3 years ahead. The one who had to put his foot on the floor tomorrow morning and do the same exercise again. By the time his maximum horizon reached 11 months, Noah could walk normally on flat ground. Running remained prohibited. Ryan interpreted that as permission to make him stand in one place and defend. No footwork, Noah said. Correct. Then this isn't a fair spar. Correct. Then this isn't a fair spar. Correct. Ryan attacked. Noah blocked. His recovering wrist screamed. Ryan immediately stopped. Too much? No. That was not convincing. Again. Ryan studied him. Then attacked slower. Noah hated that more. He blocked. Ryan changed angle. Noah's body wanted to step. He couldn't. So he solved it differently. Rotate the guard. Turn the shoulder. Let the blade pass. Minimal movement. Ryan struck again. Noah defended. 8 exchanges. 9. Ryan stopped. Noah's breathing was too heavy for what had been a nearly stationary exercise. Terrible, Ryan said. Thanks. You rely on your legs too much. I have legs. One of them nearly stopped working. Very supportive. Ryan lowered his sword. You built your recent style around movement, because your movement improved fastest. Noah knew where this was going. Ryan continued. Then when your body broke, your sword broke with it. Noah looked at the wooden blade. The future version from the Crisis wouldn't have that problem. Ryan's expression changed. Noah caught himself. There it was, the old habit. Future Noah would. Future Noah could. Future Noah knew. Ryan said, I wasn't asking about him. Noah nodded. I know. Do you? Noah almost laughed. Mia says that too. She's right. You're both exhausting. Ryan raised his sword. Again, Noah defended without thinking about any version of himself except the one standing there. The original sword mastery debt fell another point. His first-year mana control debt reached 0 2 weeks later. No dramatic fight. No gate. No crisis. Noah was sitting cross-legged in a rehabilitation room, circulating mana through the same pathways he had borrowed months earlier. The loop completed. Nothing leaked. Nothing burned. The borrowed afterimage vanished. Mana control debt. 1 year, snapshot. 0% borrowed asset. Repaid. Noah stopped circulating. The room felt exactly the same. That was the point. The control remained. He did it again. His. No borrowed sensation. No future correction tugging at the edge of his awareness. His mana moved because he knew how to move it. The technician asked, Why did you stop? Debt cleared. Which one? 1 year mana. The man checked Noah's file. You have too many. Helpful. Is that medically relevant? I feel happier. I'll record that as non-medical. Noah called Ryan first. Mana debt, mana debt. Cleared. Good. Then Mia. She answered from a vehicle. He heard road noise. 1 year mana is mine. There was a pause. Congratulations. Noah blinked. What? Nothing. Why did you go quiet? No reason. You're lying. Mia said, You're becoming Ryan. Noah hung up. She called back immediately. He answered. That was rude. Good? Stop. Mia laughed. It was the first time he had heard her laugh properly since South Sector 4. The sound stayed with him after the call ended. He opened future credit. Maximum viable future horizon. 11 months almost. He could feel himself waiting for the year. That became dangerous in a different way. Every rehabilitation milestone turned into a question. Is this enough? Every strong training session made him check. Every clean mana cycle. Every longer walk. Every decrease in pain. 11 months. 11 months. Mia noticed before he did. They were eating dinner near the regional command center after her shift. Noah had been cleared to travel without medical support, though long distances still tired his leg. Mia watched him open future credit for the 3rd time in 20 minutes. Put it away. Noah closed it. Wasn't doing anything. You were asking. Asking what? Whether today was enough. Noah looked at her. Mia continued eating. You stopped checking every day after 8 months, because nothing changed. And now that you're close to a year, you're doing it again. Noah looked at the table. She was right. Annoyingly. So you're turning recovery into another future test. I want the horizon back. I know. That's bad? No. Mia looked at him. But if every day is only good because it buys more tomorrow... You didn't learn much. The words settled. Noah looked through the command center windows. Teams moved between briefing rooms. Mia had become part of that world now, not observing from the edge. Working. Her provisional authority had expanded. She coordinated small live operations under senior supervision. She carried more responsibility, made more mistakes, recovered from them faster, and she rarely spoke about rank. Noah asked, How's your placement? Mia narrowed her eyes, changing the subject. Efficiently? She accepted it. Good. He smiled. She stopped. Don't. What? Nothing. You said it. Eat. Noah did. The horizon reached 1 year 6 days later. He wasn't checking. That mattered. He was helping an academy support student redesign a route through a training simulation. The student had a low-output binding talent that could create short-lived mana lines between 2 fixed points. In combat evaluations, it scored badly. Too weak to restrain strong monsters, too slow to deploy aggressively. The student had nearly stopped using it. Noah watched him place 2 lines across a simulated hallway. A monster marker entered. The line snapped immediately. The student sighed. See? Noah reset the simulation. Why are you trying to stop it? That's what binding does. Who told you? My instructor. Did he say, stop? Restrain? Same thing. No. Noah moved the anchor points. Instead of placing the line across the monster's chest, he placed it low and angled. Again. The simulation ran. The creature struck the line. It broke, but its front leg changed position. The monster stumbled half a step. Noah pointed. That, the student frowned. It still broke. Yes, it didn't bind anything. It changed where it stepped. Noah thought of me as barriers. Military rotation. The speed user carrying anchors. Low-rated fighters used badly because everyone kept asking them to imitate high-rated roles. Do it again, Noah said. They adjusted the angle. Second run. The monster lost less balance. Third. More. Fourth. The line broke, but the creature turned directly into the attack path of a combat partner. The simulation registered the kill. The students stared. Noah smiled. You don't need to be a stronger chain. The interface appeared. Future horizon recalculating. Noah froze. The student looked over. What? The maximum horizon changed. 1 year the number remained there. Stable. No flicker. No immediate collapse. Noah read it twice. The student asked, did I do something? Yes. What? Noah looked at him. You made me stop thinking about myself for 5 minutes. The student looked even more confused. Noah dismissed future credit. He did not call anyone immediately. He finished the training session. That mattered too. Only after the student left did Noah sit on the edge of the practice platform and reopen the system. Maximum viable future horizon. 1 year available future assets returned beneath it. Physical rehabilitation, mana control, sword fundamentals, combat perception. Nothing spectacular. Nothing like the 10-year future. No unknown technique. No high-level mastery. Just 1 year. Noah smiled anyway. Ryan found him there. You have the face. Noah looked up. 1 year. Ryan stopped. Stable? Looks like it. Ryan nodded. Good. Noah waited. Ryan raised an eyebrow. What? I thought it would feel bigger. Ryan sat beside him. It is. No system explosion. Would you prefer 1? No. Then what's the problem? Noah looked at the E1 year marker. I used to think 1 year was small. Ryan leaned back on his hands. Compared to 10, yes, 10 nearly killed you. Technically 3 loans nearly killed me. Ryan looked at him. Do you want me to hit you while you're still injured? Noah smiled. Noted. Ryan looked toward the empty training floor. When are you cleared for normal sparring? 2 weeks maybe. Good. Noah stared. Ryan smiled slightly. The first full spar happened 13 days later. Noah lost badly. Not because he had forgotten how to fight. Because his body was still different. His left knee lacked confidence under sudden lateral force. His right wrist resisted hard changes of direction. His mana output remained limited. Ryan exploited everything. Noah knew he would. That was why he chose Ryan. The first exchange ended in 4 seconds. Second lasted 6. Third ended when Noah's knee hesitated and Ryan stopped his blade instead of striking. Noah frowned. Don't. Ryan lowered the sword. What? Protect me. I'm not. You stopped. Your knee failed. It hesitated. Same thing in a fight. Then punish it. Ryan stared. Noah raised his sword. If I don't feel the consequence, I'll keep compensating around it. Ryan considered. Then attacked. Noah's knee hesitated. Ryan struck his shoulder. Hard enough to hurt, not enough to injure. Noah smiled. Again, Ryan did not smile back. Good. That was what Noah needed. By the end of the session, Noah had lost 12 times. He walked away happier than after any public commendation. His body had limits, real ones, visible ones. They could be trained around, strengthened, accepted, not covered with borrowed future output. The 1 year horizon remained stable. For the next month, Noah did not borrow from it once. That attracted attention. Voss summoned him again. This time Noah walked into the office. No wheelchair, no cane. Voss looked at his leg, improved. You noticed. Your medical report is on my screen. Less impressive. Voss gestured for him to sit. A policy document occupied the wall display. Noah recognized several terms. Potential assessment. Dynamic reassessment. Resource thresholds. Performance review. He looked at Voss. Is that because of me? No. Very quick. It is because of data. From me. Partly. Noah smiled. Voss continued. Your collapse has strengthened both sides of the argument. Noah's smile faded. What does that mean? Voss changed the display. One set of graphs showed Noah's growth from a low initial assessment. Another showed South Sector 4. The cost. The stacked borrowing. The catastrophic horizon failure. Voss said, "You are excellent evidence that early assessments can miss long-term development." Noah waited. "You are also excellent evidence that exceptional anomalies cannot be treated as a replacement for planning." "I never said they should." Discussion increasingly does. Noah thought of the headlines. The boy who refused to retreat. One person staying when command withdrew. Voss continued, "There is now political pressure to expand discretionary access for low-rated candidates. That sounds good. Some expansion is justified. But there is also pressure to weaken resource prioritization because dramatic individual cases are emotionally persuasive." Noah leaned back. "And you think that would recreate the old problem?" "Potentially." Noah looked at the reform draft. "What are you proposing?" "More frequent reassessment." That surprised him. "Performance-triggered advancement." Noah leaned forward. "Regardless of initial potential, within safety limits? Access restoration if someone improves?" "Yes." "More mixed-role evaluation?" "Under review." Noah stared at the screen. That was close to what he had wanted. Not equal resources for everyone. Not abolishing potential assessment. A door it could reopen. Voss said, "The model remains. I assumed. It is still useful." "I know." Voss looked at him. "You finally learned that sentence. Don't ruin it." Voss ignored him. "The current debate is whether initial potential should function as a ceiling or a starting recommendation." Noah looked at the document. "Starting recommendation. That is your position." "Yes. Why?" Noah considered the question. Months ago he would have answered with himself. Low rating, denied training, locked facilities. Now he thought of the binding student. The speed user. The lower team in the commercial gate. Ryan, Mia, Door. South Sector 4. Because predictions should help decide where someone starts. Noah looked at Voss. "Not whether they're allowed to surprise you." Voss was quiet. Then he typed something into the document. Noah stared. "Did you just use that? The phrasing is informal. That's not a no." Voss continued typing. Noah smiled. Then Voss changed screens. Another document appeared. National Elite Development Program. Noah's amusement disappeared. "I know that look," Voss said. "You have been offered a placement." Noah read. It was not the same solo development program from months earlier. This was higher, national. Specialized rehabilitation resources. Private combat instruction. Top-tier medical support, controlled gate access. A schedule designed around his current injuries and future credit. Noah looked at the projected commitment. Residential, mostly. How long? 6 months initial. Team assignments? Suspended. Mia's command work? Separate. Ryan? Separate. Noah looked at Voss. "You already know what I'm going to ask." "Then don't ask." "Why offer it?" "Because you qualify. My horizon is 1 year. Your measured current ability is enough. That mattered. No future credit requirement. No need to be the miracle. His real performance had earned the invitation." Noah read the program again. Voss said, "It would likely accelerate your physical recovery and individual combat development." "Likely? Very." Noah looked at him. "You want me to accept?" "I want you to decide." "Very helpful. Your choices are not my responsibility." Noah took the program packet. He did not answer. For the next 4 days he thought about it. Mia told him to take the evaluation period. Ryan told him the same thing. That was annoying. "You both want me gone." They were eating the academy cafeteria. Mia said, "You'd be gone 6 months." "Exactly." Ryan continued eating. Noah pointed at him. "Say something." "Take the evaluation. Traitor." Mia looked at Noah. "You don't have to enroll. The trial is 3 weeks. Then go for 3 weeks. Then go for 3 weeks. Ryan nodded. "See if it's useful." Noah stared between them. You both became reasonable at the same time. "I hate it." Mia smiled. "No. You hate that we aren't deciding for you. That was worse." Noah accepted the evaluation period. The decision was real. Future credit recalculated that night. He woke because the interface appeared above his bed. 1-year projection updated physical recovery. Accelerated individual combat development. High professional rank projection. Increased team integration. Reduced. Noah stared. There it was. The stronger trajectory. Not hypothetical. He had genuinely chosen to enter the program. Future credit responded to the road beneath his feet. For 3 weeks, the national program showed him exactly why Voss believed concentrated resources worked. The facilities were extraordinary. Rehabilitation equipment adjusted load in real time around his knee. Mana instructors monitored individual channels to a level Noah had never experienced. Sword sessions were one-on-one. His meals were planned. Sleep monitored. Training schedules changed based on recovery. No wasted time. No waiting for equipment. No sharing instructors. No low-quality practice targets. Every hour pushed him forward. His body improved. Fast. The 1-year horizon strengthened. The projection shifted upward. Noah's original sword mastery debt fell from 19% to 12%. His 1-year combat perception debt reached 0. Borrowed asset. Repaid his 3-year perception debt. Began moving faster. Mana recovered to nearly 70% of pre-crisis function. His left knee regained explosive stability. The program worked. That was the problem. Noah understood Voss better after 2 weeks than after months of arguments. Give excellent resources to someone capable of using them, and progress accelerated brutally. No moral theory changed that. Ryan visited once. The national facility allowed approved sparring partners. He walked through 3 training rooms and said nothing. Then they fought. Noah lasted longer than he had before the program. Ryan won. Afterward, Ryan looked around. This is good. Noah sat on the floor. I know. You sound unhappy. I'm not. Ryan waited. Noah looked at the empty private training hall. Nobody here needs anyone. Ryan frowned. That's not true. Not literally. Noah pointed toward the adaptive targets. If I need a different opponent, they give me one. He pointed toward the observation room. If I need a correction, an instructor is there. He looked at the medical equipment. If I get hurt, someone adjusts the entire schedule around me. Ryan sat beside him. That's why the program exists. I know. Ryan understood the issue. You're learning faster. Yes. So, Noah looked at him. This future is stronger. Ryan knew what he meant. System changed? 1-year projection is better, then stay. The answer surprised Noah. Ryan continued. If that's what you want, there it was. Noah smiled faintly. You ruined it. Good. Noah lay awake that night. He opened future credit. The 1-year projection was excellent, not spectacular. He did not have long horizons yet, but the path was clean. Recovery. Individual training. Stronger combat classification. Lower field risk. No distractions. No command exercises with Mia. No helping lower-rated students. No professional general unit work. No Ryan, unless approved as a sparring partner. No unpredictable route that might introduce something the program hadn't planned. The path was efficient. Noah had spent months complaining that the system denied him efficient access. Now he had it. He did not hate it. That would have made the decision easy. He liked it. That made the question honest. On the final evaluation day, the program director offered him permanent placement. Noah asked for an hour. He called Mia. She answered from a gate site. Decision? You knew? Today's the last day. Noah sat outside the National Training Hall. They offered full placement. Congratulations. I haven't accepted. I know. How? You called me. Fair. Noah looked at the program building. It works. I assumed. I'm stronger than 3 weeks ago. Good. Significantly. Still good. My future projection is stronger. Mia was quiet for a moment, then asked, Do you want it? Noah frowned. The strength? The life? He looked through the glass. Private hall. Personal schedule. Every resource he had once wanted. Noah said, I don't know. Then don't ask the system. I wasn't going to. Good. He smiled. Mia continued. What do you miss? Noah leaned back. You. Silence. The answer had come too quickly. Noah stared at the floor. On the other end, Mia did not speak. He added, And Ryan. Mia said, Coward. Noah laughed. That sounded better before I realized what I said. It sounded fine. He went still. Mia continued before the silence grew too large. What else? Noah thought. Real gates. You nearly died in one. Not selling it. Continue. The lower track students. Why? Because I'm useful there. Mia said. You're useful here too. Different. He tried to explain. In this place, the plan is always me getting stronger. And outside, sometimes the plan is someone else. Mia understood. That matters to you. Apparently. Then decide. Noah looked at the program contract. You're not going to tell me what to do. No. Unhelpful. Growth. He smiled. They ended the call. Noah sat for another 10 minutes, then declined the permanent placement. Not because the program was wrong, Not because Voss was wrong. Not because individual strength did not matter. He declined because it was not the life he wanted to build around himself. The moment the decision became real, future credit recalculated. 1-year projection updated individual combat development. Moderate high team integration. Increased field exposure. Increased professional role. Increased professional role. Unresolved, his projected individual rank dropped. Noah laughed. Of course it did. Then another line appeared. Command coupled combat probability. Increased, he closed the interface. The program director accepted the decision without drama. Voss did too. Mostly. You declined. Noah sat in his office again. Yes, the program improved every measured recovery category. Yes, your projected short-horizon combat development strengthened while enrolled. Yes, and you declined. Yes, Voss looked at him. You are exhausting. Noah smiled. That sounded emotional. It is an observation. Voss brought up the reform proposal. You understand why national policy cannot be built around your preferences. I never asked it to. No. Voss looked at him. You ask for something more difficult. What? A system that uses efficiency without allowing efficiency to become destiny. Noah became quiet. Voss continued. That is harder to implement. Still worth doing. Possibly. There it is. Voss closed the file. Your field clearance will resume gradually. Good. Your medical team retains veto authority. Less good. You will not return to high-risk gates immediately. Expected. Ryan Cole is not authorized to redefine high risk. Noah laughed. I'll tell him. You will both ignore me. Probably. Voss looked tired. That almost made Noah sympathetic. Almost. His return to academy life was quieter than expected. People had seen the videos. The medal. The injuries. Now they saw him walking through the same halls again. Some stared. Most eventually stopped. Noah returned to lower and mixed training groups voluntarily. Not as an instructor. He was still a student. That distinction mattered. But he helped. The binding student learned to use his lines for redirection. A low-output sensory student became useful in road planning because her talent detected mana changes early, even if it could not identify monsters precisely. A defensive fighter with poor attack ratings learned to anchor rotations beside barrier users. Noah did not turn them into prodigies. Most remained exactly what the assessment system predicted in raw combat terms. That was useful too. The lesson was not that everyone had hidden elite potential. The lesson was that not elite and not useful were different conclusions. Mia approved. You're getting better. At what? Not trying to turn everybody into you. Noah looked offended. I never did. You absolutely did. They stood inside a training simulation with 6 low-rated students. Noah pointed toward the barrier plan. I told them to use their actual talents. After months of learning not to solve every gap yourself. Unrelated. Mia looked at him. He surrendered. Related. She smiled. Their own relationship remained harder. Not bad. Different. Before South Sector 4, Noah had relied on Mia's presence without thinking about it. Afterward, he became aware of every time he wanted to ask her something. Every call. Every shared meal. Every gate assignment. That awareness made him awkward in ways fighting monsters never had. Mia noticed. Of course she did. They were reviewing a field plan one evening when she put the tablet down. What? Noah looked up. What? You've been weird for 2 weeks. Specific. You stopped talking halfway through sentences. I do not. You did yesterday. When? You did yesterday. Said if your command schedule changes next month, and then stopped. Noah remembered. That was nothing. Then finish it. He stared. Mia waited. Noah looked away. If your command schedule changes next month, I probably won't see you as much. There. What? That wasn't difficult. It was unnecessary. No. Mia leaned back. You keep treating wanting something from someone like a weakness. Noah frowned. That's not true. Then what is it? He thought. She gave him the time. Noah said after South Sector 4, You were right. Mia's expression changed. About what? I made myself the only acceptable answer. She did not interrupt. I had future credit. I had stronger versions of myself. Every time something went wrong, part of me assumed I could spend enough to fix it. He looked at his right hand. Even when I started relying on you and Ryan, I still trusted future Noah more. Mia stayed quiet, because he felt certain. That was the ugliest truth. A 10-year version of me already knew the movement, already knew the fight, already knew what I was supposed to become. Noah looked at her. You didn't. No, Ryan didn't. No, I didn't. Mia understood. So you trusted the version who couldn't argue. Noah smiled faintly. That sounds bad. It is bad, thanks, but... True, Noah nodded. The future version was easier. Because? He only asked me to become stronger. Mia looked at him. And we ask other things. Yes, like not destroying yourself. Annoying, like trusting the plan. More annoying. Like trusting the plan. More annoying. Admitting you need people. Noah sighed. You're enjoying this. A little. He smiled. Then became serious again. I thought trusting other people meant accepting they might fail. It does. And future credit felt like a way around that. Mia leaned forward. Noah. He looked at her. I'm going to fail. He almost objected. She continued. Ryan will fail. Commanders will fail. Plans will fail. I know. No, listen. Her voice was calm. The answer isn't finding one person who never fails. Noah knew where she was going. Even before she said it, it's building something that doesn't collapse when one person does. He looked at her. That was her entire philosophy. Barrier lines, rotations, evacuation routes, teams, command. South Sector 4 had nearly broken both of them, because Noah had become extraordinary enough to prove his worst instinct could work. Mia continued. I don't want you to stop risking yourself. That surprised him. I want to command Gates. She almost sounded offended. Do you think my ideal hunter is someone who never takes risks? No. I want you to stop assuming. The plan is only real if you're the one paying the worst price. Noah looked down. That was harder than don't borrow, because it could not be solved with a rule. Mia said, if you borrow someday because that's genuinely the best choice, I might still hate it. Noah looked up. But I'll trust you. He went still. When you prove you're choosing it because it's necessary. She paused. Not because you can't tolerate anybody else carrying part of the danger. Noah nodded. He did not promise. Promises had gone badly. Instead he said, okay. Mia studied him. That's it? You said actions. A small smile appeared. Good, Noah stared. That one was deliberate. Yes, he laughed. When 1 year horizon remained stable for another month, then Noah's original sword mastery debt reached 0. The moment arrived during a professional evaluation. His opponent was older, a licensed hunter specializing in close-range sword combat. Noah was not expected to win. He didn't. But the evaluator pressed him hard enough that there was nowhere for bad habits to hide. Noah's recovering body had returned to nearly 85% of its pre-crisis condition. His mana remained lower. His timing was better. The professional attacked. Noah defended. Not like Ryan. Not like future Noah. Not like the military soldier who taught him rotation. Pieces of all of them existed. None controlled him. The professional changed from a high cut into a thrust. Noah recognized the line. Months ago, future Noah had known the answer instantly. Noah knew it now. Not because he remembered. Because he understood. He shifted half a step. Let the blade pass. Countered. The professional blocked. Changed. Noah followed. They exchanged 7 more times. Noah lost when the older hunter trapped his wrist and touched the practice blade to his throat. Dead. Noah smiled. The evaluator frowned. You enjoy losing? No. He looked at the interface. Original sword mastery debt. 10 years snapshot. 0% borrowed asset. Repaid the first debt. The one created in the beginner gate. The 60 seconds that had saved his life. Gone. Noah stood very still. The professional hunter lowered his sword. Something? Noah looked at his own weapon. The old afterimages disappeared. The specific pressure in the grip. The remembered timing against the black-armored monster. The sensation of future Noah controlling a sword with professional calm. All gone. Noah raised his practice sword again. Nothing felt missing. He smiled. Again. The professional looked at the evaluator. The evaluator shrugged. 2 minutes. The hunter attacked. Noah lost again. It didn't matter. The man he had borrowed from at the beginning of everything no longer stood ahead of him. Noah had reached him. Not in 10 years. Not by stealing time. By becoming capable enough that the debt had nothing left to collect. Ryan's reaction was predictable. Good. Noah had expected it. Mia's was not. She hugged him, briefly. Without warning, Noah froze. Mia realized what she had done at approximately the same time. She stepped back. Neither spoke. Ryan looked between them. Don't, Ryan said. I didn't say anything. Your face. Ryan frowned. Mia laughed. Noah looked at her. She looked away. Congratulations. Thanks. The moment could have become awkward. Then Ryan raised his sword. So the 10-year version from the first gate is yours now. Yes. Ryan stepped onto the practice floor. Fight. Noah laughed. Mia closed her eyes. Of course, Noah fought. He still lost. But the gap between his real swordsmanship and Ryan's had become narrow enough that every exchange mattered. Ryan no longer fought a student trying to catch a borrowed ghost. He fought Noah. That changed something between them, not friendship. That had happened quietly long ago. Measurement. Ryan had always been the easiest way to tell which parts of Noah were real. Now almost everything he used against Ryan was. The crisis debts remained. Those mountains did not care about one victory. Sword mastery. 10-year crisis snapshot, 99.2%. Mana control. 8-year crisis snapshot, 99.6%. Physical combat development. 7-year crisis snapshot, 97.4%. Noah did not resent the numbers. They were supposed to be far away. For once, distant did not mean urgent. The next major horizon returned 3 weeks later. Not 2 years. Future credits skipped nothing. The maximum moved from 1 year to 14 months. Then 16. Then 18. Recovery was no longer linear. Each time Noah stabilized some part of his life, the future pushed farther. His body recovered. His training diversified. His field evaluations improved. He kept debts down instead of adding new ones. His schedule included people. That last part seemed to matter more than he expected. The projection did not label relationships as power. It simply changed because relationships changed what roads existed. Mia's command authority rose again. Ryan earned higher professional combat clearance. Noah resumed supervised intermediate gates. The city revised several response protocols after the Metropolitan Cascade. South Sector 4 became part of training material. Not as a lesson about heroic refusal. As a lesson about uncertainty. Evacuation throughput. Resource withdrawal. Unknown individual capabilities. Command flexibility. Noah attended one lecture and regretted it. The instructor showed a frozen image of him bleeding beside the north lane. Here we see the consequence of reliance on an unmodeled exceptional asset. Noah raised his hand from the back row. The instructor looked over, then recognized him. The room became very quiet. Noah said, "You can also see my terrible posture." A few students laughed. The instructor did not. Mia, sitting 3 seats away, covered her face. After the lecture, she said, "You cannot heckle your own case study. I added first-hand evidence. You added nothing. My posture was terrible. It was. See?" Mia walked faster. Noah followed. The 2-year horizon returned on an ordinary morning. Maximum viable future horizon. 2 years. Noah looked at it. Satisfied. Then closed it. That was new. He did not call anyone. Not because it didn't matter. Because he knew they would still be there at lunch. Mia noticed his mood anyway. "What, 2 years?" She smiled. "Good." Ryan looked over. "When?" "This morning. And you didn't tell me?" Noah stared. "You're offended?" "No. You are." Ryan continued eating. Mia looked between them. "You've both become needy." Noah pointed at Ryan. Him first. Ryan ignored them. The next months moved faster. Noah's body finally passed its pre-crisis baseline in several categories. Not raw strength. Not mana capacity. Control. Balance. Movement efficiency. His left knee would always require maintenance. The doctors were clear about that. Not disability. Not invulnerability either. Noah accepted it. Mostly. The physical development crisis debt fell below 90%. Not because his body had become 7 years future strong. Because he had begun rebuilding toward the snapshot honestly. Mana control crisis debt moved even less. Sword mastery crisis debt barely moved. That no longer bothered him. The giant debts were supposed to take years. The smaller ones kept closing. Combat perception, 1 year, 0%. Combat perception, 3 year, 63.2%. The original mana debt, 0%. The original sword debt, 0%. Future collateral remained stable. No new loans. Voss called that the first sensible pattern in your record. Noah called it growth. Voss called that premature. Noah liked him slightly more because of it. The 3-year horizon returned almost 8 months after South Sector 4. Noah was not in rehabilitation, not in an office, not in training. He was inside a gate. That felt right. The operation was modest. A mixed team clearing an unstable industrial route under professional supervision. Mia was not on site. Ryan was assigned elsewhere. Noah worked with people he had trained beside for months. The binding student. The defensive anchor. A support sensor with poor combat rating. 2 licensed hunters. 1 barrier operator. No elite talent. No one expected a miracle. The gate changed halfway through. The sensor student stopped. Something's wrong. The professional leader checked his scanner. Nothing. She shook her head. Mana pressure moved. Direction. I don't know. The leader studied the route. No alarm, no visible monster, no obvious fracture. Noah remembered what he had told the student months earlier. A talent did not need to do the job everyone expected. What can you tell? She closed her eyes. Not direction. Then what? Closer. The leader looked at Noah. Noah looked at the ceiling. Move. The team moved. 20 seconds later, the wall behind them exploded. A creature came through sideways. Not adaptive. Strong. Much stronger than the root classification. The professional leader took the first hit. Barrier. Impact. The man flew into a support column. Alive. Unconscious. The second licensed hunter engaged. Fall back. The creature struck. The hunter blocked. Lost ground. Noah's future credit opened automatically. 1 year sword mastery. Available. 8 2-year combat perception. Available. 3-year mana control. Available. The 3-year horizon had returned. Noah saw it. Maximum viable future horizon. 3 years for half a second. Satisfaction nearly distracted him. Then, the monster attacked again. The licensed hunter shouted, "Ward!" Noah closed future credit. No borrowing. Binding. The student reacted. Where? Noah pointed toward 2 columns. Low. Diagonal. Not to hold it? He understood immediately. The mana line formed. The creature charged. It broke the line. Its front foot shifted. The defensive anchor stepped in. Shield reinforced. The monster hit him instead of the injured hunter. Barrier operator angled a field across the creature's flank. It turned. Noah moved. Real footwork. Real mana. Real sword. He cut the joint. Shallow. Not enough. The creature swung. Noah retreated. His left knee held. The sensor student shouted, "Pressure." Noah did not know what that meant. Then the creature's body glowed. Mana burst. Down. Everyone dropped. The blast tore across the chamber. Barrier operator caught most of it. Her field shattered. She collapsed to one knee. Noah looked at the exit. They could retreat. 2 unconscious professionals. 1 injured barrier operator. The monster between them and the main route. Future credit remained available. 3 years. Not 10, not 8. Safer. Useful. He could borrow perception. Maybe mana. 1 short loan could simplify everything. Mia's words returned. If you borrow someday because that's genuinely the best choice, I might still hate it. Noah looked at the team. Was it necessary? Not yet. That was the answer. Not never. Not because borrowing was evil. Not because he had promised. Not yet. Defensive anchor, left. The student moved. Barrier, save mana. I'm fine. Didn't ask. She glared. Good. Still alert. Sensor. Call pressure changes only. I can't tell what they mean. Neither can I. Call them anyway. Noah looked at the binding student. Can you place 3 lines? Not strong. Don't need strong. The creature charged. Now? First line, break. Foot shifted. Second, break. Body turned. Third, the creature raised 1 leg higher to avoid it. Noah saw the habit. Not adaptive intelligence. Simple compensation. The lines had taught the creature something accidentally. Noah used it. Again. Same third position. The binding student hesitated. It'll step over. Exactly. The line appeared. The creature stepped high. Defensive anchor rammed the raised side. The monster lost balance. Noah attacked the exposed underbody, deep. The creature screamed. Mana pressure changed. Pressure! Noah shouted. Barrier. The field formed only in front of the team. Small. Efficient. The burst struck. Held. The barrier operator stayed conscious. The creature staggered from its own output. Noah moved. Future credit flickered. By 3-year combat perception borrow? Noah ignored it. The monster's next movement was ugly. Unclear. His real perception did not provide the answer. So he did something old Noah hated. He waited. The defensive anchor attacked first. The monster responded. That gave Noah the information. He moved second. Cut. Binding line changed the rear foot. Barrier clipped the shoulder. The creature turned into Noah's blade. The sword entered the wound from earlier. The monster collapsed. Noah did not celebrate. Professionals? They moved immediately. Medical checks? Barrier status? Route alarm. Evacuation call. The lead hunter regained consciousness 2 minutes later. He looked at the dead creature. Then at Noah. You borrow? No. The man stared. No? No. The binding student sat against the wall. He mostly yelled at us. Noah looked over. That's command slander. The defensive anchor laughed. The barrier operator said, You told me not to use mana. You're welcome. The sensor student looked at Noah. My talent worked. He nodded. Yes, I still didn't know where it was. You knew something changed. She smiled. The interface appeared. Maximum viable future horizon. 5 years stable. Then the debt list. Combat. Perception debt. 3-year snapshot. 58.1% sword mastery debt. 10-year crisis snapshot. 98.7% mana control debt. 8-year crisis snapshot. 98.9% physical combat. Development debt. 7-year crisis snapshot. 88.6% no new debt. No collateral increase. No body tearing itself apart. No miracle. The professional leader looked around the team. You handled it. Noah shook his head. We handled it. The words came easily. That mattered more than he expected. Mia arrived at the debrief 2 hours later, not because she had been assigned there, because the gate anomaly had been escalated to regional command review. She entered the room, carrying a tablet. Saw Noah. Saw the medical report. Saw no injuries beyond minor bruising. Then looked at the borrowing record. Blank. Her eyes returned to him. You didn't. No. Was it available? Yes. How far? 3 years. Mia stopped. The room around them continued moving. Reports. Technicians. Hunters. No one noticed the importance of 2 words. Mia said 3. Restored during the fight. And you didn't use it. No. Why? Noah thought about giving the good answer. The philosophical one. Instead, he gave the true one. Didn't need it yet. Mia stared. Then nodded. Good. Noah smiled. She caught it. That one was deliberate too. Yes. The debrief became unexpectedly important. Not because Noah had defeated a stronger monster. The team had. The report showed how. A low-rated sensor detected an unregistered mana shift. A weak binding talent controlled foot placement. A defensive fighter preserved the line. A barrier operator conserved mana until the dangerous burst. Noah coordinated combat decisions. The professionals survived. Voss requested the report. Noah sent it with one note. Not everyone needs the same door. Voss replied 2 hours later. Too informal. Then below it. Useful. Noah saved the message. He planned to use it against him later. That night, future credit changed. Noah opened the 3-year projection. It was the farthest future he could see. 3 years, not 10. The person there was weaker than the 10-year futures Noah once knew. Of course he was, but the path looked different. Professional role remained unresolved. Combat ranking was lower than the elite program trajectory. Team command likelihood higher. Field survival projection improved. Several techniques reflected military and professional training. Then Noah saw something at the bottom. Unresolved sword development. His breath slowed. Not the old unknown combat technique. The wording was different. He selected it. Future horizon. A 3 years development status. Incomplete acquisition path. Viable associated principles. Variable execution low pattern. Repetition. Noah sat upright. The old technique, or the beginning of it. Then another line appeared. New development influence. External tactical rhythm. Noah stared. External. Not fighter-specific. He opened the detail. No future events appeared. No names. No instructions. Only what future Noah might become. Combat style development. Opponent prediction disrupted through variable inputs. Internal pattern source. Self-external pattern source. Team coordination. Noah read it twice. The old 10-year future technique had been built around making himself unreadable. This version had changed. Future Noah was still learning to vary his own execution, but now the style also incorporated information from outside himself. Teammates. Command. Changing rhythms he did not personally generate. Noah thought of the industrial gate, waiting for the defensive anchor to move first, using the binding lines, responding to the sensor call. Letting another person's action create information he could not produce alone. The future technique had not returned. Not really. A fragment had. Rebuilt on a different road. Noah checked the horizon again. 3 years. Stable. For months, he had chased the future because he feared losing it. Now it had begun returning because he stopped trying to carry it alone. His phone vibrated. Mia? Alive. A second message arrived. Debrief finished. Then, eat. Noah smiled. He typed, 3-year future has a new sword development. The typing indicator appeared immediately. What kind? Noah looked at the interface. Then answered, One that seems to know I have teammates. There was a long pause. Mia replied. Good. Noah laughed. He closed future credit. 3 years was not 10. The unknown technique was still gone. The crisis debts remained enormous. His body was not fully healed. Ryan could still beat him. Voss's reform was unfinished. Mia's command path was carrying her farther from the academy. Nothing was solved, but the future had returned far enough to show him something he had never understood before South Sector 4. The stronger version of Noah Ward was not waiting at the end of a road he had to walk alone. That road was being built under his feet, by his choices, by his failures, by the people he listened to, by the people he trusted enough to let stand beside him. And for the first time since awakening, Noah looked 3 years into the future without asking what he could borrow from it. The first sign that the problem was getting larger appeared 12 days later. Not in Noah's future. On a national gate map, Mia sent him the image without explanation. 9 marked incidents. Different cities. Different gate classifications. Different monster species. The same note appeared beside every report. Observed behavioral adaptation exceeds catalog baseline. Noah called her. She answered immediately. You saw it. 9, 11 now? His stomach tightened. The regional species? Not exactly. What does that mean? Different species are doing similar things. Noah looked again at the map. The creatures from the expedition had learned repeated attack patterns. The industrial gate monster had been unrelated. Now, apparently others were changing too. Shared mutation? Researchers don't know. Gate environment? Don't know. Something teaching them? A pause. Also don't know. Noah opened future credit. Maximum viable future horizon. 3 years. The incomplete sword development remained. Variable execution. Low repetition. External tactical rhythm. Nothing new. He closed it. Mia heard the silence. Did it change? No. Good. Noah smiled faintly. You're saying that about no information. I'm saying it because you checked once instead of 6 times. He looked at the national map. Are you involved? Regional. Coordination is being expanded, meaning more work. That's not an answer. You're learning. The call ended because someone summoned her. Noah spent the rest of the evening reading public incident summaries. Nothing looked catastrophic. A sword-resistant creature learning to turn armor before repeated cuts. A flying monster avoiding the same barrier formation after seeing it twice. A pack changing approach routes after losing members to the same trap. Individually, all survivable. Together, they formed a direction. The next week added 7 more. Then 14. National Command created an adaptive threat review. Martin Voss attended. Mia was assigned as a junior tactical observer. Ryan was sent into 2 of the affected gates. Noah received restricted field access because his previous experience made him useful. The first briefing started with numbers. Voss preferred numbers. 41 confirmed incidents, he said. A map covered the wall. 11 probable. 17 under review. A guild representative asked, same species? No. Same gate network? Not geographically. Same mutation source? Unknown. A military officer said. Then we're classifying behavior. Not biology. Correct. Noah sat behind the senior staff beside Mia. Ryan stood with the combat representatives. Voss changed the display. Footage appeared. Different monsters. Different places. Same pattern. A hunter used a repeated spear sequence. By the 4th attempt, the monster moved before the 2nd thrust. A barrier team controlled a corridor. The next wave approached from the ceiling. A fire specialist burned one side of a chamber. The next pack refused to enter that side at all. Mia leaned toward Noah. Some of those could be normal learning. I know. The next clip played. A monster watched 2 hunters fight another creature from behind a barrier. When released accidentally during the operation, it immediately countered both hunters' preferred openings. Noah stopped moving. Mia did too. Voss paused the footage. This is the category producing concern? A commander asked. Observation-based adaptation. Potentially? Persistent. Unknown. Shared? Unknown. Noah looked at Ryan. Ryan was already looking at him. Neither needed to say it. The regional creature that had learned from outside combat. The larger one. The one that had watched. Voss continued. We currently have no evidence of coordinated intelligence across separate gates. Noah noticed the wording. No evidence. Not no possibility. Current operational recommendation remains variation-based engagement. Rotate combatants. Alter attack sequence. Avoid repeated barrier geometry. A guild official asked. And resource allocation? Voss changed screens. High-risk adaptive incidents appeared in red. Elite teams will be concentrated on confirmed high learning rate gates. Noah heard several people shift. There it was. Familiar problem. Stronger teams to harder threats. Rational. Necessary. Potentially dangerous somewhere else. Mia raised her hand. She did not have enough rank to interrupt senior command without permission. Voss saw her. Lane. If elite teams are concentrated, what happens to lower classified adaptive incidents? Standard response units. Using existing composition? For now. Mia looked at the footage. That may be a problem. A senior officer glanced toward her. Why? Because high individual combat value may matter less against something that benefits from seeing the same fighter longer. The room quieted. Mia continued. The regional expedition showed mixed role teams could delay learning by changing execution without abandoning formation. Voss said, "You're recommending weaker teams against an unknown threat?" "No." Mia pointed at the map. "I'm recommending more varied teams. Different sentence, different argument. Elite fighters still matter. But if an entire unit is built around 3 exceptional attack patterns, a learning enemy gets 3 important patterns." She changed the tactical overlay. A lower-ranked fighter with an unusual control talent might contribute more than their combat score suggests because they create a 4th kind of problem. Noah thought of binding lines, sensor pressure calls, barrier angles, the speed user moving anchors. Voss looked at the National Allocation Board. Mixed role performance data is limited. Mia nodded. Then gather it before the threat stops being limited. Noah glanced at her. That sounded more senior than her title. Voss did not approve the proposal immediately. He ordered a trial. That was how he changed. Not through speeches. Through data collection. 6 adaptive response teams were reorganized. 3 retained conventional elite-heavy composition. 3 used varied talents and role structures while preserving minimum combat thresholds. Noah was placed in one of the latter. Ryan was placed in a conventional high-rank strike unit. Neither complained. This time, the separation felt useful. The first trial gate taught Noah that mixed did not mean automatically better. Their team nearly failed in 20 minutes. Too many different talents. Too little shared rhythm. A binding user interfered with a movement specialist. A barrier angle blocked a ranged attack. 2 support effects competed for the same mana corridor. The adaptive monsters barely needed to learn them. They confused themselves. Afterward, Mia reviewed the footage. Variety without coordination is just disorder. Noah sat beside her. That sounds obvious after you say it. It was obvious before. Then why didn't you solve it before we went in? She looked at him. Because I wasn't commanding your team. Convenient. Mia rewound. Here. A movement specialist entered. Binding line crossed his retreat route. He changed direction. Barrier blocked him. Monster hit. 3 useful talents. She paused the recording. 1 bad team. Noah nodded. So mixed role isn't the answer? No. She looked at him. Mixed role is a tool? He smiled. You're ruining on their simple conclusion. You're welcome. The second trial changed composition less. They trained roles first. Who initiated? Who redirected? Who preserved the escape route? Who called adaptation? Noah did not command formally. He became the connection between combat and support. That role fit him increasingly well. Not because future credit told him what everyone would do. Because he had spent months learning what he couldn't do alone. The second gate went better. The creatures learned Noah's sword after several exchanges. He rotated out. A control talent disrupted footing. The monsters adapted. The team shifted again. A defensive fighter became the front. Noah returned from the side. Not random. Coordinated variation. They cleared the route with fewer injuries than the conventional comparison team. 1 operation meant nothing. The 3rd produced similar results. Then the 4th. Voss expanded the trial. Mia's recommendation moved from experiment to provisional doctrine. She pretended not to care. Noah didn't allow that. You changed national response composition. No, part of it, trial protocols. National trial protocols temporary. Still. Mia continued walking. They were crossing the regional command complex after her shift. Noah followed. You should be happy. I am. You don't look happy. I'm tired. You use that too much. She stopped. You want me to celebrate every time something works? Sometimes. Mia looked at him. Fine. She raised both hands slightly. Success. Noah stared. That was terrible. Never asking again. He laughed. Mia kept walking. Her command marker changed the following month. No ceremony. A new authorization appeared. Provisional Metropolitan Command Authority. Noah read it over her shoulder. That's not junior anymore. Provisional. Metropolitan. Supervised. Command. Mia locked the screen. Stop reading individual words. They're impressive individually. She looked at him. For once, Noah didn't joke. You earned it. Mia's expression softened. Thanks. That was enough. Their schedules became worse. Mia now rotated between regional command and metropolitan emergency planning. Noah spent more time in professional gates. Ryan's elite clearance increased again. Their friendship adapted through brief meetings, late meals, and fights scheduled like appointments. Ryan sent him one message. Saturday, 8-0. Noah replied. Romantic. Ryan responded. Fight. Noah showed Mia. She said he's getting better at messaging. That's better. He included a time. Saturday came. They fought. No borrowing. No spectators except Mia, who arrived halfway through because her command meeting ended early. Ryan won. Barely. Noah sat on the floor afterward. Again, Ryan looked at the clock. No. Noah stared. You have somewhere to be? Professional training. You're rejecting a fight for training? Yes. Noah looked at Mia. He's changed. Mia nodded. Growth, Ryan? Left. Noah threw a towel at the door after him. The 5-year horizon returned 8 days later. Noah was inside an adaptive gate when it happened. Not fighting. Waiting. That was almost becoming a theme. The team had encountered a creature that learned barrier placement quickly. Their first 2 attempts to pass failed. Old Noah would have attacked until the barrier problem became a sword problem. Current Noah watched the support team work. One barrier user suggested alternating angles. The control specialist suggested removing the barrier entirely. Everyone looked at him. He explained. The monster only moves after the barrier appears. Noah understood. It waits for the lane. Yes, so don't give it one. They changed the plan. No wall, no obvious corridor. Only short barriers placed behind the creature after it committed. The monster hesitated because the expected structure never appeared. Noah's team passed. No dramatic kill. No borrowed future. Future credit open. Future horizon recalculating E3 years became YE4. Then the interface flickered again. Maximum viable future horizon. 5 years. Noah stopped walking. The fighter behind him nearly hit his back. You okay? Yes, 5 years. He had not seen that horizon since South Sector 4. The category opened automatically. 5-year sword mastery, 5-year mana control, 5-year combat perception, professional role projection, team role probability. Noah stared at the future. Not at the strength, at the continuity. 5 years existed again. He dismissed the interface before the next corridor. After the operation, he called Mia. No answer. Command. He called Ryan. Ryan answered. 5. Silence. Then, years? Yes. Stable? Yes. Good? Noah smiled. When can you fight? Tomorrow. Good. The call ended. Mia called 12 minutes later. You called. 5 years. The background on her side went quiet. 5? Yes. Since when? Today? How? Noah thought about it. We stopped putting up a barrier. Mia was silent. That sounded more meaningful. In context, I assumed. He smiled. Then she asked, did anything come back? Noah knew what she meant. The unknown technique. He hadn't checked. That surprised him. Wait. He opened future credit. 5-year projection. The unresolved sword development appeared. More complete now. Associated principles. Variable execution, low pattern, repetition, external tactical rhythm. Adaptive suppression. Another field had returned. Target modeling resistance. Noah's pulse changed. Mia. What? It's growing. The old technique? Not exactly. He read. Development path divergence detected previous long horizon technique. Unreachable current 5-year development. Distinct. He smiled slowly. It's not rebuilding the same one. What does that mean? I don't know yet. For once. That felt exciting rather than frightening. The system continued. Current development basis. Self-variation team generated variation opponent model disruption. Shared tactical inputs, Maya said. Noah? It's becoming something else. A pause. Better? He looked at the future ranking. Individual sword classification was actually lower than one of his old elite path projections. Different. Mia said. Good. He laughed. That word is losing meaning. No. She sounded tired. But this one, the 5-year future stabilized. Noah did not borrow from it. He could have. Some assets were physically compatible now. Not comfortable. Not safe enough to ignore cost. But possible. That mattered because restraint only meant something when the option was real. Future credit became a weapon on his belt instead of his hand. Available, not controlling the fight. The adaptive incidents continued spreading. 68, 93, then 120 confirmed. researchers discovered something worse. Some adaptation persisted across waves. A creature killed by a sword pattern would never return. The next creature sometimes arrived already avoiding that pattern. Not always enough. Voss called an emergency review. Shared learning is now probable within individual gate environments. A researcher changed the display. Multiple creature encounters. Different bodies. Similar counters appearing across generations. Mechanism unknown. A military officer said, "Hive intelligence? Unconfirmed? Environmental memory? Possible? Central controller? Possible?" Noah looked at Mia. She was already looking at the map. If a gate itself could remember what hunters did inside it, rotating fighters solved less. Voss said, "Recommendations?" Several answers came. More overwhelming force. Shorter operations. Remote attacks. Disposable constructs. Broader technique libraries. Mia raised her hand. Voss nodded. Lane. If the environment shares learning, then individual unpredictability isn't enough. Agreed. We need operational unpredictability, a senior commander asked. Meaning? Don't just change who attacks. Mia changed the route map. Change what the team is trying to accomplish. Noah understood. A monster expecting suppression should encounter movement. One expecting direct kill pressure should encounter containment. One adapting to barriers should find no barriers. Stable objective, Mia said. Variable method. Voss looked at the model. Harder to coordinate, yes. Higher command burden, yes. More failure points, yes. Mia didn't soften it. But if Mia didn't soften, the enemy is learning doctrine. Repeating doctrine perfectly becomes a failure point too. That sentence entered the official review. Noah knew because Voss later complained the phrasing was dramatic. Mia looked proud. Noah approved. The 5-year horizon strengthened over the next 2 months. Noah's combat perception, a 3-year debt, reached 0. The borrowed afterimage vanished. Another piece became his. His crisis debts moved slowly. Sword Mastery 10 crisis, 96.8%. Mana Control 8 crisis, 96.1%. Physical Development 7 crisis, 82.4%. The numbers no longer felt impossible, just long. He trained, worked, recovered, helped teams, lost spars, won some. Then Ryan stopped winning, not immediate. The first draw came during a professional training exercise. They fought for nearly 4 minutes before both ended with blades at each other's throats. Ryan said, "Mine touched first." Noah said, "No, it did. Video, they checked." The recording showed both strikes landing within the same frame. Ryan watched it twice. Noah enjoyed every second. Draw. Ryan closed the video. Again. They fought again. Ryan won. His relief was subtle. Noah noticed. That was even better. The final rematch happened without planning. No formal challenge. No audience arrangement. No dramatic arena. Ryan found Noah after a gate review and tossed him a practice sword. Noah caught it. Now, Mia happened to be there. She looked at the clock. "I have 20 minutes. Ryan said, "Enough." Noah smiled. They stepped onto the academy training floor where they had first fought months earlier. Same rule. No future credit. Noah opened the interface only to shut it. Noah opened the interface only to shut it. Future credit. Available. 5 years visible. He dismissed it. Ryan saw the gesture. Good. Noah raised his sword. "You people have ruined that word." Ryan attacked. The opening exchange was faster than anything they could have performed when they first met. Ryan remained technically cleaner. Noah had become harder to read. Not because he moved randomly. Because he no longer insisted on solving situations the same way. Ryan cut high. Noah blocked. Ryan changed to the body. Noah stepped. Military rotation principle. Ryan expected the follow-up. Noah didn't give it. He reset. Ryan smiled faintly. Second exchange. Noah attacked. Simple academy cut. Ryan countered. Noah abandoned the blade line and moved his body first. Ryan adjusted. They separated. Mia watched without calling anything. This was not her fight. Third exchange. Ryan pressured. Noah yielded. Fourth. Noah pressured. Ryan turned him. Fifth. Ryan's blade touched Noah's sleeve. Not enough. Sixth. Noah nearly caught Ryan's wrist. Missed. Seventh. They collided shoulder to shoulder and separated. Both breathing harder now. Ryan attacked again. Noah recognized the sequence. Ryan had used a version of it dozens of times. The old Noah would have thought. "I know this. The adaptive monsters had taught him why that assumption could be dangerous. Ryan knew Noah knew it. That made the familiar sequence bait. Noah did not counter where he was supposed to. Ryan's blade continued. Noah stepped into the wrong space. Wrong by standard form. Correct for Ryan's expectation. Ryan changed. Fast. Noah was faster this time. Not physically. Decision. His sword touched Ryan's ribs. Ryan's blade stopped 1 inch from Noah's shoulder. Silence. Noah stayed still. Ryan looked down, then at Noah. Mia did not speak. Ryan stepped back. Noah lowered his sword. Neither smiled. Not yet, Ryan said. Again. Noah laughed. You lost. Once. That's generally how matches work. Again. Mia finally spoke. Say it. Ryan looked at her. What? She crossed her arms. You know? Noah stared. Mia smiled. Ryan looked at Noah. For a second, he seemed genuinely irritated. Then the irritation disappeared. He tapped Noah's practice sword with his own. That one was yours. The words landed differently than the first time. Back then, Ryan had meant one counter, one movement. One small piece of skill Noah had finally stopped borrowing. Now he meant the whole fight. Noah, the decisions, the timing, the win. No future version hiding inside it. No afterimage. No loan. No excuse. Noah smiled. Again tomorrow. Ryan's expression improved immediately. Good. Mia groaned. The 10-year horizon returned 3 weeks later. Noah almost missed it. The incident began as another adaptive gate. By then, those words had become too familiar. The team entered with mixed composition. Mia commanded remotely through Metropolitan Authority. Ryan led a separate line. Noah's unit handled movement support. Everything worked. Until the gate began learning command transitions. Not attacks. Not barriers. Transitions. Every time Mia ordered one team to replace another, the monsters pressed the exact moment both formations were moving. The first time could have been coincidence. The second was not. Mia changed timing. The next transition happened without a spoken countdown. The monsters still moved. Noah looked upward. The gate walls pulsed. Can it hear command? Mia answered through his earpiece. Possibly. Then stop telling us. A pause. Excuse me. Give objectives. Not timing. She understood. All teams. Maintain assigned objective. Transition authority local. No centralized timing. Each unit moved based on field conditions. The gate could not exploit a single command rhythm because no single rhythm existed. Coordination became harder, messier, more human. It worked. Noah's group completed the route. When the gate stabilized, future credit opened. Noah expected dead movement. Instead, future horizon recalculating. 5 years out to 6 years, the numbers moved slowly. 7. Noah stopped breathing. The gate noise faded around him. 9. He remembered a hospital room. 8 months. A wheelchair. Mia telling him to stop checking. Ryan saying 8 months was more than 0. 10 years available. Noah stared. 10 years! Returned! Not the same 10 years. That road had died the moment he changed it. This was a new future built through everything after South Sector 4. He opened the projection. The person waiting there was terrifying. Not because of one enormous number. Not because of one enormous number. Because everything connected. Sword mastery. Mana control. Combat perception. Physical development. Team command familiarity. Military movement doctrine. Adaptive combat experience. Professional field record. The old projection before the collapse had been strong. This one looked different. Less like a solo hunter who accumulated skills. More like someone who had spent 10 years fighting problems that refused to stay the same. Noah selected sword mastery. Physical compatibility. Very low expected strain. Severe, he smiled. Of course. 10-year Noah had become too strong to borrow safely again. The old temptation returned, not to use it. Then the incomplete sword development appeared. No longer unresolved. It had a designation, not a name. A function. Adaptive combat framework status. Mature primary characteristics. Variable execution, low pattern repetition. Team-generated tactical variation opponent. Modeling disruption. Fighter-specific. Predictability suppression. Persistent learning countermeasures. Noah's chest tightened. Persistent learning. The current gates had only recently begun sharing adaptation. Future Noah had built the mature framework for something that remembered far more. He selected acquisition path. The system hesitated, then displayed personal development metadata. Acquisition path. Viable foundation sources. Professional combat military rotation. Doctrine multiple adaptive species. Team Command, Integration, Catastrophic, First Contact, Survival. Noah stopped. First Contact, Survival. The phrasing was new. It did not say what happened, only something about him. He survived first contact with whatever problem eventually demanded the mature technique. He selected the field. Additional development context. Post-contact adaptive development. Extended. Noah stared. His pulse climbed. Whatever happened during that first contact had not ended the problem. Future Noah survived it, then spent years developing the framework meant to answer something he had encountered there. The system gave no location, no date, no name, no casualty count, no instruction, nothing except Noah's own developmental path. Noah closed the interface. Mia's voice came through. Noah? He had forgotten the channel remained open. I'm here. What happened? 10 years. Silence. Then softer. Back? Yes. He could hear her breathe. Stable? Yes. Ryan's voice entered from another channel. You have 10? Noah laughed. Apparently this isn't private anymore, Mia said. What else? Noah looked at the development metadata. Future me survives first contact with something that shapes the framework. No one answered immediately. Ryan said something adaptive? Looks like it, Mia asked. Does it say what? No? When? No. What happens during the encounter? No. She became quiet. No one knew what she was thinking. The system was not giving them an event. Only a footprint. Still, the shape of the footprint mattered. The strongest future Noah had now seen carried a technique whose development continued for years after a catastrophic first contact. Whatever happened there, future Noah had survived long enough to keep building. The incident report became classified. The 10-year horizon did not. Voss summoned Noah the next morning. He already had the system data. Catastrophic first contact survival. Noah sat. Yes. Post-contact adaptive development. Extended. Yes. Voss looked at him. You understand this does not prove what occurs during that encounter. I know. It does not identify an enemy. I know. It does not tell you what decision future Ward made to survive. Noah leaned back. You've become very fun. I'm preventing you from converting metadata into prophecy. I know. Voss changed the display. The national adaptive map had become dense. Hundreds of incidents. Several gate environments now showed persistent learning across multiple operations. One had started adapting not just to techniques, but to equipment. Another to evacuation patterns. A third to response timing. Something is changing, Voss said. Noah looked at him. That's almost dramatic. It is an observation. Still. Voss ignored him. We are increasing elite concentrations around the highest learning rate gates. Noah frowned. And the others? Mixed response teams under revised doctrine. Because of Mia's trial. Because of data. Noah smiled. She's going to hate that answer. She already heard it. That surprised him. You met? She is part of Metropolitan Command, right? Mia was no longer simply the barrier user standing beside him in Academy simulations. That thought carried pride. And something warmer he refused to inspect while sitting in front of Voss. Voss continued. We are also changing reassessment policy. Noah looked at the new document. Performance-triggered access advancement. Dynamic role evaluation. Potential assessment retained. Initial classification confidence decays, unless confirmed by later performance. Noah read it. You're doing it. Piloting it. Still, national implementation requires legislative and operational approval. Still, Voss looked tired. Noah smiled. Good. Voss stared at him. Noah enjoyed it. Then the director changed screens. A simulation appeared. Adaptive threat growth. Current response doctrine. Projected failure points. This is why I'm not celebrating. Noah stopped smiling. At current rates, teams could still kill adaptive creatures faster than the creatures learned. Usually. That margin was shrinking. What happens when it crosses? We do not know. Noah thought of the mature future technique. Persistent learning countermeasures. Future me does. Voss's expression hardened. No. Noah caught himself. Right. Future Noah had an answer. Not knowledge. Different. He developed something. Years from now. Yes. Voss looked at him. If the threat develops faster than you do, your 10-year technique is irrelevant today. That sentence followed Noah out. The next adaptive incident became the first to close an entire gate route because human combat methods were becoming ineffective. No deaths. Command withdrew early. Good decision. The monster population remained inside. Researchers watched remotely. The creatures began rehearsing against abandoned defensive equipment. That disturbed everyone. They were not simply reacting during combat anymore. They were learning in the absence of humans. Mia received provisional high-level command authority 48 hours later. The emergency order placed her beneath Senior Metropolitan Command, but above multiple field units during adaptive events. She stared at the authorization. Noah read it. High level, provisional. You've been using that word for months. It matters. You're commanding professional strike units. Under supervision. Still, Mia locked the screen. Noah looked at her. She was nervous. He knew because she became more precise when nervous. You'll be good. That's not useful. You're right. She looked at him. Noah corrected. You'll make mistakes. Mia's shoulders relaxed slightly. Better. And then you'll make fewer. Still bad. And when something goes wrong, you'll have me. She went still. Noah had not planned that sentence. He continued before fear could stop him. And Ryan. And the teams. And people who aren't us. Mia looked at him. That was almost healthy. Don't ruin it. She smiled. 2 weeks later, the first adaptive gate spoke, not with words, with imitation. A response team entered a contained gate. The barrier patterns inside formed before the human barrier users did. Crude, organic, but recognizable. The gate had reproduced a version of their defense. A military unit changed formation. The creatures mirrored the spacing. A swordsman used a feint. The next creature used something resembling it against him. The operation withdrew. National threat classification changed. Adaptive behavior became coordinated adaptive intelligence. No one used the word entity yet. Researchers did. Quietly. Something appeared to be organizing learning across the gate environment. Not a hive creature. Not a visible commander. The gate itself behaved as if knowledge belonged to the whole. Noah opened future credit. The 10-year framework changed. Persistent learning countermeasures became. Persistent distributed learning countermeasures, he showed Voss. Voss swore once. Noah stared. Did you just? Not now. That was terrifying. The national response changed. Elite teams concentrated further. Mixed teams expanded. Mia pushed for flexible role assignments. Voss approved temporary exemptions, allowing lower potential specialists into adaptive response teams if their talents produced unusual tactical effects. The policy Noah had argued for months earlier arrived not because society had suddenly become kinder, because the enemy made predictability dangerous. A weak, strange talent could now be strategically valuable, precisely because it had been ignored. Noah hated the reason. He accepted the result. The binding student entered professional support evaluation. The sensor user received advanced route training. The defensive anchor moved into a metropolitan rotation unit. Not everyone became elite. They didn't need to. The system was beginning to ask what they could do instead of only how high they might rank. Ryan became one of the most effective adaptive combatants in the city. His natural sword talent should have made him predictable. Instead, he responded by learning more styles, not mastering all of them, understanding enough to vary. Noah sparred with him regularly. Sometimes Ryan won. Sometimes Noah did. The old hierarchy disappeared. The rivalry didn't. That made it better. One evening after a draw, Ryan sat against the wall. 10-year you. Noah drank water. What? How much better? A lot. Than me. Probably. Ryan frowned. Noah smiled. You asked? Ryan looked at his sword. Can you borrow him? Technically. Would you? No. Why? Noah? Thought. Because then you wouldn't be fighting me. Ryan nodded. Simple. No dramatic approval. That was enough. The threat escalated faster. Gates that had shown adaptive behavior began pulsing in synchronization. Not all. Clusters. Researchers mapped mana fluctuations. Patterns emerged. Like signals. One gate learned something. Days later, another distant gate displayed a related response. Voss refused to call it shared intelligence without proof. Then the same counter to a rare military formation appeared in 2 separate cities. Proof arrived. The National Command Center became permanent. Mia moved there almost full-time. Noah saw her twice a week if both schedules cooperated. Their conversations shortened. Their trust deepened. She no longer told him not to borrow every time he entered a dangerous gate. He no longer promised not to. Instead, before one major operation, she asked, "What's your threshold?" Noah understood immediately. When the team has no viable answer and delay increases losses faster than the debt risk. Mia nodded. And who decides that? Noah smiled. Not only me. Good. There it was. The real change. He entered the gate. Future credit stayed closed. The operation succeeded. 3 months after his 10-year horizon returned, the central adaptive event began. At first, it looked like another cascade warning. 3 gates destabilized. Then 7. Then 12. But no monsters emerged. Every gate pulsed once. Same interval. Same mana pattern. Across hundreds of kilometers, National Command issued maximum alert. Noah was already at the Metropolitan Center. Mia stood above the main tactical floor with provisional high-level authority active. Ryan's elite unit waited in deployment. Voss stood beside National Allocation staff. No one joked. The pulses continued. Every 11 seconds, then stopped. Silence lasted 43 seconds. A gate opened where there had never been one. Not a known weak point. Not an existing fracture. The center of the Metropolitan Exclusion Zone split apart. The distortion was enormous. Black at the center. White at the edges. No visible interior. Every adaptive gate on the national map went quiet at the same moment. Noah felt future credit open on its own. Adaptive Combat Framework Association strength. Maximum. His blood went cold. When God. Mia saw his face from across the command floor. Noah. He looked at her. This is it. The room around them continued moving. Orders. Evacuation zones. Barrier deployment. Threat modeling. Ryan stepped closer. The thing from the future? No. Noah forced himself to stay precise. The thing the future technique is for. Different. Important. Voss heard evidence. Noah showed him the system output verbally. Maximum association. Distributed learning. Catastrophic first contact survival. Disengagement. Voss did not treat it as prophecy. He treated it as one more data point. Evacuate maximum radius. Mia was already doing it. The new gate did not release a monster. It released a shape. Too large to classify cleanly. Not enormous enough to be a city-sized beast. Wrong in a different way. Its body changed as it moved through the distortion. Armor where weapons pointed. Limbs where balance required them. No fixed silhouette. Every second seemed provisional. Remote weapons fired first. Missiles, mana artillery. Barrier traps. The entity survived. More importantly, it learned. The second volley hit less effectively. The third barely. Mia ordered attack types changed. Physical artillery, elemental effects, gravity anchors. The entity adjusted. Not after several encounters. Between attacks. Noah understood why the future technique required something beyond the regional monsters. This thing learned at battlefield speed. Ryan's unit deployed. Noah was assigned with the second combat line. Mia saw the order. Wait. Noah looked at her. She checked projections. The entity was moving toward the central population corridor. Evacuation incomplete. First line delays. Ryan said. We know. Mia looked at Noah. Second line. Not first. She could have reassigned him. She didn't. Stay on objective. Delay in data. Yes. No hero solution? Noah. He smiled faintly. I know. Her eyes held his. Come back. Same words as before, the regional adaptive zone. Different weight. Noah nodded. Plan on it. The first line lasted 2 minutes. Not defeated completely. Made ineffective. Every technique they used became worse. Every formation became legible. The entity did not need to kill all of them. It walked through the answers. Ryan engaged with constant variation. He performed better than anyone else. 30 seconds. Then the entity began reading him. Ryan changed style. Another 20. It learned that too. Noah's line entered. Future credit opened. 10-year sword mastery available. He ignored it. The future version had already fought this thing. That made borrowing him potentially dangerous. Noah didn't yet know why. He fought with what he owned. Basic cut. Military step. Team rotation. Barrier feint. No repeated personal rhythm. The entity learned anyway. Not the movement. The preference beneath it. Noah favored changing after 2 exchanges. The entity began waiting for the change. He altered after 1. It adapted. He delayed to 4. It began reading the hesitation itself. That was worse. The enemy was not memorizing techniques. It was building a model of Noah. Mia's command voice entered. Second line rotate. Noah withdrew. Ryan moved past him. Fast. Too fast. Ryan understood. The entity struck differently against Ryan now. It had learned him too. Noah opened future credit during the rotation. The 10-year framework appeared. He selected development context. Catastrophic first contact survival. Post-contact adaptive development. Extended then because the entity now existed in the present. The future projection changed. Current path viability analysis, 10-year horizon. Stable critical branch condition. Survive initial engagement. Noah stared. He selected. Nothing else appeared. No event details. No casualties. No city map. No recommended action. Only the fact that a 10-year version of Noah still existed beyond this encounter. Noah closed it. Mia's voice came immediately. "What?" he answered. 10-year future is still stable. It only says I survive first contact. Silence. Then Voss. Then that is all you know. I know, Mia asked. How long until it models you? No number. Ryan rotated back. Blood on his shoulder. Models me too. The entity had learned the first line well enough that they could barely approach now. Command changed teams, fresh fighters, different talents. The entity learned the group faster because it had already learned human combat principles from everyone before them. The battlefield shrank. Mia adjusted objectives. No kill attempt. Delay only. That was smart. The entity's model had been built around attack pressure. Teams shifted toward movement denial, barriers, terrain disruption, sacrificial constructs. It slowed, then learned. Noah watched. Future credit remained open at the edge of his vision. 10-year horizon stable. Future Noah survived. Future Noah grew. Future Noah built the mature technique. That should have been reassuring. Instead, Noah looked at the command map. Evacuation numbers. Hundreds of thousands moving. The entity's current route. If combat forces withdrew now, it would enter populated sectors before evacuation completed. Mia saw the same thing. She changed the projection. Loss estimates appeared. Thousands. Not guaranteed. Projected. Ranges. The future system had not told Noah. Present command did. And the future footprints supplied only one stubborn fact. 10-year Noah survived this first contact and spent years developing the answer afterward. Noah looked from the stable horizon to the withdrawal routes command was already preparing. The possibility formed, not prophecy, inference. If future Noah did not finish this fight here, he could survive, grow, and come back later. And if the combat lines withdrew before evacuation finished, people here likely didn't get that later. Noah understood the shape of the mystery. Future Noah had not become terrifying because he found the perfect road. He may have become terrifying because this road broke him first. Survive now. Fail to finish it. Spend years creating a sword meant to make sure the next encounter ended differently. The mature technique might be regret turned into mastery. Noah's stomach twisted. Ryan saw his expression. What? Noah looked at him. The future technique. What about it? I know why he made it. Ryan waited. Noah looked toward the entity. Because I don't think he kills it today. Ryan's face changed. Mia heard. You think he withdraws. I think he survives this and finishes the answer later. And comes back. That's what the footprint suggests. Mia did not ask what withdrawal would cost. She was already looking at the current projection. She knew. Voss spoke through command. Ward, your future is not authority. I know. Do not confuse a survivable branch with the correct branch. Noah smiled without humor. That's what I've been saying for months. Voss did not answer. The entity breached the third containment line. Mia ordered a metropolitan fallback. Not full retreat, layered delay. Every kilometer bought evacuation time. The entity learned the layers. Barriers became less useful. Repeated evacuation decoys stopped working. It began ignoring combatants who were not meaningful threats. That changed everything. Hunters could no longer simply draw it away. It selected routes based on strategic value, command centers, transit hubs, evacuation density. It was learning the city. Mia's voice remained steady. All units, switch to decentralized objective execution. Do not repeat route logic. Local commanders authorized independent method. The city response became less predictable. The entity slowed. Noah understood why future Noah's mature framework included team-generated variation. You could not defeat something that learned one fighter by making one fighter infinitely complicated. Eventually, one person still had habits. A team could create combinations no single person fully controlled. Noah's 5-year path had discovered that. The 10-year mature version had mastered it. But the mature version did not exist yet. Noah did. Ryan did. Mia did. Mia did. The teams did. Imperfect. Current. Enough to try. The entity crossed into the final evacuation buffer. Command issued combat withdrawal for all non-essential units. Mia did not withdraw. Her command station relocated forward. Noah found out through the map. Noah found out through the map. He called her. What are you doing? Command. Too close. So are you. Different. No. He almost argued. Then stopped. Same flaw. His danger mattered. Hers also mattered. You have an extraction route. Yes, use it if the line collapses. Mia paused. Same to you. Okay. No promise to die. No promise to survive at any cost. Trust. Ryan's unit rotated beside Noah's. The entity was now almost impossible for previously engaged fighters to touch. Every familiar movement failed. Ryan looked at Noah. If we retreat, Noah checked future credit. I'm stable. Future exists. And if we stay? Noah looked at the entity. I don't know. Ryan smiled slightly. Good. Noah stared. You finally lost your mind. No. Ryan raised his sword. Means we find out. The next phase lasted 9 minutes. It felt longer. Fresh teams attacked with unfamiliar talents. The entity adapted. Old teams returned only after long breaks, using changed roles. Ryan stopped being primary damage and became interruption. Noah stopped initiating and began responding to team-created openings. Barrier users stopped walling the entity and started altering sight lines. Movement specialists became decoys. Low-output talents created noise the entity initially ignored. Then it learned those too. Every answer decayed. But decay took time. Time evacuated people. Mia converted combat into seconds. Noah finally understood her completely. Not intellectually. In his body, every barrier did not need to hold forever. Every hunter did not need to win. Every plan did not need to survive contact. It needed to buy the next thing. 10 seconds. A road. A transport. Another 1,000 civilians outside the kill zone. Future Noah had built a sword to kill this entity later. Mia was building survival now. The entity reached Noah again. Its body shifted before he moved. It knew his preferred starting balance. He changed. It knew he liked changing. He did nothing. It waited. Noah smiled despite the terror. Annoying, isn't it? The entity attacked. Noah barely survived. Ryan intercepted. The entity countered him. A defensive fighter absorbed the strike. Barrier angled. Noah returned. No one completed a sequence. They became pieces. The entity learned the team. Slowly. Too slowly. Mia changed the team. New combination. The entity paused. 1 second. That was all Noah needed to understand the final road. Not the final technique. The principle. Future Noah's mature framework was not a sword style. It was a way of refusing to let the enemy finish defining him. But if Noah copied the 10-year framework now, he would give the entity exactly what it wanted. A coherent system. A mature method. Something it could study. Maybe even something it would remember. The future technique was powerful, because future Noah had years to finish it after learning from this first failure. Present Noah had fragments. If he forced them now, he might teach the entity how to beat the only weapon future Noah eventually built for it. The thought was horrifying. He opened future credit. Adaptive combat framework. Borrow availability. Restricted physical compatibility. Critical cognitive strain. Extreme target exposure risk. Unknown. That last line was new. Noah stared. Not a warning from the future about events. A present compatibility analysis, using the borrowed framework against the current associated target, could expose the technique itself. Mia said, Noah, I can't use the future technique. Can't? Shouldn't. Why? If it learns it now. Mia understood before he finished. Then future you loses the answer. Maybe. No certainty. Enough risk. Ryan heard. So don't use it. Simple. Noah closed the asset. The entity struck the barrier line. It broke through. Command issued another fallback. This one was different. Final Metropolitan Combat Line. Beyond it, evacuation incomplete. Mia's command display showed 12 minutes required. Projected line survival, 4 to 7. Voss ordered National Reserve deployment. Elite teams moved. Everything available. For once, concentrated resources and mixed teams stopped being competing philosophies. The city needed both. Ryan looked toward the reserve units. That's everyone. Noah said almost. Mia's voice entered. All field units, final delay protocol. Noah knew what the next command should be. If the line failed before 12 minutes, survivors withdrew. The future branch remained open. 10 years. Retreat, survive, train, return. Future Noah's life waited there. Strong, terrifying, ready to fix the mistake later. The entity attacked. 4 minutes passed. The line held. Barely. 5. A high-rank hunter went down. 6. 2 barrier units exhausted. 7. The projection had been right. The line began collapsing. Mia said, prepare withdrawal routes. Noah's future credit opened. 10-year horizon. Stable, no instruction appeared. He looked at the retreat route command had prepared. Then at the evacuation clock. 4 minutes remaining. Thousands still inside the projected impact area. The 10-year horizon remained stable while withdrawal was still possible. That was not an order. But together with the first contact footprint, it was enough for Noah to understand what road might preserve that future. Mia's voice came quieter on his private channel. Noah, yeah, I know what your system shows. He looked toward her command marker. What are you ordering? Silence. Then, all units follow withdrawal protocol if line integrity fails? Command answer. Correct answer, she added, privately. I'm asking what you see. Noah looked at the entity. It had learned them. Ryan, him, the elite teams. Barrier doctrine. Military rotation. Their command rhythm. Not perfectly. Enough. He looked at future credit. The strongest future version of himself existed because he left now. That version spent years becoming the person who could finally solve this. The title of Noah's life had always sounded like a bargain. Borrow power now, repay later. He finally saw the deeper trap. Not debt. Permission. Permission to make tomorrow responsible for what today refused to finish. Noah closed the U-10-year branch. I see a future where I leave. Mia said nothing, and he's strong. Ryan, close enough to hear, smiled grimly. Stronger than us. Much. Annoying. Noah almost laughed. The entity broke the left line. Withdrawal alarms sounded. Teams began moving. Mia issued commands. Second barrier group retreat. Medical first. Central strike units hold 30 seconds. Noah moved with the strike line. Future credit flickered. 10, stable. He stepped past the marked disengagement point. The system changed. Future projection recalculating. Noah stopped. Ryan saw. What? The 10-year horizon flickered. Stable became unstable. Then 10 years recalculating. The entity advanced. Mia shouted, Noah, move. He moved forward, not back. The future projection changed again. 10 years. Unreachable. Noah's breath caught. 5 years remained. He crossed another line. The entity had nearly completed its model of his current combat behavior. Future credit recalculated. You 5 years. Unreachable. Ryan was beside him now. What are you doing? Noah understood. The retreat branch was disappearing because he was refusing the choice that created it. Changing the road. Ryan looked at him, then smiled. Good. They advanced. Mia heard. Noah, he said. I don't have the future technique. I know. I know if this works. A pause. Then Mia answered. Good. He laughed once. The entity moved. Ryan attacked first. Not his strongest technique. A simple cut. The entity countered. Noah did not follow the expected opening. A barrier appeared from a fighter the entity had barely noticed. A low-output binding line caught nothing important. Except one foot shifted. A movement specialist changed the angle. Ryan stepped away. Noah entered. The entity predicted his counter. He abandoned it. Not because future Noah told him how. Because Mia's barrier had created a different route. Because Ryan's movement changed the timing. Because the binding line changed the footing. Because no single person owned the sequence. Noah struck. Hit. Shallow. The entity adapted. Future credit recalculated. Unreachable. His heart hammered. Mia said, your horizon? 3 gone? 2? He checked. 2 years. Unstable. The entity attacked. Noah blocked. Ryan took the next. Another team rotated. The enemy had seen almost everyone. It learned faster now. Noah's future narrowed. 2 years. Unreachable. 1 year. Unstable. He remembered the hospital. The joy of seeing 1 year return. Now he watched it disappear voluntarily. Mia's voice changed. Noah. He knew what she was asking. Still here. Future. 1 unstable. Evacuation clock. 2 minutes 17. The line could not last. Voss entered the command channel. Ward withdraw. Noah looked at the entity. Why? Because your talent is showing branch collapse. That's about me. And you are a combat resource. Months ago, Noah would have hated the phrasing. Now he understood it. Voss was trying to preserve him for later. Preserve the future weapon. Reasonable. Noah said, if I leave, what happens to the line? Voss did not answer. He did not need to. Mia did. Projected collapse in 68 seconds. Evacuation? 126. Too long. Noah's 1 year horizon flickered. Available. Retreat remained possible. Future. Noah waited. 1 year. 5. 10. A whole life built after leaving this place. Noah thought of the first gate. I can't do this. Future me can. He thought of South Sector 4. If I spend enough, future me can fix this. Then the months afterward. Walking, training, listening, letting other people carry danger. Letting himself be imperfect. Future Noah had always been him. Not a savior, not a separate person. A consequence. Noah stepped forward again. Future credit opened fully. Future projection recalculating 1 year. Unreachable maximum viable future horizon. 11 months, then yet, UA4. The numbers fell as he continued into the entity's engagement zone. Ryan looked at the interface he couldn't see. How bad? 4 months. Good. Noah stared. Ryan smiled. You hate that word. The entity moved. Noah and Ryan separated. Mia changed barrier geometry. The remaining teams rotated without central timing. The entity learned. They changed. Future credit recalculated. 2 months, death 3 weeks. Noah felt strangely calm. Not because death meant nothing. It meant more now than ever. He wanted tomorrow. He wanted Mia's messages. Ryan's rematch. Training. Food. Arguments with Voss. He wanted all of it. That was why the choice mattered. He was not throwing his future away. He was refusing to make it someone else's responsibility. The entity adapted to Ryan's interruption pattern. Ryan took a hit, went down. Alive. Noah moved toward him. Ryan shouted, "Don't!" The old Noah would have gone anyway. Noah looked. A defensive fighter was closer. He trusted him, turned back. The fighter pulled Ryan clear. That choice changed the battlefield. 1 second saved. Noah used it. Strike. The entity shifted. Barrier. Binding line. Mana burst from a low-ranked support hunter. Not enough to hurt. Enough to alter the entity's armor. Noah saw a seam. He moved. The entity predicted his preferred angle. Mia's barrier appeared beneath his foot. Not blocking. Platform. Noah stepped where there had been no ground. The entity's prediction failed. His sword cut deeper. The future collapsed. Maximum viable future. Guess 6 days. Noah laughed. Mia heard. What? 6 days. Her breath caught. Noah. Still not. 0. The entity screamed without sound. The gate walls pulsed. Every adaptive creature across the city map moved at once. Mia saw it. All sectors alert. Distributed response spike. The entity was not merely one monster. It was the center. The thing the others were learning through. Noah understood too late. Kill this, and everything might change. Fail, and it might learn the entire city. Future credit flickered violently. All 2 days, 7 hours, G43 minutes. Ryan returned to the line. Blood down one side of his face. You look terrible. Noah laughed. You stole my line. They stood together. Mia's evacuation clock. 48 seconds. Line integrity. Unknown. The entity shifted. It had learned Ryan's sword. Noah's variation. Mia's barriers. The team's rotation. Everything they had shown. Future Noah's mature technique would have known what to do. Present Noah did not. Good. That meant the entity didn't either. Noah looked at Ryan. No pattern. Ryan understood. None. Mia heard. Then I can't coordinate you. Noah smiled. Give us the objective. Silence. Then Mia said, 40 seconds. Not how. Not where. Only what mattered. Hold. Noah raised his sword. The entity moved. Ryan moved differently. A barrier appeared late. A binding line appeared high instead of low. A defensive fighter attacked. The support hunter defended. Roles inverted. Messy. Imperfect. Human. The entity hesitated. 1 fraction. Noah entered. Future credit opened. Maximum viable future horizon. 11 minutes he saw it. 11 minutes. The same system that once offered 10 years now could not find 12 minutes beyond this choice. The entity attacked. Noah stepped inside. His sword struck. The enemy learned. He changed. Ryan changed. Mia changed. Mia changed. Everyone changed. The future dropped. 4 minutes, 1 minute. 1 minute, 12 seconds. Noah understood what was coming. For the first time since awakening, he did not feel panic. Future credit recalculated one final time. No viable future detected the words hung in front of him. No 1 year. No wait months. No tomorrow waiting with an answer. No stronger Noah to borrow from. Nothing. Ryan shouted. Mia called his name. The entity moved, and Noah Ward raised the sword that was actually his. The entity struck. Noah met it without knowing whether he would exist 10 seconds later. That should have changed everything. Instead, the first thing he noticed was not the system, not the vanished horizon. Ryan. His rival was 2 steps to the left, recovering from the last exchange with his weight slightly too far forward. The entity knew that too. Its body shifted toward him. Armor thickened along the line Ryan preferred to cut. A second limb unfolded beneath its center. Noah saw the counter forming. Low. Ryan moved before asking why. The hidden limb crossed empty space. Noah stepped through the opening. His sword struck the entity's side. Not deep enough. The armor moved, learned. Noah retreated. No future appeared. Nothing told him whether the exchange had been correct. He had to decide that himself. Mia's voice cut through the channel. 32 seconds. The evacuation clock. Not survival. Not victory. 32 seconds until the remaining transport line cleared the projected impact corridor. That was the objective. Noah could work with that. Ryan. I know. They separated. The entity had spent the entire battle learning how they fought together. So they stopped fighting together. Ryan withdrew 6 meters instead of pressing. Noah advanced alone. The entity adjusted toward him. Then a barrier appeared behind Noah, not protecting him, blocking Ryan from view. For half a second the entity had only one visible combat problem. Noah. He gave it exactly what it expected. A standard right side cut. The armor moved. Noah abandoned the attack before contact. The barrier vanished. Ryan was already moving through the space behind it. His sword struck the opposite side. The entity twisted. Ryan disengaged immediately. No follow-up. No sequence to learn. A low-output binding line appeared across the ground. The entity stepped over it. The line had not been intended to restrain anything. The raised foot exposed the lower joint. A defensive fighter hit it with the edge of his shield. The entity staggered. Noah cut once, then left. Mia said, 27. The entity changed. Its body lowered. More limbs touched the ground. It stopped responding only to whoever attacked. It began tracking the entire formation. Noah felt the difference immediately. The next barrier appeared. The entity ignored it. The binding line formed. It changed weight before touching it. Ryan shifted. The entity anticipated the angle. It had stopped learning moves. It was learning relationships. Noah's team-generated variation had bought time. Now the thing was building a model of the team itself. Rotate. Someone shouted. Fresh fighters moved in. The entity did not hesitate. It had learned rotation too. It struck the transition. One hunter went down. A barrier caught the second hit. The field bent. Noah moved toward the injured hunter. Stopped. A medical fighter was already closer. Trust the roll. He turned back. The entity attacked Mia's barrier line instead. Noah's blood went cold. It wasn't even looking at him anymore. It had identified command influence. Mia. I see it. Her voice remained steady. The entity struck one barrier, then another. Not trying to break through. Testing. Each impact made Mia react. Strengthen left. Shift right. Create a platform. Change height. It was learning her. Noah had spent months learning why one fighter could never be the entire answer. The entity had reached the same conclusion, so it was studying the people around him too. 21 seconds, Mia said. Noah looked at the line. They only needed 21. The entity looked toward the evacuation corridor, then changed direction. Straight toward it. It had learned the objective. Intercept. Ryan shouted. Every remaining fighter moved. That was the obvious response. The entity had expected it. Its body expanded sideways. Armor became a wedge. The first hunter hit and was thrown aside. Ryan's blade glanced off. Noah attacked from the opposite side. Blocked. Barrier. Broken. Binding line. Ignored. The entity accelerated. Mia said, 17. Too far. Noah opened future credit instinctively. No viable future detected, nothing else. No asset. No horizon. He closed it. Don't chase the body. Ryan looked over. What? Noah watched the entity. It was moving toward the civilians because everyone had taught it that civilians mattered. If they all kept trying to stop it directly, the entity would keep optimizing for that contest. Make it choose. Ryan understood only part of it. Between what? Noah looked around. Remaining fighters. Barrier positions. Broken streets. Broken streets. The linked gate behind the entity pulsing with every adaptation. He remembered the expedition. The monsters had become less effective whenever forced to process unfamiliar problems. Not because they became stupid. Because adaptation required commitment. Armor moved somewhere. Weight shifted somewhere. Attention went somewhere. Every answer closed one possibility and opened another. The entity had survived everything because humans kept presenting one most important problem at a time. Kill the swordsman. Break the barrier. Reach the evacuation route. Now it had one clear priority. Noah smiled. Give it 2 evacuations. Mia understood first. Decoy route? No. Noah looked toward the western street. Real movement. Mia hesitated. That sector is clear. Then fill it. With what? Noah pointed at the reserve transports that what? Had already unloaded. Everything that looks like people. Empty buses, medical vehicles, support crews, mana signatures, motion, noise. The entity did not know which humans mattered. It inferred importance from behavior. Mia made the decision. Western support, activate all cleared transports. Move them toward Route 7. Barrier teams screen as civilian pattern. Voss entered the channel. Lane? Creating competing objective signatures. There was half a second of silence. Then approved. Engines started. Empty transports moved. Support teams activated civilian protection barriers around them. The entity slowed. Not much. Enough. Its upper body turned toward the new movement. Then back toward the real evacuation line. 2 valuable targets. 1 model. Noah saw the body hesitate between forms. Armor shifted west, then north. Ryan moved. The entity anticipated him. That was fine. Ryan attacked exactly as expected. A high cut. The armor hardened. Noah did not attack. The entity waited for him. Also fine. A binding line formed behind its rear limbs. It ignored the weak talent. That was the mistake. The defensive anchor struck the line itself with his shield. The mana cord snapped. Not uselessly. The recoil pulled both fixed anchors inward. One was attached to broken roadway debris. Stone collapsed beneath the entity's rear foot. Its weight shifted. Mia's barrier appeared on the other side. Now, the entity had to choose. Recover toward the real evacuation route, or toward the decoy. Armor couldn't solve footing. The creature twisted. Noah entered. He felt it before he understood it. A rhythm. Not future Noah's. Not Mia's. The battlefield. The battlefield. Every person acting from a different role. Every decision changing the next. No single pattern owned it. The entity tried to model Noah. Noah gave it Ryan. It tried to model Ryan. Mia changed the terrain. It adapted to Mia. A low-rated support talent altered the next movement. It learned the team. The team changed what the team was, not randomly. Purposefully, Noah's sword struck the exposed seam. Deeper than before. The entity screamed. The entire gate network pulsed. Mia said 12 seconds. The entity abandoned the decoy. Its body changed violently. All armor shifted forward. It chose the real evacuation corridor. One answer. Maximum commitment. Noah saw the consequence. Rear structure exposed. Ryan saw it too. They moved. The entity learned them. Of course it did. The rear armor began closing before they arrived. Too fast. Noah thought of the 10-year framework. Variable execution. Low pattern repetition. Opponent modeling disruption. Opponent modeling disruption. Persistent learning countermeasures. He had spent months staring at those principles. Training toward fragments. Understanding why they existed. Now the complete technique was gone. But the ideas remained. Evidence. Clues, not instructions. Noah changed his step. Ryan changed with him. For 3 exchanges they tried to apply the principles Noah had already understood. Noah attacked from a line the entity had never seen. Ryan delayed at an unfamiliar interval. Noah changed blade angle midway. Ryan inverted his follow-up. The entity hesitated. It worked. Too well. Noah felt a surge of dangerous hope. This was it. The future technique. Not complete. Enough. He pushed deeper. First exchange. Hit. Second. Hit. Third. The entity's armor began responding. Noah changed. It responded faster. Even variation had structure. The future technique was mature because future Noah had spent years developing ways to vary without revealing the rules behind the variation. Present Noah understood the principles. He did not own the finished technique. Not the depth. Every attempt to imitate the final framework gave the entity examples. The thing that future Noah had taken years to prepare against was learning the unfinished weapon in seconds. Stop! Ryan broke away immediately. Noah retreated. Mia heard. What? We're teaching it the framework. Can it use it? No. Worse. It can learn how to counter it. Ryan looked at Noah. So that wasn't yours. The words could have hurt. Instead, they clarified everything. No. It wasn't. Not yet. Noah had spent his entire life with future credit trying to shorten distance. See the answer. Borrow the answer. Reach the answer. Even after he stopped borrowing, he still treated future techniques as destinations. He had assumed the final framework was where he was supposed to end up. But future credit had never shown destiny. Only possibility. The mature technique was one answer created by one future. A future that existed because Noah survived this fight somehow and spent years developing it. Now he had chosen a road that future had never taken. Of course, the answer could change too. 8 seconds, Mia said. The final evacuation transports cleared the corridor. The objective changed. Mia's voice changed with it. All civilians outside primary impact zone. Noah exhaled. For the first time in the fight, survival and victory no longer competed with evacuation. Voss spoke. All field units discretionary withdrawal authorized. Remaining engagement objective. Containment or elimination if viable. Not an order to die. Not an order to retreat. Choice. The entity turned from the empty road. It had learned too late that the people were gone. Its body shifted toward the command position. Mia. Noah saw the trajectory. No. The word left him before thought. Then he caught himself. Same flaw. Mia had an extraction route. She had barriers, teams, her own decisions. Noah did not need to become the only wall between her and danger. Mia, I see it. Plan? Make it regret choosing me. That sounded like her. Noah smiled. Good. The entity accelerated. Mia's command post began withdrawing. Not fleeing. Moving. Barrier teams created staggered sightlines. The entity followed. It had identified command as valuable. Mia used that. She became bait. Noah hated it. He trusted it. Ryan stepped beside him. Now? Noah watched the entity. No future technique. Good. No pattern. Ryan raised his sword. Again? No. Noah shook his head. Patterns aren't the problem. Ryan waited. Predictability is. He looked across the remaining field. Their team had spent the entire fight trying not to repeat actions. Eventually the entity learned that too. It learned that Noah changed. That Mia changed, that Mia changed methods. It learned their desire to be unpredictable. Noah finally saw the weakness in their answer. They were still letting the entity define the game. It predicted. They avoided prediction. It learned. They changed. It adapted. They changed faster. Every step was reactive. Future Noah's framework might someday become sophisticated enough to win that race. Present Noah did not need to race. He needed to make prediction itself useless, not by becoming random, by making the same cue lead to different valid outcomes depending on information the entity did not possess. Noah looked at Mia's retreat. At Ryan, at the binding user, the sensor specialist, the defensive anchor, professional hunters, elite fighters, low-rated support. Different people seeing different parts of the battlefield. The entity could observe movement, mana, patterns. It could learn responses. But it could not know decisions before people made them. Not if no single person controlled all of them. Ryan, what? You're going to attack when you think you should. Ryan frowned. I already do. No signal. Fine. Don't watch me. That got his attention. Noah turned to the nearby teams. Same for everyone. Follow your role. No synchronized sequence. A professional hunter said, that's chaos. No. Noah pointed toward Mia's moving command line. Objective stays the same. Contain. Protect command withdrawal. Pressure the entity. But method is local. Mia heard. Her reply came immediately. Approved, Voss added. All local units retain objective authority. Execute independently within safety boundaries. The field loosened. No countdown. No central attack order. No planned combo. That felt terrifying. Noah had spent months learning teamwork. Now he was asking people not to coordinate actions directly. But they were coordinated by something deeper. Shared objective. Shared understanding. Roles. Trust. The first hunter moved. The entity responded. Ryan attacked from another direction because he saw the opening, not because Noah expected him to. A barrier appeared because the operator judged the angle. Noah almost entered. Stopped. The binding user acted first. That changed the footing. Noah moved. The entity predicted his most likely response. He chose it, deliberately. The armor shifted to counter. Ryan noticed the same shift and changed his own attack without being told. The entity corrected toward Ryan. A professional spear entered from behind. Hit. The entity turned. Mia's barrier blocked sight for half a second. Noah had no idea what Ryan would do when it cleared. Perfect. Neither did the entity. The barrier vanished. Ryan was retreating, not attacking. The entity had prepared for pressure that never came. Noah used the open space. Cut. Deep. The entity learned. Next time, it waited for Noah after Ryan withdrew. Noah didn't move. A support hunter attacked instead. The entity blocked easily. But every correct prediction about one person created exposure to someone else. The battlefield became impossible to compress into a single fighter model because no one fighter contained the answer. The entity changed strategy. It stopped predicting individuals. It began predicting roles. Swordsmen attack. Barriers defend. Barriers defend. Support disrupts. Mia saw it. Role inversion. Noah smiled. She understood. All units, role flexibility authorized. The defensive anchor attacked. The binding user protected a retreat lane. Barrier users created platforms for movement specialists. Ryan defended a support hunter instead of pursuing damage. Noah stopped cutting. He became interruption. The entity learned it again. It always would. But every layer cost it time. And for the first time, humans were not trying to find one final perfect pattern. They were building new valid patterns faster than the entity could finish turning them into certainty. Not infinite. Enough. The entity struck toward Mia again. Her forward command team had almost reached the protected zone. A barrier formed. The creature shattered it. Second. Shattered. Third. It changed attack angle before the field appeared. Mia canceled the barrier entirely. The entity struck through empty space. She moved behind a transport instead. Noah laughed. She heard. Focus. That was good. I know. The entity's body pulsed. The gate network answered. All remaining adaptive creatures across the city shifted. Voss's voice cut through every channel. Distributed surge. Mia changed displays. If the center is processing all local adaptation, pressure elsewhere may weaken it, a national officer said. Or strengthen it with more combat data. Noah understood the problem. Attack satellite gates, and the entity could learn more. Leave them alone, and their linked mana continued feeding the center. Mia asked, "Can we disrupt without fighting?" The sensor specialist beside Noah suddenly spoke. Pressure changed. Everyone looked. The same low-rated talent that once could not tell direction. She closed her eyes. Every time the center changes form, the gate behind it spikes first. Noah looked toward the distortion. Before the body changes? Yes. How early? Not much. Enough to call? She swallowed. Maybe. Mia heard? Put her on central channel. The sensor specialist froze. No. Noah looked at her. What? I can't command. You're not. Mia's voice came through her earpiece. You're telling us when pressure changes. The girl looked terrified. I might be wrong, Mia said. Then be wrong once. We'll adjust. The girl's breathing steadied. Okay. The entity moved. She shouted, now! The gate pulsed. Half a second later, armor shifted. Noah's pulse jumped. Not future information, present information. The entity's body did not decide first. The gate network did. The physical creature was the expression, not the entire intelligence. Noah looked at Ryan. Ryan already understood. Hit before the change. The next pressure call came. Now, Ryan attacked during transition. The armor was between configurations. His sword bit deep. The entity recoiled. It learned immediately. Next pressure spike changed timing. The sensor girl called too early. Ryan missed. She flinched. Mia said, again, no blame. No hesitation. The next call came later. Noah moved. Hit. The entity changed again. It began masking the pressure spike. The sensor frowned. It's spreading. Can you still feel it? Noah asked. Yes, but not clean. Call uncertainty. She nodded. Maybe now. Noah didn't move. A professional hunter did. The entity had expected Noah. Hit. The sensor girl stared. Noah smiled. Maybe is useful. The entity's learning turned toward her. That was the danger. It started creating false pressure shifts. The girl called. Nothing happened. Again. Nothing. Third time, armor changed in a different region. It was teaching her bad data. Mia saw it. Stop treating the call as prediction. Noah understood. Use it as one input, not answer. The same lesson everywhere. Future credit. Potential assessment. Command models. Sensor talents. All useful. Non-destiny. Noah felt something settle inside him. For the first time, the entire story of his talent made sense without the system explaining it. Borrowed mastery had never been truth. It was evidence. Potential assessment had never been truth. It was evidence. Mia's simulations. Voss's projections. The entity's models. All of them failed when prediction became certainty. The final enemy was not powerful because it could learn. It was powerful because everyone around it became predictable once they believed there was one correct answer. Noah raised his sword. He did not need to become unreadable forever. Only long enough to force one wrong commitment. Mia, I'm here. We needed to believe it understands the final attack. Silence. Then, explain. Noah looked at Ryan, at the entity. At the gate, we give it the pattern. Ryan smiled. We give it the pattern. Mia did not. That's opposite of everything we've been doing. Exactly. The entity had spent the battle learning that humans varied. It expected variation now. Noah continued. We repeat. Ryan understood first. Make the change predictable. Yes. Mia followed. Then don't change. Noah smiled. Or change somewhere else. The plan formed quickly because everyone understood the principles. Not a perfect sequence. A trap built from expectation. They would show the entity a pattern 3 times. Same initiation. Same apparent roles. Same response to its adaptation. Enough for it to build confidence. The risk was obvious. If the entity recognized the deception early, people would die. Mia asked, objective? Noah looked at the gate behind it. The sensor specialist's discovery mattered. The entity's body adapted after the gate's mana changed. The intelligence might be distributed. But the physical link between gate and body had a moment of transition. Force maximum defensive commitment. Where? Front left. Ryan looked at him. Your side. Yes. An actual strike? Noah looked at the team. Not mine. That surprised everyone. Good. Maybe it would surprise the entity too. Mia chose the real attacker. Not Ryan. Not an elite hunter. The defensive anchor. His talent and training were built around receiving force. The assessment system had never considered him a primary damage role. The entity had barely considered him one either, but he could deliver one massive short-range shield impact if given momentum and an exposed structural transition. Noah looked at him. Can you break something if it isn't hitting back? The fighter grinned nervously. Depends what. That. His smile disappeared. Probably not, Mia said. You don't need to kill it. Noah nodded. Just break the link. They did not know if that was enough. No future told them. They tried anyway. First repetition. Noah attacked front left. Ryan pressured right. Barrier blocked retreat. Bending line low. The entity had seen variations of this combination before. It countered. Noah changed high. Ryan delayed. The entity adapted. They disengaged. Second repetition. Same opening. The entity prepared earlier. Noah changed high again. Ryan delayed again. The creature's defense hardened. They disengaged. Mia said nothing. No central count. The team knew. Third repetition. Noah attacked front left. The entity committed before the blade arrived. Armor shifted. Ryan pressured right. Arnon pressured right. Barrier. Binding line. Noah changed high. Exactly as before. The entity anticipated the next phase. Its gate pulsed. The sensor specialist shouted. Now! Everyone expected Noah to change again. So did the entity. He didn't. Noah completed the high strike. A bad attack. Predictable. The armor caught it perfectly. The entity's body committed fully to stopping him. Ryan delayed. Same as before. The entity prepared for Ryan's late pressure. Ryan didn't attack. He turned. Placed his shoulder against the defensive anchor's shield. The movement specialist accelerated from behind. Not toward the entity. Into the anchor. Momentum transferred. The binding user fixed 2 mana lines across the fighter's rear stance. Not restraints. Braces. Mia's barrier formed behind them. A wall. For once, an ordinary wall. Every supposedly minor talent became part of one physical equation. The defensive anchor roared. He drove forward. The entity realized too late that the swordsmen were not the attack. Its armor began shifting. The gate pulsed. Transition. The shield struck the exposed connection beneath its center. Not a glowing core. Not a convenient gem. A structural junction that only existed while the entity changed forms. The impact sounded like metal tearing underwater. The entity folded. Every adaptive gate on the national map flashed. Mia shouted, "Again! The entity tried to recover!" Noah attacked front left again. Same pattern. It expected deception now. That was the next layer. He gave it truth. Ryan struck right, real this time. The entity split defense. The structural junction remained exposed longer. The defensive anchor hit again. His shield broke. His arm probably did too. He stayed standing long enough. The gate behind the entity ruptured. Not closed. Desynchronized. The entity screamed. Across the city, adaptive creatures stopped moving for 1 full second. Mia saw it on every feed. All sectors. Network disruption confirmed. Voss's voice followed. Exploit. Do not repeat methods across sectors. The whole city attacked differently. Some gates were sealed, some creatures trapped, some routes abandoned, some teams pressed. The entity lost the advantage that had made it impossible, not intelligence. Coordination. Its distributed learning fractured. Noah saw its body become less smooth. Armor shifted late. Limbs formed with hesitation. It was still powerful. Now it could be fought. Ryan smiled. Finally, he attacked. This time, the entity did not know everything. It blocked. Poorly. Noah entered from the other side. They fought like themselves. Ryan clean. Sharp. Relentless. Noah variable. Responsive. Messy where useful. Neither copied the other. Neither needed to. The entity adapted locally, not fast enough. Professional hunters joined. Then mixed teams. Barrier operators. Control specialists. The battlefield became crowded with valid answers. The entity learned one. Another hit. Learned another. Third. For the first time, learning could not keep pace. Noah's sword cut through one limb. Ryan severed another. A barrier trapped the next. The binding user changed footing. A low-output mana strike shifted armor. The sensor specialist called a pressure change. Sometimes right, sometimes wrong. Nobody treated her call as certainty. They responded, adjusted, continued. The entity retreated toward the unstable gate. Mia's voice sharpened. Do not let it reconnect. Noah moved. So did everyone else. The entity knew retreat now. It had watched humans do it. It changed shape for speed. Noah saw the opening. Future credit did not. There was still no future. He attacked. The entity expected a killing line in armored center. Noah stopped. Ryan continued. The entity turned to him. A barrier platform appeared beneath Noah's left foot. Mia. Same technique from earlier. The entity remembered it. It shifted to counter before Noah stepped. Noah smiled. He did not use the platform. He stepped around it. The entity committed wrong. One wrong answer. Enough. Noah's blade entered the structural seam behind its forward armor. Not the future framework. Not a legendary move. A thrust he had learned in the academy. Improved by Ryan. Positioned through military footwork. Enabled by Mia's barrier. Made possible by dozens of people the assessment system once considered too weak to matter. The sword went deep. The entity convulsed. The gate pulsed. Noah felt the weapon begin to bend. He had seen this before. First gate, sheep sword. Body too weak. Future mastery stronger than the tool. Back then, a version of himself 10 years ahead had known what to do. Now Noah did. He released pressure before the blade failed. Changed grip. Shifted angle. Used the entity's own movement to carry the cut farther. The structural seam opened. Ryan's sword entered beside his. Two blades, different angles. Same objective. The entity collapsed halfway. Not dead. Still learning. Always learning. Always learning. It formed a new limb directly toward Noah's heart. Too fast. Noah could not block and maintain the sword. Ryan couldn't reach. Mia's barriers were exhausted at this distance. No future. No answer. Then the binding line tightened around Noah's waist. The same weak talent that could not hold a monster. It didn't hold the entity. It pulled Noah. Half a meter. The limb missed his heart. Hit his side. Pain exploded. Noah stayed upright. Useful, he gasped. The binding student shouted something Noah couldn't hear. The entity tried to withdraw again. The defensive anchor, one arm hanging useless, stepped in front of it. No shield, no weapon. Just body. The creature struck him. A professional barrier caught enough. Ryan cut. Noah moved. Everyone had spent months learning that no person should be the only acceptable answer. Now no one was. The entity's body cracked. The gate behind it opened wider. Darkness. For one terrifying second, Noah thought it was escaping. Then the sensor specialist screamed. Pressure collapsing. Mia saw the national feeds. Central network failing. Voss said, all teams maintain disruption. The entity thrashed. Its form stopped making sense. Armor on the wrong side. Limbs that could not support weight. Adaptation without coherent information. It was still trying to learn. There was too much contradiction now. Too many local decisions. Too many humans refusing to become one stable model. Noah pulled his sword free. His side bled. His right arm shook. His left knee hurt. Everything he owned. He raised the blade. The entity looked at him. For the first time, Noah had the strange impression it did not know what he would do. Neither did he. Not until Mia spoke. Noah. One word. Not an order. A reminder. He looked toward Ryan. Ryan was exhausted. Still standing. The binding student had no mana left. The defensive anchor was down on one knee. The sensor girl was crying from overload. Professional hunters held the outer line. Mia's command position remained behind them. Mia's command position remained behind. Voss coordinated an entire national response built from elites and people the old model would have left outside the room. Noah understood what came next. Not a technique. A decision. He stepped. The entity shifted toward his dominant side. Noah changed. It corrected. He changed again. It corrected again. Old game. Noah stopped changing. The entity committed to the next variation. He gave it the simplest cut he knew. Straight, clean. The blade entered the open seam. The entity's body locked. Future credit appeared. Noah nearly ignored it. Then the words changed. New viable future detected. He froze. The entity was still alive. His sword remained inside it. The interface continued. Future credit available. Available future asset. Sword mastery source. Noah ward future horizon. 10 years borrow. Noah stared. 10 years. Back. Not the old branch. Not the future that survived by whatever path had produced the mature framework. A new future, created here. After he had passed the point where every known projection disappeared. Somewhere beyond this choice, Noah Ward lived. Grew. Trained. Became stronger. The system was offering him the same thing it had offered in the first gate. A stronger version of himself. An answer from tomorrow. The entity moved. Noah smiled. No. He dismissed the offer. No borrowing. The 10-year future remained. That was enough. Proof. Tomorrow existed. Now today had work to do. Noah twisted the sword. Ryan struck from the opposite side. Mia dropped the final barrier behind the entity, cutting off the gate. The defensive anchor drove forward with his good shoulder. Binding lines tightened across unstable limbs. Professional hunters hit every opening. The sensor specialist shouted the final pressure change. Noah felt the entity try to adapt. There was no time. The structural seam broke. The gate behind it collapsed inward. The entity stopped moving. Every adaptive marker across the national map went dark. Not dead. Not all of them. Silent. Disconnected. The central body remained standing for one impossible second, then fell. Noah's sword came free. He took one step backward. His leg held. Second. His side did not. He sat down very abruptly. Ryan looked at him. Dead? Noah looked at the entity. Hopefully. I meant you. Oh. Noah checked himself. Probably not. Ryan sat beside him. Good. Noah laughed. It hurt terribly. Mia arrived 6 minutes later. That was the longest 6 minutes of Noah's life. Medical teams reached him first. He let them work. Mostly because he had finally learned fighting medical staff produced no useful progression. His side wound was deep, but not fatal. 2 cracked ribs. Mana exhaustion. No catastrophic channel damage. No destroyed knee. No new future credit debt. That last part mattered more than he wanted to admit. Ryan had a fractured shoulder. The defensive anchor's arm was broken. The binding student had mana collapse but remained conscious. The sensor specialist could barely focus her eyes. People were injured. Some badly. They were alive. The city had casualties. No miracle erased that. Other sectors had lost hunters. Civilians had been injured during evacuation. Buildings were destroyed. The adaptive gate network had caused damage across multiple regions. Victory did not rewrite the hours before it, but the worst projections had not happened. The central entity was dead. The distributed adaptive gates no longer shared learning. Several remained active as ordinary threats. Ordinary felt beautiful. Noah was lying on a medical stretcher when Mia reached him. She stopped. He looked up. You took your time. Her face changed. Not command. Not relief. Something between anger and the need to confirm he was physically real. Noah smiled. Alive. Mia walked over and hit his shoulder. The uninjured one. He still complained. Ow. Good. There it is. She stared at him. Noah's smile faded. For several seconds, the battlefield noise existed somewhere else. Mia said, your future. He opened the system. 10 years. Stable. He showed her only through words. Back. Her eyes closed. How far? 10. She looked at him again. And you borrowed. Mia went still. Noah smiled. It offered. What? 10 years sword mastery. During the final strike. Yes. And I said no. Mia stared at him long enough that Noah became uncomfortable. What? She laughed. Not because it was funny. Relief escaping somewhere it wasn't supposed to. Noah watched her. Then she leaned down and pressed her forehead brightly against his. No words, no dramatic declaration, just contact. Proof from another person instead of a future projection. Ryan appeared beside them with his arm in a sling. He looked at the scene. Noah pointed. Don't. Ryan said. I didn't say anything. Mia stepped back. Her face was slightly red. Ryan looked at Noah. When you're healed, Noah sighed. Really? Rematch. We just fought a distributed adaptive intelligence. And Noah looked at Mia. She shook her head. He waited 6 minutes. Remarkable restraint. Ryan frowned. Are you agreeing or not? Noah smiled. Yes, Ryan nodded. Good. The National Command Center remained active for 72 hours after the central entity fell. No one trusted the silence. Teams entered dormant adaptive gates carefully. The creatures inside still remembered some local patterns. They no longer shared information across gates. Without the central intelligence, their learning returned to a manageable scale. Manageable did not mean easy. It meant human teams could adapt faster again. For the first time in weeks, threat maps became smaller instead of larger. Mia slept 4 hours in the first 2 days. Noah found out because she admitted it accidentally. He was still in the hospital. 4. That's enough. No, you're in a bed. Medical authority. Invalid. I'll call your supervisor. Mia stared. Noah reached for his phone. She took it. You wouldn't. I appealed the same assessment 3 times. You are a terrible person. Sleep. She looked at the chair beside his bed. Then, at him. No. That wasn't the instruction. Mia ended up asleep in the chair 30 minutes later. Noah looked at her. Future credit opened. He closed it before reading anything. The future could wait. 3 days later, Voss arrived. Not summoned. He came to the hospital. Noah looked at him. This is unsettling. Why? You came to me. You are hospitalized. You usually send an order. Voss sat. Your talent data. Noah sighed. Of course, after the no viable future state. Yes. Describe the sequence. Noah, wantier. Did. No horizon, no assets. Entity fight. New strategy. Final opening. New viable future detected. 10-year sword mastery offered. Refused. Voss listened without interrupting. When Noah finished, the director said, So the future reappeared only after your current path produced a viable branch. Looks like it. And the offered asset was immediately available. Yes? Same mechanism as always. Yes, Voss looked at the data. Interesting. Noah waited. That's it? What did you expect? I nearly died without a future. You nearly die frequently. Less frequently now. Progress. Noah stared. Did you just... Voss continued. The more important question is whether your future disappeared because death was certain. Noah became quiet. Was it? We can't know. Voss looked at him. No viable future detected means exactly what it says. Under the path and state, the system was evaluating. It could not establish a viable future. So, I could have lived anyway. Possibly. Noah smiled faintly. Even the system doesn't get certainty. Apparently not. That felt right. Voss changed the file. Another document appeared. Potential Assessment Reform, Emergency Adoption Framework. Noah sat up slightly. That's fast. The adaptive crisis made several experimental policies operationally necessary. Mixed role exemptions, yes. Performance advancement, yes. Reassessment, yes. Noah read, potential assessment remain. Initial resource recommendation. Safety thresholds. High potential candidates still received priority access to some elite resources. No revolution, no fantasy where scarcity vanished. But permanent ceilings disappeared. Performance could trigger reassessment. Role-specific evaluation mattered more. Low initial combat potential no longer automatically blocked all advanced support or mixed team pathways. Assessment confidence decayed over time if not reconfirmed by actual performance. Noah looked at Voss. You changed it. We changed it. You're taking credit now? No. Noah smiled. Voss continued. The original model treated probability too much like destiny. The words mattered because Voss said them. Noah waited. It remains useful. There it is. It should remain useful. I agree. Voss looked at him. Noah smiled. That still surprises you. Less than before. Voss folded his hands. The crisis demonstrated both arguments simultaneously. Elite teams mattered. Yes. Lower-rated specialists mattered. Yes, prediction helped. Yes, and then... failed. Yes. Noah leaned back. Almost like complicated problems don't have one morally perfect answer. Voss stared. Noah enjoyed that for several seconds. Then the director said, You were still irritating. Good. Voss closed the file. At the door, Noah said, Director. Voss stopped. The retreat order. Which one? The final line? Voss knew. Noah continued. You told me to withdraw. Yes, I didn't. Yes. Was I right? Voss looked at him for a long moment, then said, the city survived. That's not an answer. No, Noah laughed. Voss almost smiled. Almost. The correct lesson is not that ignoring command produces victory. I know. Nor that command should always override field judgment. I know. Then stop asking for a simpler answer. Noah nodded. Fair. Voss opened the door. Noah added, Mia's going to be happy about the reform. She already submitted 32 comments. Noah stared. 32? 41 originally. That sounds like her. Voss left. Noah called Mia immediately. 41 comments? She went silent? Voss told you? 32 survived? 9 were formatting. Noah laughed until his ribs hurt. Recovery from the final battle took weeks instead of months. That felt almost disappointing. No wheelchair, no vanished horizon, no collapsed future. His side healed, ribs healed. Mana returned. The left knee complained during rain. Noah ignored it until the therapist threatened to report him. He stopped ignoring it. Growth. Ryan healed faster, unfairly. Their rematch happened 5 weeks after the entity fell. Mia attended, of course. No audience beyond a few academy students who noticed Ryan and Noah occupying the same practice floor, and immediately stopped pretending they weren't watching. Ryan raised his sword. No borrowing. Noah smiled. Still saying it? Yes. Future credit hasn't been used in months. Rule. Fine. Noah opened the system dramatically. Ryan frowned. Noah closed it. No borrowing. Idiot. Mia laughed from the wall. They fought. Ryan won the first match. Noah won the second. Third ended in a draw. Ryan demanded a fourth. Mia left after the third because she had command work. Noah almost went with her. Ryan saw. Go. Noah looked at him. What? You were distracted. Afraid to lose. No. Ryan lowered the sword. Tomorrow. Noah smiled. Good. He caught himself. Ryan did too. Neither commented. Noah found Mia outside the academy. She was waiting for transport. You left. I have work, I noticed. Then why are you here? Noah stopped beside her. That was a fair question. The answer had been complicated months ago. It wasn't now. I wanted to see you. Mia looked at him. The transport arrival timer counted down on the curb display. 40 seconds. Noah suddenly preferred fighting the adaptive entity. Mia said, You could have messaged. I know. Would have saved walking. I know. Your knee? Fine. She stared. Mostly. Better. The timer reached 30. Noah realized if he let the conversation become normal, he would lose the moment. Not because destiny demanded it, because he would cowardly convert it into another unfinished future. Mia? She looked at him. I meant what I said before. Which thing? You say many questionable things. That I miss you. Her expression changed. Noah continued. I don't want to keep acting like needing someone means something went wrong. Mia said nothing. The timer reached 20. Noah hated timers. I like you. Simple. No dramatic speech. No system notification. Good. Good. Mia looked at him. I know. Noah stared. What? You were not subtle. I thought I was. You called me from a national training program and said the first thing you missed was me. I added Ryan. That made it worse. Noah looked offended. The transport timer reached 12. So? Mia smiled. So I like you too. Noah's brain stopped functioning for approximately 2 seconds. She noticed. Impressive. Shut up. Doors opened. Mia stepped toward it. Noah said, That's it? She looked back. What do you want? He had several answers. Most were terrible. Mia shook her head, then walked back. She kissed him. Briefly. Warm. Real. No borrowed future sensation to compare it with. When she stepped away, Noah was still processing. Mia boarded the transport. The doors began closing. She said, Tomorrow. Dinner. Noah recovered. Command. No. The doors shut. Noah stood on the curb. His phone vibrated. Ryan. Tomorrow. 80. Fight. Noah stared at the message, then laughed alone beside the road. He replied, Dinner after. Ryan responded, Irrelevant. Life continued. That was the part Noah had once forgotten to want. Not only crises, not only power. Normal days. Training. Work. Arguments. Meals. Mia's schedule becoming impossible. Ryan appearing whenever Noah became too satisfied with himself. Voss sending reform drafts with comments so dry they became insulting. The assessment reforms expanded. Slowly. Some institutions resisted. Some instructors complained that reassessment created administrative burdens. Some elite candidates argued resources were being diluted. Some low-rated students expected the new rules to guarantee advancement and discovered performance still mattered. The system did not become easy. It became less final. Potential assessment stayed on every awakening report. Now another line appeared beneath it. Initial projections subject to performance reassessment. Noah saw one printed report and smiled. A first-year student asked him why. He said, nothing. The student looked suspicious. Good. Months passed. The adaptive crisis became history before it became comfortable memory. Researchers continued studying the remaining gates. No central intelligence reappeared. Local adaptive species remained dangerous. Humans changed doctrine permanently. Stable objective, variable method, mixed role teams, decentralized execution when learning threats were present. Mia's temporary authority became a formal command track promotion. She read the notice silently. Noah waited. Ryan happened to be there. Mia looked up. I got it. Noah smiled. Gate commander? Candidate designation. Still. Advanced command authority under supervision. Still, Ryan said. Congratulations. Mia and Noah both looked at him. Ryan frowned. What? Noah said nothing. Mia smiled. Good. Ryan left. Noah watched him go. He knows. Knows what? He's doing it deliberately now. Mia looked horrified. No. They both laughed. Noah's crisis, debts remained. He checked them less often. Sword mastery, 10-year crisis snapshot, 89.7% mana control, 8-year crisis snapshot, 87.4% physical combat development, 7-year crisis snapshot, 71.2% still enormous. Still real. He liked that. The crisis was over. Still real. He liked that. His progression wasn't. Future credit remained part of him. He did not swear never to use it again. That would have turned growth into another rigid rule. There might come a day when borrowing was genuinely the best option. A life could depend on 10 seconds of future perception. A team could need a skill Noah had not earned yet. If that day came, he would decide. With Mia. With a team. With the cost in front of him. Not because tomorrow existed to clean up today. Because tools were meant to be used deliberately. Ryan disagreed with that wording. It's still cheating. They were walking out of a training hall. Noah looked at him. You've benefited from it. How? You trained against someone who had seen better swordsmanship. That's your problem. You asked about future me constantly. Research. Noah laughed. Ryan pointed at him. Next match, no borrowing, obviously. Say it. Noah stared. Some things never improved. The final change came on an ordinary evening. No gate alarm. No hospital. No national crisis. No dramatic training breakthrough. Noah and Mia were walking back from dinner. Ryan had joined them for half of it, and left when Mia told him 3 people was not a date. Ryan had replied, then why was I invited? Noah had no answer. Mia did. You invited yourself. Ryan had considered that and left. Now the street was quiet. The city around them bore signs of the adaptive crisis if someone knew where to look. A repaired building facade. New barrier anchors integrated into sidewalks. Emergency route markings. Life grown around damage. Mia was explaining why Noah's suggestion for a new mixed team rotation was impractical. You need 2 command officers for that. 1, 2. Why? Because if the local team changes objective independently while the support unit is mid-transfer, somebody has to maintain regional awareness, Noah thought. 1.5. That's not a person. Ryan. Mia stared. Noah smiled. Fine. 2. Future credit appeared. Noah almost dismissed it automatically. Then the interface expanded farther than he had ever seen. Future horizon recalculating 10 years stable. The number moved. Y11. Noah stopped walking. Mia took 2 steps before noticing. What? 12. His chest tightened. What? 12? The city sounds faded. M16. Mia returned to him. Noah? 18. He looked at her. The system continued. Maximum viable future horizon. 20 years Noah stared. 20 years Noah stared. For most of his life with future credit, 10 years had been the farthest horizon that mattered. 10 years had saved him, tempted him, terrified him, disappeared, returned. Now the road extended twice as far. A new category appeared. Available future, asset, unknown source. Noah Ward, future horizon. 820 years compatibility. Unresolved. Noah looked at it. He could inspect further. Maybe learn what kind of person he became. What skill he acquired. What strange problem waited somewhere beyond everything he currently knew. The old curiosity rose. Warm, familiar, not dangerous by itself. Mia watched him. What do you see? 20 years. She went quiet. Then smiled. That's far. Very. Anything there? Something. What? Unknown. Mia waited. Noah could open it. The system would not show future events. Only himself, another footprint, another possible destination. Another version of Noah Ward standing far down a road he had not walked. He smiled. Then closed future credit. Mia raised an eyebrow. You're not checking? No? Why? Noah looked ahead. The road continued beneath city lights. No monsters. No alarms. No future self waiting to save him. Just tomorrow. He took Mia's hand. She looked down at it, then at him. Noah smiled. I'll meet him when I get there. They kept walking.